Hello and welcome to the Halo Championship Series. It's Championship Sunday here at the Kickoff Major in beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina. We have lots to celebrate today and champions to crown with some epic series to get us there. And we have lines of people eagerly waiting to get in on the last day of Charlotte, waiting to see the teams who are still fighting fit. But we have some really exciting things to show you before we jump back into the competition. And we're celebrating the first major of the season, but we're also celebrating the release of Season 3 on March 7th. Yes, you heard right. Today we've got a full day of the craziest matches of the entire tournament, but we're kicking things off with a showcase, and you guys will get a sneak peek of everything you're going to be seeing coming ahead of March 7th as well. Joining me on the desk, though, I have some very special guests. You're very special, Wes, but not quite as special as Tashi and Unishek. Good to see all of you guys.
I'm catching strays already.
Look, I've got to keep you in your seat, in your place, just a little bit. It's got to start out strong.
Very appreciated, Lottie. Yeah.
Of course. Tashi, Uni, so lovely to have you guys joining us. I mean, what an incredible weekend it has been so far. Day number 3, Champ Sunday. How excited are you, Tash?
I'm pumped. I mean, this has been a long off season, and I've just been waiting to get back and hanging out with the community, watching some amazing Halo, and the matches have not disappointed at all. So, you know, Championship Sunday, this is where we finally see if there's a new champion or if it's going to be Optic Gaming who can take it back. You know, we'll just have to wait and see.
We'll see if the three-peat can be done. Uni, lovely to have you on the desk, by the way.
Thank you, thank you.
First
it's good
time
to be
up here.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about what went down yesterday. What have you been up to here in Charlotte?
Yeah, mostly been showing off Season 3 to the community, the people attending, competitors who wanted to check it out as well. We had it on the pit. It was awesome. And then I ended up catching some of the featured matches, including the Native White run, which was a ton of fun to watch.
Love all of that. Now, look, I've got to get straight into it. Season 3, very, very excited about all of this, and I want as many sneak peeks as possible. Tashi, I know with Season 3 there comes some makeovers happening. Talk to me about skins.
Yes, so the HCS Team Partnership Program is continuing to grow. We've added 2 partners to the rotation this year, so Complexity and Quadrant, and each of the partner teams are getting their own bundles, starting with Season 3. We've got 4 this year instead of 3, so it's really important to us that the teams have a good opportunity to, you know, earn revenue and be a sustainable part of the ecosystem, and that we're doing our best to give back. So the skins are absolutely amazing. You're about to see them in this awesome new video we put together.
Listen, there's a reason there was a round of applause there. And trust me, if it wasn't going to deafen all of you, I'd be clapping as well. My goodness. I think the word is sheesh, because they are so fire. I've got to say, for me, my favorites have to be Cloud9, FaZe, and Optic. And I think it's just because I like to be standing out, and they just seem so creative to me. But I've got to say, the entire pack of all of these orgs looks so clean. I mean, absolutely stunning work with all of the orgs and everything that went into actually creating all of the additions to be able to create how incredible this artwork is on all of these skins. Not to mention, obviously, the weapons as well. The wraps on the weapons look so beautiful. And Tashi, talk to me about Season 3 and, you know, what really goes into making this all unfold, making this happen, along with skins and along with some of the changes that are going to come to Halo Infinite too.
Yeah, so Season 3 is the next major release for Halo Infinite, and the team's been really heads down, hard at work, delivering on all the things that fans and players are expecting. So we've got these new team skins, which you've seen, and the majority of the profits will go to the teams. But we've also got new maps, new modes, new weapons and equipment. Really is kind of the biggest update for Halo Infinite that we've had to date.
Love that. I'm so excited. And tell you what, folks, you're going to get a little sneak peek right now, and we're going to dive into some of the details that you will be seeing in Season 3, March 7th. Now, while we are looking super cool with all the team skins, we do have massive impactful changes to ranked and to competitive play. Let's kick things off with the Shroud screen. And Clutch, talk to me about this and how it's going to change the way that the game is played.
Yeah, this is a personal favorite of mine, right? Smokes and Halo. So this is going to be a new dynamic that our competitive scene for the last 20 years has never had to deal with. You get an opportunity to block lines of sight and play around some of these situations. It's going to completely change what these players know is the meta currently, and I can't wait to test our players to see if they're adaptable to this new equipment.
Yeah, and I think what's cool about this is you will see this in HCS play starting immediately when Season 3 drops on March 7th. The Shroud will be featured on live fire as well as streets, as you can see here.
And it can be shot through,
yes.
right? It's not a bubble shield, it's just a line of sight blocker, allows you to make some very creative plays.
Love that so much. You know, so many questions looking at the Shroud screen. You know, how is this going to look when we have objective play, King of the Hill, strongholds? You know, how is this going to be utilized? We're going to be fighting for the Shroud screen. I mean, so many questions. We will have answers eventually when we see all of it in action, which is absolutely incredible. But also with that Shroud screen, we have a new addition to the sandbox. Let's talk about the Bandit. Tashi, what can you tell us about this new weapon?
Yeah, so the Bandit is the new rifle. It's going to be an on-map pickup. It's a 5-shot kill, and it's got a little bit of recoil and some kick there, but so far from what players have been telling us on the floor here as they've been playing this, they really love it. Kind of harkens back to the Halo 5 pistol for those fans that love it from that game. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun. And you know, a lot of players are telling us and asking, you know, is this going to be the new starting weapon for HCS maybe next year? And you know, we're thinking about it. We're going to listen to the feedback. Yeah, stay tuned. We'll see what happens, but we think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, really excited to see this one in action. I have heard some very good things about the Bandit, and I can't wait to see what the pros do when they get their hands on it and how aggressive this gun is going to be. But as you can see, some incredible details for this, and it's just going to change the way that a lot of maps look. And I think if you're brand new to HCS and you don't really understand how the sandbox can affect everything in the game, you will be seeing it set in action come March 7th as well. But we also have new maps to talk about. And Uni, I want you to talk me through Chasm, the brand new one.
Yeah, Chasm, it's a brand new map coming with Season 3. It wasn't even supposed to land in Season 3, but the team pushed really hard. Lots of strong efforts from the entire team, and it's coming out. Forerunner map, it's rotationally symmetric, absolutely beautiful. Looks like it's straight out of the Halo Infinite campaign. You see it's got a couple bridges, open spaces in between. You can fall off, you can grapple back. It's an absolute blast.
Love all of that. And Clutch, I know you managed to get on this a bit early. I know you have all of the secrets behind, but what is it like playing it, you know, jumping into that one?
John said it best, you can fall off. And hope you've been practicing your jump maps over in the Forge community. So you got good practice there. You're having, those platforms can give you such an opportunity to change direction and really create a lot of new routes, but you have to be crisp on your jumps.
Now look, I said maps, and I won't leave you guys on a cliffhanger. Or will I?
Oh,
John?
Very nice. I can appreciate it. I appreciate that. Yeah, next map is Cliffhanger. It's also another arena map. This one's going to be asymmetrical. You're going to see it featured prominently with some asymmetrical modes. One flag CTF, strongholds play really well on it. And then also Escalation Slayer, a brand new mode that's coming also in Season 3. You get some very fun weapon combination, equipment combinations, and it leads to a lot of fun gameplay on this map. But just excited to see people go hands-on. You can also fall off on this one, so just be careful. Be very careful with your jumps.
Love that. Escalation Slayer, talk to me a little bit more about this, Clutch. You know, how does it play? What can we expect from this new game mode?
Yeah, it's absolute chaos, in my opinion. It's Halo's version of the gun game, of course, and you're continuously progressing through our weapons and our sandbox equipment as well. And eventually you get to a point where you realize it's a little bit more difficult to kill players with lesser weapons, or even, I'm not going to ruin the surprise at the end,
the final.
but it's very difficult to end the game. I'll just say it like that.
Love that so much. A lot of fun to be had for sure. I'm probably going to be jumping into Escalation Slayer. I think that's really up my alley. You know, I'm just a casual gamer. I do get competitive, like, so it will probably get a bit heated in there. But that does sound pretty fun to me, so I can't wait for March 7th. But we needed to also talk about the Battle Pass, and I'm very excited for this one. I love unlocking the goodies, having something to look forward to, and gaining as much XP as possible. And Uni, talk to me about the Battle Pass, what to expect, and how much work went into making this.
A ton of work. This is our first Battle Pass since Season 2, which was a while ago, but we're excited to get this out the door. It's filled with tons of cosmetic, awesome stuff, 1,000 Halo credits, which gets you enough to buy the next Battle Pass, which is always appreciated. It was something we learned from our fans. They wanted in our Battle Passes, so we've stuck with that, and we were happy to bring it back. We've got new items for the Mirage core, it's called. It's based off the SPI core. Fans of Ghost of Onyx will recognize that and appreciate it. But just tons of awesome cosmetics, and then right when you buy the premium Battle Pass, you will get the Red Steel Splinter armor core coating actually for all cores right there. You can see it there on the map, Oasis. That's actually our third big team battle map. It's going to be incredible for Season 3.
Love that. We get a sneak peek as well of that Red Splinter on your screen. Stunning stuff. Overall, I'm buzzing to get this season.
It's going to be a great season.
Excited. Yeah. I really, really am. It's going to be amazing. So much to actually enjoy, and so many new items and adaptations of everything that we love about Halo Infinite as well. But something I do love is our grassroots. I love our community. I love the faces of our community who bring incredible Halo streams and actions to your screens every single day. And we do have that showcase, and we have some familiar faces who will be on main stage for your entertainment, folks. So actually talk to me about this showcase. What can we expect from it? And, you know, looking at the grassroots, how important this really is to them.
Yeah, the HCS Grassroots program is really meant to kind of give back to the community, right? There are so many people who invest their time, like these streamers you see on screen, and we want to provide them an awesome platform to entertain their audiences more. And yeah, this showcase is they're all friends, but we're going to put them against each other, Team Grass versus Team Roots. And yeah, I'm excited to see them go at each other. They're going to be playing CTF on Chasm to start. We are going to turn on Bandit starts just so folks can see that gun more closely. And then the next will be Escalation Slayer on Cliffhanger, which is, yeah, it's going to be wild.
I love it. So we basically get to see everything we just spoke about in action, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, and the Shroud will be on the map too.
I mean, what more could you ask for, folks? I mean, you get a genuine taster of everything to expect come Season 3. Absolutely amazing stuff. Well, I am so excited. Claude, are you excited about Season 3?
I'm very excited about Season 3. Like Tashi said, the team's been working really hard on a lot of these competitive updates, and I couldn't be more excited to get that out to our players, change the meta, test these guys, and really just elevate the level of Halo being played. So, super stoked.
Tashi, Unishek, thank you so much for coming on the desk, sharing all of these incredible details. And folks, make sure you are marking those calendars March 7th for the Season 3 update. It's going to be massive. Well, let's see it all in action right now on the main stage, shall we? Blaze, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lonnie. Charlotte, are you guys excited for Season 3? We heard a lot of great things. We got new maps and new modes, and it's all dropping on March 7th. But before we get there, we got an exclusive look for you guys, because the best community members are coming to the stage. Help me show some love to Team Grass and Team Roots. We got on Team Grass, Nick, Take One, and LVT Brandon. But on the flip side, Team Roots, it's Lady Echidna, Reclaimer, Eli X, and the real life Spartan. You guys ready, Charlotte? It's Season 3. The showcase match is about to be underway.
Oh, we're ready. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. This is one of my favorite parts of every single event. Somehow, we get put in the casting booth for these awesome show matches that we get to show off a little bit of a showcase of Season 3 that's coming your way. We just heard from, Tashi on the desk and talking a little bit about it. Unishek looked pretty hyped about it, although you can see he's trying to keep a few things under wraps as well. But I mean, I'm excited for Season 3. The Bandit, in particular, That's got my attention.
Yeah, it certainly does. You and I just had a little bit of time, about an hour to play on Season 3 update, and things feel pretty good, and excited to have an extended sneak peek this morning. And I think it's a good way to kick off Championship Sunday, right? We pick off a little bit of the social stuff, we get into some fun games before we get into the heavy meat of the day. Take a look at the maps we're going to be playing today. You saw them earlier, but just in case you're just joining us, welcome to the Season 3 showcase. A little bit of CTF Chasm, as well as Escalation Slayer on Cliffhanger.
So you can see that new game type coming in as well in our second map of this series, but we do start off with something a little bit more classic, don't we? A little bit of Capture the Flag, which is really kind of the perfect game type, I would say, just to give you a bit of flavor of what Chasm has to offer.
Yeah, certainly. What you're going to see here, a little bit of a kind of an asymmetric layout in terms of how the map is split. The flags are going to kind of be catty corner. If you think about something like longest or elongation from prior Halo titles, you're going to have flags in each corner, and then a lot of open space across the middle to play with, a lot of grapple plays you'll be seeing coming in. But we're seeing some of the very familiar faces on the main stage, and I got a chance to talk to Echidna, Ubernick, Real Life Spartan. Let's not forget, they're on the main stage here. This is a big opportunity for them, and many months, if not years, of trash talk and bragging rights could follow this match.
100%. I'm kind of happy the fact this is 4v4 as well, and that Ubernick does not get to use a tank.
Yeah.
Because last time that we saw him on the main stage was during the big team battle for Bonanza. Did really well to remember that name, by the way.
That was very well done, yeah.
And he was in a tank and just went a little bit wild. The man is a big team battle specialist, but can he get it done in 4v4? Hell of a player. This is a different challenge for him.
That is the question. As you see, Taquin, LBT, Brandon, Oath, and Ubernick here. Team Grass on your screen. Ready to go. Getting everything dialed in. Making sure the audio settings are all dialed in, as well as the controller settings. They're getting ready to go. We'll take a look at Team Roots on the other side of the stage as well.
We will indeed. You can see everybody lined up, ready to go. Just before we get into the players, as you can see on your screen there, Echidna, Reclaimer, Eli X, and Real Life Spartan. I did notice we have a little preview screen to our bottom left, and primary weapon, it's going to be the M392. Bandit, baby. The Bandit is going to be our starting weapon.
You heard Tashi teasing it on the desk. Maybe some consideration there to see the Bandit introduced in a big way into competitive play still to come in the near future. However, we're going to get a little sneak preview here of what the Bandit looks like as a starting weapon. And it's a perfect map, really, on Chasm to see exactly, because you're going to see the kind of the engagement distances it works well at, as well as the engagement distances where maybe there's a lot of fall-off damage, because on Chasm you do have a mix of very, very long sight lines, as well as some close-quarter combat in the backs and bottoms of the bases.
Like you said, we got about an hour or so to play around with the Bandit a little bit earlier as well, and let me tell you, as someone who is a big fan of strong start weapons, starting weapons that take a lot of skill to master, the Bandit is feeling pretty good in your hands. I was really enjoying being able to outshoot people. A little 5-shot is always a good feeling, especially as someone who used to compete back in Reach. It kind of brings those DMR vibes back a little bit. But something we're also going to see, as well as that new starting weapon, we mentioned the Shroud Stream, but we're also going to see some beautiful new skins on display here. And my goodness. Ooh, I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but whoever is doing the art on the org side, plus the 343 side for these team skins, give them a raise immediately.
And what's cool, I think Tashi said it on Twitter as well, they really let the orgs run with this kind of next batch of skins and let them create anything they wanted to on the canvas of skins. So big shout out really to these teams, to these organizations, and the art teams that are within them, because they are pumping out incredible looking skins. They look dope. As you and I said, that is a hit to the wallet once those skins drop. However, we're excited to have them in our hands and on the account. Season 3 showcase up next.
Also, really cool to see the new teams, the new orgs, the new partner teams with their first skins. You got Quadrant, you got Complexity, and we got a perfect way to start off a Sunday. And that is with a little bit of showmatch action. You're going to see the brand new map that's coming with Season 3, Echoes. You're going to see a little bit of Chasm here, a little bit of Chasm. How are you feeling about this one? How many times did you fall off the map, by the way?
Oh, I fell off the map quite a few times, but I also had some heroic grapples to back up to stay on the map. We're going to have to see if that's the case for Team Grass and Team Roots as well. As we said, lots of bragging rights on the line between these two teams. It might be a Season 3 showcase, but also some of your favorite Halo creators on the main stage against each other. It's all smiles for Echidna. As we start things off, she grabs the snipe.
Something I want to highlight as well. 2 snipers on the map, which is always a good thing to see. Plus, we've got some comms in the background here, which I'm a big fan of. It's kind of giving me a little bit of throwback vibes. One of the MLG main stage back in the day. But it also means we're going to not miss one bit of trash talk.
First bandit kill is recorded on the main stage. Echidna picks that up. Also a beautiful phase sniper skin you saw on screen there. Bandit will be down. Real Life Spartan already running flag with camo in hand.
Real Life Spartan's running this one home. I'm sure he's barking out the orders, as he loves to do. Very difficult to hold a megaphone and play Halo there. It's one thing I've noticed. Real Life Spartan maybe has to adapt to here.
This one should be home. Let's see. Flag is away. He misses the jump. This could be tricky. Needs to pick up the first kill. 3 guys bottom middle. Reclaimer and a kid that need to work together here to pick up the kills. Ubernick, though, a double on the other side.
Makes it 3. Might get the overkill here, Ubernick. Eli X, do not show for him. He gets the overkill. Ubernick, welcome to Sunday.
Oh my God, what a way to start Championship Sunday for Ubernick. He gets out of his chair for a second, and the flag goes down. This man is yelling, and we are off to a great start here on CTF Chasm.
You could be just yelling for the rest of this cast. Nick's gonna run this flag across the map. He's killed everyone.
Wait, he's got too far.
Comfortable.
Too far.
But he doesn't know where to put it. This is the problem.
Stays alive here. Ooh, Reclaimer is wise to it. And Ubernick, maybe you have to think taking the wrong turn there. He needs a few more laps around Chasm to know exactly where to go. They've been taken down bottom middle. By the way, look at the repulsor for Reclaimer. That's going to be huge on this map. As you can tell, it's really tough to get back up to the second level if you don't have a grapple or a repulsor in hand. Now over to LVT Brandon on Team Grass.
Team Roots 3 dead, make it 4 dead momentarily there. Oath is doing some work with the sniper rifle as well. I've seen her in the kill feed numerous times as LVT Brandon takes a moment to step out of production and onto our main stage. You can fall off the map! You can fall off the map!
Tragedy on the side of Team Roots.
Copy that.
He's had a busy few days, to be fair to him. You know,
Busy few days, he's been working hard. Take a look at the Bandit though in hand. Here's Takwit starting another run of his own.
we get this run going. Now this is where you're going to see the Bandit maybe getting used. Maybe it's going to be hidden for a few seconds. Little flank coming in there to stop that flag run momentarily. 2 dead here for Team Grass. LVT Brandon back on the map. Always good to see.
Here's a touch here. By the way, you just tell the way they're moving this one, moving the flag quite well. Going to jump up quick and try to bring this flag home.
One shot right above me.
Might be able to get this one home, but they need to get the return.
He's hit this jump though. This is not an easy jump with the flag. He cannot make it. He's gone the wrong way. It is not easy to make the jump across that
bridge. It's called Chasm for a reason. You've got to jump across some pretty big gaps to get that flag home. And Echidna being sneaky in the new face skin, by the way. Getting that flag away. So both flags away from base at the moment. LVT Brandon's got it in his hands for Team Roots. He's also got a Bandit in his hands. He's going to see a little 5-shot coming out Bandit.
Flag is out. Once again, not an easy way to go across this. There is a way to avoid these jumps to straight exit. Nice job. Going to sit there as the flag standoff commences still 1-0 in favor of Team Grass.
An intense flag standoff. That's what you love to see here. 2 teams go back and forth.
Yeah, I can sit.
Yep.
And we're going to be coming up in around 15 seconds as well. Maybe they're just playing around that. Maybe I love these show matches as well because it becomes serious always, every single time, so much quicker than I imagine it will.
Absolutely. If you take a look, good shots coming in, assists with the Bandit.
Hit markers on that still.
There's one on their sniper right now.
Where does the bandit spawn? Yeah, nice.
Echidna with the flag for Team Roots on the other side of the map.
A little touch on the flag coming in from Brandon.
No.
Well, spawn, popping the shields a little bit here. Eli X is going to pick up one. That's going to be 1 dead here for Team Grass. So Team Roots have the chance to go forward and look for that return. Maybe not. Eli X just played him.
Echidna still with the flag in hand.
Oh, damn it. One shot going. Or jump up, I think, right in front
As
of
we're listening to a little bit of the comms, you can just hear back and forth, a little bit of damage being exchanged on both sides, but not enough to get a return. And during all of this, of course, the time will tick down. Still 7:30 left to play, though. A lot of time on the clock.
Return comes in.
Here we go.
Pick it up and put it home. Echidna panics and then relaxes.
You see the look on Echidna's face as her teammates are going, Kappa, 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 Kappa.
So many emotions. And there's the Bandit. Doesn't hit the headshot, though. Sometimes you got to pace that thing. Team Grass after the cap, though, find themselves 3 dead.
3 dead. You hear the comms as well. See what Team Roots can do. It's a big cap, though, as we're tied 1-1. Took them a few minutes to play, but they win the flag standoff. And if we're honest, it was a pretty pivotal standoff. Look at the commando.
Testing out the extra padding in that certain region of the new skins. It's very important to do.
Reclaimer taking advantage of the main stage opportunity to lay as many assault rifle bullets into Ubernick's body as he could. That flag will be returned, and got a chance to talk to Real Life Spartan yesterday. He's actually got the whole family in town, which is awesome to see him on the main stage. And he said years ago he never could have imagined that he'd find himself on a Championship Sunday show match here on the main stage, and a big shout out to all of our creators here on the main stage helping us show off Season 3 content.
Yeah, if you get the opportunity, obviously go and give them a follow on their respective channels.
Yes, absolutely.
Show them some support for what they do for the Halo seen in everybody who loves to create a little bit of content around it. A little double push coming in. Reclaim's got a barrel on his hands, by the way. I always say that's foul play. You know what I mean? It's kind of like an unspoken agreement.
I don't know. I think on a
HCS says a lot about you.
I think on a main stage
says everything I need to know.
On a main stage show match based off we're already seeing bodies being shot. I think everything might be in fair play. We'll take a look at some of the stat outliers. 3 were dead for Team Grass, and Eli X right now is 13-6.
Kid against the camo after completing the level 1 jump map on the way to get there.
Shut up. Wait, shut up, I got camo. Dude.
Watching you play. There's one underneath me going.
Let's see what she does here.
I killed the flag.
One tap. Ooh, nice little snipe bandit combo here.
Another one hallway, same shot.
Just taking off the cankles. Ubernig nowhere to go. Oh, Kidna needs the 180 here. Ooh, that's good work in the end. Ubernig and Co will take down the Kidna.
Gotta talk again now, the camera's gone.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Big shout out to J Gravity, probably still the most iconic clip of Halo Infinite play to date.
Shut up.
Shut up, I got hammer.
Reclaiming with the commando. That works. Still. Goodness me. Double kill for him. Oh, it's going to be bottom middle as well. This might be a triple. It's going to be... Oh, no! Misses the melee. Gets it. Doesn't get the kill, though, unfortunately, but has... Oh, a snipe. Everything lined up for the overkill. Hit that 2 in 1 game.
There we go. Let's see. Reclaimer. Hey! Nice little trade with Tackle. That would be 1 dead for each side. Eli X coming in with the AR sauce. LVT Brandon says absolutely not.
Oh, I got sticky keys coming up on my screen. Let's go. Oh, yeah, it's gone. Never mind.
Still tied up a 1-1.
Got sticky keys on the screen. Never good mid-game. Never good anytime, really.
Never good.
Gosh darn sticky
General
keys.
rule, if something's sticky, it usually isn't.
Yeah. Not good.
That's a good thing.
Something's happening.
Camo up in 10 seconds. Grapples into the base. LBT Brandish and a little bit of tech. It's on the M&K, I think, as well.
His on mouse and keyboard. Maybe he has sticky keys too. Someone fell off the map.
Oh, man.
Tackwood's off the map again. We said you could fall off this map. Maybe this is
There's nothing underneath it.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing at the bottom. A death pit though will await you. Back on board, realize Spartan also picking up some kills with the AR sauce.
Yeah, he's got the bandit in his hand. I really want to see a 5-shot. I feel like we should give one of the creators something. If they get the first 5-shot that we see on stream, on Season 3 with a new weapon. I don't know if we're allowed to do that, by the way. I don't know if we have anything. And any power. Well, no, we have no power.
We generally don't. We just show up here and master video games. But speaking of power, Team Roots, second flag on the board, 2-1. Only 3:25 left on the clock. And still 3 dead for Team Grass. Team Roots looking to strike while the iron is hot.
I'm getting the back of the base, too.
3 minutes, 10 seconds left. Your last Spartan's got to go forward. 3, 4. Ah! 1 more. Staying alive. Eli X gets another little snipe coming in. Manages to pick that flag up. He's going to run this one. Little bit of a jump map coming in here. Gets the repulse. Oh!
Tackwin to the jump. In. Mouse and keyboard grapple play. It's a hero play from Tackwin. Echidna should be one of the only players left to run the flag, but she's gone. She stays alive.
Go, Brandon, go.
Go, Brandon, go.
Go, go. I think we just sang 2 different songs.
I think Reclaimer's the last player alive. He can't do it. That flag's going to be returned. It was going to be a hero run. Brandon also repulses the nade away, lives to tell the tale.
They got 2 dead here.
Here they go.
This
Find
could
ourselves
be
in a
the
2-2
time
game.
flag.
Here's Ubernick. Just don't fall off. Just don't fall off. He's good. He gets the go-ahead. The green light from the teammates.
Got to make the jump.
He's going home.
Makes the jump. Echidna taking down the no shields, trying to make the hero play. Flag hasn't gone in.
Oh my God.
Double kills enough. I don't think they're going to be able to cap that one by the looks of things. Real life Spartan's got the ball going.
Oh, just stays alive with the clamber as well. That is tragedy on the side of Team Grass. That flag not able to go back. Hero on board with Echidna.
Come on, Jen. Blame him. Blame him, Jen. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time is the theme of this map, if I'm honest. Eli X, camo in hand.
Oh, this is going to be nasty. Team Roots 3 dead.
Last
Camo
player alive with camo. Hero! Leave it to Eli X. This man will always hit the shot. You've seen his clips. He's doing it again, but no! Overnick shuts down the trip.
He's like, I'm the only one who's allowed multi-kills in this lobby. Wow. Ubernick just ruining everyone's fun.
This is getting heated.
Another flagpole coming in. Team Roots who are running this one, and this could be A little bit of a gap created.
The chasm.
Wait.
No, you got it. Make the no. Try it again.
Try it again.
Try again.
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
I got it. It says, don't worry. Don't embarrass yourself.
Just please put the flag down. I got this covered. He doesn't make the jump. No. Grapples back up. He grapples back up. He's good. Get up, Mark. Mark's on the ground. No, the flag doesn't go in.
Flag is stolen away. Why are we rolling on the floor? Oh, anyway.
Oh, God. He's going to have a heart attack. He's going to have a heart attack. 44 seconds left on the clock.
2 flags are still out.
Okay.
Next run in it. This could be a time flag if they get the return.
It's a flag standoff. Of course it is to end the... Oh! Echidna! Killing spree! There's too many medals on the screen!
30 seconds left. Echidna tosses a nade across. It doesn't work for her. Real Spartan moving in now. Surgical. Precise. Precise? Precise.
Definitely not a word.
It's not a word, but it is now. Goes in with that bandit. 2 shields broken. Reclaimer gets it. They're going to get the return.
That'll be it.
They got the cap. Yeah. They got the cap. Time cap.
There should be music.
There it
There's
is.
the music. There's the music. I swear, whenever someone wins a game, there's always music. There it is. Team Roots, lots to be proud of there. Game number 1 goes their way.
People don't realize when you play at home, every single time you win a game of matchmaking, you have a full stereo.
Yeah, you do.
Just press play.
Live orchestra. It kicks in whenever you win your games at home. And
It costs you thousands, but it's
sometimes
worth it.
we take it for granted. Team Grass is going to take that first series. Excuse me, Team Roots takes the first game. CTF Chasm. But don't worry, there's more still to come. Escalation Slayer on Cliffhanger. That was the most absurd game of Capture the Flag I have ever commentated.
There's a few things I've learned from that. not many.
What is it?
There's a few things I certainly did
There's a few
learn.
things I saw. I don't know if I learned. I don't know if I learned
You can
anything.
fall off the map. We were warned.
You could definitely.
Second one is, that jump is a little bit more difficult to make with the flag in your hand than maybe some of the players
Team
realize.
Grass, by the way, here. They had everything coming home. Flag coming home. Look at this shot from Eli, though. Gets the dub. Cross the map on Taquin. Look at this. Was
And then
set
Ubernick
up for the
ruins
triple.
everything.
Ubernick says absolutely not. Eli X is not got this flag. And that's what kicked off our final flag standoff, and it was one for the record books. Oof. Last second stop from Taquin.
This nade from Jem, by
Look
the
at
way.
this.
Look at this.
From Echidna.
Absolutely.
The double nade, the 2
Calculated.
tap. Ready? Cluster luck, killing spree, runners stopped, Hail Mary, flag joust, double Hail Mary, double kill.
That's how wide Gensonics went with this medal was popped off.
What a set of plays there. Real Life Spartan pops off. And they will take that first game in our CTF Chasm showcase. But you could say we saved the best for last.
Yeah.
An Escalation Slayer on Cliffhanger. And as you heard on the desk earlier, a little bit of gun game coming into Halo Infinite, and it will be fun to see a few different tiers of weapons as these 2 teams will unlock different tiers as they put more kills on the board. We're going to be showing it off on the brand new map, Cliffhanger.
Yeah, and it's not just an individual performance where you level up as well. Kind of you can choose to upgrade for everyone on your team.
Right.
When the total amount of kills and damage gets crossed. So all of a sudden you'll see an option, a countdown, a timer sometimes, like, do you want to swap weapons? You've got 6 weapons, 6 seconds if you have to. And then you can see those weapons change out. A little bit of a test going on the stage for everyone just to get comfortable before we jump into our second game. What's your favorite bit of Season 3 you've seen so far, by the way? I know you've only seen 1 game.
Well, I mean, it's hard not to say the Bandit, right? It's hard not to be super stoked on the Bandit, as you said. I think it's a precision weapon that's really rewarding. You can really outshoot, outskill opponents as well, which I think is what a lot of players are looking for, especially when it comes to a weapon like that. I think a lot of people are excited. But still 1 more game to play on the stage here for these 2 squads. And let's not forget, Team Roots with an opportunity to 2-0. Team Grass can end this one 1-1, and things will stay respectable.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the bragging rights will be shared on the stage. By the way, seeing Real Life Spartans stare down a camera lens at me, shouting at me like that, I was having PTSD to my childhood.
Yeah.
Been there before.
Yeah. Fortunately, we don't have time to get into those
My
stories
parents
right now.
weren't wearing-
Actually, I might lose you for the rest of the day when we
My
start.
parents weren't wearing Molnir.
They weren't wearing Mjolnir. Okay, well, it's only because Mjolnir hadn't come out yet.
Yeah. Anyway, moving forward on to map number 2 now. And it is going to be Escalation Slayer here, and a chance to tie things up. Like you say, to share the spoils between the 2 teams.
What does Team Grass have in the backpack? What can they find to make sure that they tie this one up? We'll have to see. Most importantly, it's been a blast here. Thank you for joining us for this Season 3 showcase to kick off Championship Sunday. Been a pretty wild way to start the day, and we really wouldn't have it any other way. Checking out social maps and modes. Brandon going for the airstrike. He'll get the hit marker. Oh, and here we go. So just to get everyone up to speed, if you're just joining us here, Escalation Slayer, as you can see, everyone's starting on this first tier currently with with the Cinder Shot, rockets, as well as the repulsor.
And then you can see they're going to be leveling up to get that sword available. Oh, and Team Roots in a little bit of a lead here, getting closer, so most kills going to them off the break. And now they have this, you can see, they've already upgraded, so they're going to have swords available. Next up is the sniper rifle for them.
Yeah, as you can tell, you can keep an eye on which teams are upgrading and how close they are and how many points they're putting on the board. Take a look at that timer as well. You can choose to opt into the loadout if you're ready. However, the loadout will be forced on you after the timer. That's just to make sure that if you're in an engagement, you can make sure to win that engagement first.
Everything getting a little bit Star Wars top mid at the moment. Those kills are going to be good enough, and all of a sudden Team Grass have stepped it up a little bit here. They have taken the lead, they are pretty close. Here he goes. And there's better than I do. I thought that was a bad move, but it looked like a pretty good one.
Here he comes. Takwin just traveling. Picks up another one, and if you've seen Takwin's clips on Twitch and Twitter, you know that this guy is an absolute monster with the stuff that he can do, especially with something like a grapple sword. 3 dead at the moment for Team Roots.
Sniper rifles being used this incredibly... Look how efficient that was, by the way. They can force the next loadout in 5 seconds. They only had the sniper rifles for what felt like 1 round of kills.
Here's Takwin with just a hydrate, gets the assist and the help that comes in. And really quite a unique map here, of course, Cliffhangers. Unlike anything else currently in the suite, and he eventually gets the melee on Echidna, and you can hear her on the other side of the stage.
I would say it's got one of the biggest man cannons I've ever seen, ever witnessed with my own eyes. Sniper rifles, still in the hands here of ELAX. This is the weapon I think if he could choose out anything in the sandbox throughout Halo history, he'd like to have in his hands. It's extremely proficient.
We saw what he was capable of in the last game. Of course, there's one against Oath. See if he can do it again. New loadout coming in 5. He's only got another second to hit the shot. And it will be swapped out just as he... Ubernick exchanging the favor and taking down ELAX for the second time in a 1v1 in this series. Here comes Oath. Grapple shotgun.
Everything went from long range to short range very, very quickly here. There's one for her, not going to be able to turn 2 though. But now we see real life Spawn trying to add to his tally. A little bit of a dance around the rocks at the moment. Nobody really having the better of each other, but that'll work. A repulsor and intensity. Extreme intensity, as you would expect. The real life Spawn.
What I absolutely love is this is some wild, wild mix of Fiesta ++. This is the X-rated version of Fiesta. Just absolute carnage across the map. And of course, everyone's slowly on different tiers, then the same tiers catching up to each other right now, 5-4 in favor of Team Grass. It's still that Bulldog, Needler, grapple here for ELAX. And to be honest, ELAX with a grapple in any scenario, doesn't matter the weapon you put in his hand, this man can put clips on the screen.
Finally goes down though, but look how close they are to leveling up. They've just managed to do so, so now it's shock rifle time. Things about to start getting a little bit spicy, a little bit shocky. Certainly gonna be some electrifying kills in this lobby. Oath is gonna pick up 1. Also gonna have that stalker rifle as a secondary, and the drop ball.
You and I are talking about that drop ball being more and more influential and competitive, and you can bet here in a social setting also going to be quite a factor. I just say shock and stalker rifle as well. If I'm honest, a shock, stalker, and a drop ball is one of the most OP things that I can think of. Yeah. And now you have it as the class for all the players on the screen, but it swaps just as fast as we say it. Now to the Heatwave Sentinel thrust.
Team Grass starting to establish a little bit of a gap here. And Louis V Titan is stepping up as well.
Takwin just did something.
I don't know what it was, but they only hear those noises when something good happens on Halo.
When something absolutely wild happens. Now, just to give you an idea, this is tier number 8 of the total tiers. You still have Team Roots on that tier 6. And only about 3 left here. Plenty of time on the clock, so we will see those final tiers if things get even more wild.
See if Echidna can start to pull this back a little bit here for Team Roots. A couple of headshots with the shock rifle certainly will do so. For the moment, it's just going to be the death screen and the exact same move that you used to get out of bed.
Exactly. Now to Takwin. AR Sauce here finds the weapon on the ground, eventually gets taken down by the Stalker Rifle of Reclaimer, and that's absolute carnage as you'd expect. Top mid. Team Roots, though, trailing a bit here. Real Life Spartan doing what he can to get the team now on their 7th tier.
Mangler's available, and oh my, look at this. Now we've got the oddball and also got the shroud screen. So we've got a little bit of a combination, which is going to be interesting to watch on the other side. Don't know what happened there.
You could tell
Jen was about to throw hands.
A kid that gets out-manglered, if that's even a thing, by Ubernick, and she could do nothing but laugh and maybe pop up off the stage and exchange some trash talk down Ubernick's way, and Taquin still running top middle as well. The 9th tier for Team Grass.
They're getting
They're
closer.
on that angler tier, and guess what's last? Wait till you see it. It's just the oddball.
Just the oddball.
Oddball and the shroud screen.
It's almost like they all just went, wait, what? Like, what are we meant to do here?
You have to build a connected
It's like going to Epcot.
network of tunnels of shroud screens and go for these oddball melees in order to win the game.
It's a good opportunity to talk about the shroud screen a little bit. You can see how it works, what it looks like, how effective it can be. Gotta wait for that one to charge back up though. Starts. Need to build this tunnel though. Maybe a chance here. Ooh.
Here we go.
Into the smoke. Kid gets battered. No shroud screen available for a few more moments. Brandon's trying to survive until he gets it. Now he can reset a little bit.
Oh no. Here he goes.
Gets another one. He's an oddball king. And it's getting closer and closer to Team Grass calling themselves the Kings, and that will be it. Ubernick pops off. And we have our result here in the show match. And as always, thank you so much to our creators on stage right now. That was an absolute blast.
It seems only fitting that with the amount of talent on the stage, fantastic personalities, that they will tie 1-1 in our show match here, each exchanging a game on new maps and game types. And smiles across the board as we got to see a little bit of a sneak peek of what's to come in Season 3.
As we say, it's going to be available before you know it as well. I think a lot of people are very excited about this update and this new season that is around the corner, both on the social, on the casual, and the competitive side. A lot to offer for everybody who loves Halo Infinite. And I got to say, I can't stop thinking about the Bandit rifle.
Exactly.
I can't stop. Got a couple of 5 shots earlier. Surprising to hear, I know, maybe to many. But boy, does it feel good. It's a real opportunity with that gun to outshoot people again and really feel like you've won an individual engagement.
Yeah, it does. And what's cool, that was completely a social look, right? We're looking at social maps, we're looking at social modes there in Escalation Slayer. However, as you say, there are things to be really excited about on the competitive side. Where exactly does the Bandit fit in, both to the sandbox and to the overall game type suite, as well as the shroud screen. You heard Clutch talking about it. Things like cutting off sidelines and things of that nature in competitive Halo haven't really been a tool in the toolbox, so it's going to be cool to see how all that fits in as Season 3 approaches.
Yeah, it's amazing how just one thing like that, one piece of equipment can completely change the meta game, and I'm sure Ryan Noob was trying to get every single bit of footage that he could.
I hadn't even thought about
from what we've just seen. He is going to be coming up with some strategies. There's going to be some spreadsheets, there's going to be some docs, all of them made, and he's going to be doing some very interesting things with that for sure.
Yeah, the calculations, Ryan will be in the lab, but we can't wait to see the Bandit, the Shroud Screen, and all of Season 3 content coming in. I think people are pretty excited, and once again, a big shout out to all our fantastic creators for jumping on the main stage for us on Sunday morning.
Yeah, a really good fun way to start off the day here, but we've got to talk about what we've got to come as well, because of course we're about to get Championship Sunday started, but before we get there, it's only right that we talk to one of our creators on stage, and Blaze is on that stage right now with a couple of them.
Thank you so much. As we are here for Season 3, we got Nick and the Kitten on stage. Everybody give it up to our creators from Team Grass and Team Root. Nick, what was it like playing on the new maps? You kicked us off with an overkill, and we all heard you across the venue. How you feeling?
Light work, light work, but it's good. It's a fun map. If they give me a challenge, maybe I wouldn't got the overkill, but it was good, it was fun.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a delight to watch throughout the entirety of it. Kid, and what about your feelings, okay? How you feel about this light work comment coming over here from Nick?
We won, so we won the map that mattered. This guy's a social kid. We knew we were gonna lose the escalation, but we won the map that mattered, so.
Now, Nick, when it comes down to all the new changes that we saw here in the 2 game modes and all the new additions, what was your favorite?
I love Escalation Slayer. I'm a bit of a social kid. I like the more relaxed modes, so seeing Escalation Slayer in like a team-based way was super fun. I had a blast with it, so
What about you, Echidna, okay? Out of everything that you saw, what was your favorite?
I enjoyed the bandit rifle, not gonna lie. And Chasm's pretty fun. Any CE fans in here remind me of boarding action a little bit, so it was fun, but I love the bandit.
Yeah, no, I like the bandit as well. There's a single shot fire precision rifles out there. We had a good time. Audience, did you guys enjoy that? Are you guys ready to play on season 3? All right, yo, that's gonna do it for us and our content creators on stage. It's time to get the rest of this tournament kicked off. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, it was getting very greasy up there on that main stage, especially with all of the incredible showcase of season 3 that we just had on show. Exceptional stuff from all of our content creators, some great gameplay coming across the board as well, and awesome to see the 2 new maps also in full swing as well. We got Chasm and Cliffhanger. I gotta say, Escalation Slayer was wicked. I love the oddball like Easter egg at the end, the special, yeah, the like level 10 part, you know, and also having the shroud screen come into play as well, which you pretty much had to do to be able to actually kill anyone with the oddball. What did you make of the showcase?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fun. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to close it out before both teams got to the oddball, but they felt like a Jenga tower at the end. And those oddball, like, paired with the shroud, I think that it's just so fun to try and build a strategy around it. You saw one team like trying to combine their shrouds to like make a path to close the distance. And if I'm like seeing that in front of me, that's got to be super intimidating. You got to like literally run away because like the closer that gets to you, you know eventually an oddball carrier is coming out of the other end and smacking you in the face.
How good does the bandit look as well? By the way, I was able to have a little play over there just before it, and honestly, I'm so excited to see what is going to go down, whether it's going to like make its way into competitive properly. Are the pro players going to enjoy it? And I think that it just has a little bit of everything, but a great show match. It's always amazing to see these content creators come in and get involved, and always love a little bit of Lady Echidna trash talk as well to finish things off.
I mean, what's not to love about that? She certainly can give and deal the trash talk, and she has the gameplay to go along with it as well, but incredible stuff coming across here from our content creators, and they really did put a show on for us. And I gotta say, I agree with you, the bandit rifle is really cool. We actually did see Lady Echidna playing with it in the first map and get a really sick kind of precision kill with that. It looked absolutely amazing, super powerful. Talk to me a little bit how you see this kind of transitioning into competitive play, and how powerful is the bandit rifle going to be?
Yeah, I think it's very powerful if you hit your shots, especially if you hit the first 5. If you don't, the recoil will kind of get out of control and you're going to have a much more difficult time. But I mean, looking at the talent we have, especially at the top of the HCS scene, I mean, those guys are going to do some damage. The kill time's pretty quick if you hit those 5 shots too, so the highlight reels are coming with that weapon.
They certainly are. And I'll tell you what, the Season 3 skins were on show as well.
Yeah.
They looked glorious out there in action. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, honestly, all the helmets, I literally watched exactly that unfold, and I was like, this is going to cost me far too much money now. I'm going to have to get every single set. I want to have every single helmet, and yeah, it looks great. I love that the teams were getting involved in the designs of it, and everyone is unique as well, which is nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. Do you have a favorite from
honestly, I actually really like the Cloud9 one. I think the Cloud9 one's kind of dope. Yeah.
I've been rocking the Complexity one in-house, and I just like the clean blue look of Complexity. And plus they got top 8, so I'm not going to get laughed at if I'm rocking that in the playlist. So thank you, Complexity guys. You guys came out, you showed out, you got top 8, best placing yet as a team, and now I get to rock your armor because it's clean, it matches my eyes. I like all of it.
I know. I'll tell you what, I'm really excited about Season 3. And if you are in the venue, then you're in luck because you can actually demo Season 3 right now. And if you're actually just tuning in, then don't worry, we got you covered. Here's a quick look at Season 3 and what to expect.
Why here? Because you refuse to see.
Triple kill, overkill. Kill-tacular. Kill trust. Kilimanjaro.
triumph for me!
And Season 3 drops March 7th, so make sure you guys are the first ones to tune into that one and mark the calendars, because you want to get in game, jump straight in. I mean, there's so much to look forward to. We've seen it all on show on the main stage already. I'm so excited. You've got the partner team skins coming. Everything just looks so incredible, and I can't wait to see the Shroud screen, the Bandit Rifle come into competitive play and see how those affect things. Gaskin, I actually didn't get to ask you a little bit about the Shroud screen and how you think that's going to affect things, especially for objective game modes, and how that's going to start to be used a bit tactically. You know, I kind of think of Valorant, etc. when I think of Shroud screens and being able to shoot through them. So to bring that to Halo, I think it's going to open up a whole lane of strategy around it.
It's going to change everything. I mean, smoke screens or whatever you want to call it in various different tactical shooters, they change FPSs. That is going to change how you push things, how you set up for things. It's going to mean that the Rhinoobs of the world, for example, can get a bit more creative with how they want to try and break an oddball setup or make sure they just break through a King of the Hill setup, for example. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great.
Me too. Well, I'll tell you what, Season 3 drops March 7th, but we're still here in this season right now, right here. And we've got to go on to the stage right now to get through our HCS event commendations. Blaze, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Charlotte, as you know, every event we have to show some love and respect to the best players throughout the weekend. It is time for our event commendations, and to help me do that, I got one of the best soldiers I know on stage. Give it up for David Walsh, the man himself. Now, our first award is gonna be from Main Slayer. And coming up first is our 2022 MVP and 3-time Dog Tag recipient. It's Lucid! Now, Lucid is your Main Slayer because he has been averaging a 1.29 KDA all tournament, and he has been a #1 Slayer with a rating of a 108. Give it up for Lucid. Now next, for best objective, it goes to Snakebite. He is #1 in CTF flag caps per game, #1 in oddball time per game, and holds the highest stronghold total attacking kills. Give it up for Snakebite. Now we have best support, and that goes to Royal 2, his teammate, who is averaging the highest assists per games coming into Sunday with the highest TES rating in the tournament of a 66.2. Give it up for Royal 2, everybody. Now, last but not least, coming out next is the man himself, leading Native Red through the most Game 5 wins all tournament to make it to Championship Sunday. It's Coach Trey from Native Gaming White. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your winners of the commendations.
A huge congratulations to all of our dog tag winners, and we're having so much fun already with the Season 3 showcase, the awards for some of these incredible players on the stage, but we still have to find our Charlotte Major champions. So let's get everybody back up to speed on where we are at, because it's Championship Sunday. I'm joined by Clutch and Gaskin on the desk, and we're playing for top 4 today, guys. We're playing for top 4, but we're also playing for that trophy. Clutch, where's your head at, especially post all the news last night, all the upsets that were going down as well? You know, it was absolutely crazy, but I don't expect anything less from a Saturday.
My head is on one series ahead of us. It's going to be Optic versus FaZe, and I've been waiting on this series the second they announced Renegade to this FaZe roster. I guess it was the other 3 joining Renegade on FaZe, but still, as soon as this roster combined, I couldn't wait to see them go up against the world champions in Optic. Optic have looked better and better every series. FaZe have looked consistently strong. These two are going to make some fireworks when they get onto that stage. That winners bracket finals is a series to watch.
Yes, it certainly will be. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket and see who's fighting fit. Their tournament lives on the line. It's one last go at this and one last push. The Space Station Gaming and Native White. Somebody from that winners final will drop down though to the elimination final. But who is it going to be? That semi-final is looking pretty spicy right now. If Native White can bring the fire that they brought yesterday night, Gaskin, this could be crazy.
All the way from the open bracket, Native White have been playing hours and hours upon hours of Halo, and they find themselves now in the top 4 with the chance. So you see at 12:30, coming up next is going to be Space Station versus Native White. But we know Space Station are the guardians of the elimination bracket. They dominate this bracket every single tournament, and they'll be looking to get to another grand final.
I love that. They really are the guardians of the elimination bracket. They really are the gatekeepers for sure. And on stage, we do have our elimination semi-final. We have Space Station Gaming versus Native White. Kicking things off with the underdog, unarguably, in this series, Native White. They have been so powerful, a full Cinderella story run here. What was so impressive about them yesterday, Clutch, that really stands out you're hoping for them to bring into today?
The most impressive thing to me with this team is their ice. How so often it felt like they were in 44-44 game 5s and they figured out a way to get the job done. Usually the teams that go on great runs win those close games. They have done it all tournament long, and their road to the top 4 has been nothing short of astounding.
You know, NA, ANZ, MX, a true international team here, Gaskin. What do these 4 players really bring to the table individually?
Lacking in European, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
just a little.
That's why they're in the top 4.
Yeah, there we go. Well, that's going to be it. I think that this team has a little bit of everything in terms of individual skill, but as they've started to click, the more games they've played, clearly the teamwork is becoming even stronger as well. I cannot stress enough how valuable it was for this team to play through open bracket. If we had seen this team start in pools, I'm not sure they would have got as far. I think they needed that experience. They needed to play together on LAN, and it seems like they get better and better with every game.
You know, speaking to Native White behind the stage, actually yesterday, there were certain moments where they were pretty much out for the count, like it was over. But they managed to pull it back, and especially in the Slayers, they managed to climb back a ridiculous deficit. You know, Space Station Gaming, on the other hand, though, I feel like they can ice up in those situations. If they are ahead of Native White, I don't have any doubt in my mind that they're not able to pull that one out of the bag with ease. So Native White are going to have to play in full force to get ahead of the curve rather than clutch up in the moments that matter most. When it comes to Space Station Gaming, they really are that elimination bracket nightmare. Clutch, what do these guys bring to the table?
I mean, everything. Bold prediction for today, Space Station will be playing in the grand finals. This team looked very strong against FaZe yesterday. It was a shame that they had to lose that series. A couple of deaths, a couple of kills go different ways. We're looking at them versus Optic in that winners bracket series. This team's full of veterans. They didn't miss a grand finals last year. I expect that streak to continue.
Yeah, I definitely expect that streak to continue. I think Space Station Gaming, it'd be kind of crazy to go against them right now, despite how incredible Native White have been on that kind of bounce through the elimination bracket. What do you expect out of Space Station going up against Native White? Is this going to be unknown territory for them? Are they going to not know what to expect when it comes to this roster?
I think certainly when you look at how Native White have got here, there is going to be that element of the unexpected. There is not going to be preparation from Space Station's side as much as they put into a FaZe or an Optic. But at the same time, they have had the night to look back at VODs. They've had the night to look at what Native White have to offer. But at the same time, I think Space Station is so focused on themselves and what they know they can achieve, they'll be just looking ahead at, you know, the elimination final, at a grand final again.
Now, I've got to say, Kevin Eco Smith, you can see what was tweeted after Worlds last year. That's on me, unacceptable performance, GG's. I think it takes a lot for somebody to come out and say that, especially on social media where, you know, everyone gets cooked. But, you know, this guy was on a tear yesterday. In fact, he's been on a tear all tournament long. There's nothing Eco can't do. I think having a veteran like him on your side is always going to bring such a huge potential for this roster. But having Eco pop off like that is dangerous in pretty much every single circumstance.
I mean, what a leader he is for this team, right?
Yeah.
We always praise Snakebite and how good of a leader he is for the former Sentinels roster, now FaZe. We got to do the same for Eco Smith. That accountability, that level of self-awareness and accountability, to have a teammate say, no, that's on me. Expect better from me. You should. I expect better from myself. I love that from him, and he's been playing lights out. That series against FaZe, I know I referenced it earlier, Eco was putting on a show. if they get a little bit more from Stellar and Penguin, they're going to go on a tear in this elimination bracket.
Gaskin, is the performance of Space Station Gaming here for the first match of Championship Sunday going to solidify in your mind how these guys are going to perform and play for the rest of the day, potentially?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a clear indication of, where their path is. How good are they going to be? But I think we'll learn a little bit more about their opponents after the winners' finals. Are they going to be a bit dejected when they drop into that elimination bracket? It does seem like Space Station have found the right path, right? Every time they drop the elimination a little bit earlier, they get the momentum from this elimination semi-final, and then they play against a team who drops down, maybe a little bit annoyed about the loss in that winners bracket, and they can take full advantage of that. I don't think it's on purpose, but if it was, it would be quite intelligent.
It would be quite intelligent. Clutch, looking at intelligence here, it's going to take a lot of that to overcome the brains and the power of Space Station Gaming. But Native White, what can they do? What is the key to the success here to cause potentially the biggest upset of their gaming tournament lives?
Yeah, this is going to be the biggest upset of any of their careers. I would have to think maybe Miquin back in the day in H5, but I mean, to beat this team, you're going to have to win both Slayers in a best-of-5, and somehow, some way, you're going to have to take an objective, and that's so difficult against a team like Space Station.
Well, folks, it is time. It is time to get that main stage set. We are pretty much ready to go, and your Championship Sunday starts right now.
Three majors, three different champions. We saw rookies surpass expectations and veterans return to form. In the end, Optic Gaming, with the power of the green wall behind them, secured the World Championship. It's time yet again to write a new chapter. But this time, the landscape has changed entirely. Super teams have formed to challenge Optic's reign, the young guns in the scene are entering their prime, and legendary maps and players alike make their return. Will Optic defend their crown, or will new champions steal their throne? This is the Halo Championship Series.
It's time for Championship Sunday, baby! And my gosh, do we have one heck of a series to start off, and its storylines across the board. The return of McWin to competitive Halo. SSG fighting for third place, trying to get back to that grand finals, having a journey right here in top 4. Doesn't end here. It's absolutely crazy. SSG versus Native White.
One team we expected to be here, one team we did not expect to be here. Native White made such a run all the way through the open bracket, all the way through pool play, and here they are in the elimination semifinals. What a story. This squad has to be one of the first that I can recall, or maybe in all of Halo's history, from 3 different countries. We got Australia, Mexico, and America all represented here on Native White. And what a roster do they have. All doubts against them have been crushed. This squad is on fire.
Although Native White might have lost to SSG early on in this tournament, they also lost to G1.
They lost.
And then they came back and beat out G1 to make it in the top 4 to begin with, and now they're looking to do the same, looking to get their revenge against Space Station Gaming, and of course going to start on Empyrean, that pit remake. Walsh, I know you're happy about that.
Yeah, I obviously love seeing myself some pit. But one thing that's interesting about this layout is both Game 1 and Game 5 were played when these two teams met up before. Space Station ended up taking both of those games against Native White. In fact, 3-0ing them in this series. But I've always heard the phrase, you're either teaching or you're learning. And so right there during that last series, Native White learned a lot. You know they went back to the drawing boards. You know they watched the film. you know they studied and tried to figure out what they do wrong on Empyrean CTF, what they do wrong on Aquarius Slayer, what can they swap up and change? And so they are gonna come in with the advantage of the element of surprise. Right now, Space Station is just gonna say, do what we did before. They won 4-0 on Empyrean CTF. They're not gonna swap anything up.
What's crazy to me is not only are SSG undefeated on Empyrean CTF, not a single team has capped a single flag against them. And forget winning the game, you can't even cap a flag against them. That objective efficiency too tough, and that objective defense even tougher. Native White have a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, and keep your eyes out for Bound here on Empyrean CTF. He has the highest KD ratio here for the Space Station roster, and he is just absolutely slaying everybody. So we're kicking it off here though, Tony. Take it away.
Going to the pit for game number 1. This brings me back to the MLG there. So, in the wise words of Farouk, let's lock it up!
I love the homage to our old OGs. And it doesn't get much more OG than Halo 3 pit-style map here in the form of Empyrean. We got snipers, we got rockets, we got overshield, we got everything you could want. And now we're gonna see who gets the better start. If we get an opportunity, I wanna kick it off with Bound. This person has the highest KD ratio on Empyrean CTF, and I want to see what it is. I was going to assume it's because he's got sniped, but it looks like Bound just gets in the action right away, pushing through long haul.
Love that play. You grab hold of that drop wall, drop it immediately, and apply pressure to the rockets. Sadly, those rockets hit right back, tapping buttons. Taps Bound right to the black screen, but SSG going 3 down. Native White looking different in game number 1. They're already in SSG's base.
I like this pressure here from Native White, not holding back, and what a smart grab. However, the team needs to get the slays. If Native White go down here, this flag's gonna be dead in the water, but 2 down, and flag's already halfway across the map. This is such a huge opportunity here for Native White.
Native White's offense looking good, and they're about to do what no other team has done before and cap the first flag against SSG on Empyrean. It's been done.
100% efficacy on flag grabs and caps. When you look at the kills across the board, Space Station has 5 kills, and Native White has 6 kills. Doesn't get much more efficient than that, Tony.
I got the chance to talk to Coach Trey Try in the back, and he said that one thing about this Native White squad is that they're resilient. They fear nobody. They know that they can beat anybody in the league, and so far they already got top 4, and they're 1 game away from making it into that elimination grand finals, into 1 game away from making it into the grand finals.
Yeah, they've just had so many close series. You know, that game 5 against G1, but just as quick as their lead was taken, it is now gone. Right there, Eco in the Space Station Gaming Squad answering back with a cap of their own. This one's a fast one, Tony. We're used to seeing this as such a low-scoring game, but within the first minute and a half, we have 2 caps on the board.
Big bounce back coming from SSG. Eco currently 5-1 at the moment on a killing spree, doing everything can to stay alive. You also see 2 members of SSG already pushing up over toward the training side. Native White are in trouble. They're half down.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, was it just a good or lucky start? Because there's 2 down and the pressure is not stopping. Eco just standing up on the plat, doing as much damage as possible. No worry about the snipe just yet. That's not coming up for quite a little bit, and they must have control on the Native White side as they're just forcing them to go through runway.
Eco had a very important responsibility, block that line of sight while that flag moved forward, and nobody able to touch Penguin while it makes it out, but somebody sneaks through. They pull the flag, we have a bit of a standoff, and Penguin ends up going down.
Tapping buttons gets the kill, trying to get the recap. Quickly run around the corner, but a grenade takes him out, and it's just slay after slay. Barcode coming in with the rockets and trying to be the hero. Look at everyone who goes near that flag pit, just falling, kill after kill. We got Penguin going for the recov. And that's gonna be flag return from both sides. So throughout that tumultuous series, it seemed like Native White were able to just get the crucial kills they needed, get that flag cap recovery, and keep it to a tied game.
Barcode making priceless plays with those rockets. The recov comes in, we're still tied up at 1 apiece. Stellar gonna immediately take the sniper over toward the tower side. All members up, so this next kill gonna be so important. You can't be the first team to go down in numbers.
Look at that, just slowing down quite a bit from what we've seen in these first few minutes, playing a little bit of defense, trying to make Native White make the first push, and then from there, potentially pushing on out. But right now, with these teams being so closely matched, they're just sitting back for a moment's time before making a move. Now that there's 2 kills on the board, I wouldn't be surprised to see Space Station make this move. However, if they have not killed the sniper just yet, which I believe is Gilkey, they might be a little more cautious. So it seems like Space Station's strategy is maybe deal with the sniper and then make a move on the flag.
With kills starting to immediately go towards SSG and Native White 3 down, I want to know how they respond. So why don't we jump into a listening? We need to find out how they're going to stop this flag.
Trying to get one shot. Nice, guys. Good shit.
Take our time. They're going to relay it.
Yeah,
Take our time.
Yeah. He's weak on it.
Yeah. Already relaying it.
Flag guys have. Yeah, hit flag guy. Green killed me, bound. He's weak at green. He's one shot. He's one shot at green as well. He's one shot at white as well. Yeah, hit that. That's nice balance. Yeah, hit that. Dude,
Still on our flag, guys. Still on our flag, guys. 25 Rockets OS, 25. On the touch.
Yeah.
Just give it up. I'm all one shot. Gotta kill this guy.
Yeah.
He's got neither on me. He got me. He's one shot first.
Yeah, hit that. He's on ammo still.
I got him.
That's good shit. I'm me and Sword, I think.
We have people.
Sword. Yeah, he's one shot. Dead.
Chris, it's your guys. You just
One shot in Sword with Heat Wave.
He's absolutely in the, inside.
In the room. I got rockets, guys.
I'm on those guys.
He's one shot, please. One rocket
Nice.
behind green,
Nice.
guys. I got sniper rockets. One rocket left in green, okay? Do we have a repulsor? He's one shot. Nice.
On bridge, maybe?
Yeah, here on bridge.
They might be playing for you. Do some damage. Take your time.
Running out. He's one shot. Stella, one shot.
Under green, slamming goes. Yep. This guy on me, Sword. Yeah, he's coming. He's on Sword flanking you. Ozbay. Oh, nice try, dude. Nice try. All good. They're gonna push through bridge.
Nice. Kill on. Two dead.
Like to push through bridge.
Love the energy, the passion, the communication coming out of Native White at the moment, but it is not translating into the scoreboard. You're still down 1-2 against one of the most objective, efficient teams that we have in the league.
Well, when we went to that listen-in, Native White were clearly on the defensive. They were just desperately trying to stop that first flag cap and then trying to get some semblance of control. But as we heard those callouts, and as we saw pushes across the map, they never really made it past the 50-yard line. At one point, they made it slightly past Sword, but that was just to check the other side of Sword. There really wasn't much advancing past their half of the map. Just consistently Space Station keeping some semblance of control on the Native White gaming base.
And with Native White going 3 down, the spawns are being predicted over toward the courtyard side. Space Station Gaming ready for it, and Eco running it toward the opposite side of the map. Hasn't been touched just yet as he makes it into the Needles Hall. If he gets to the long haul, this might be it, because Native White don't have the numbers. We might just see a 3-1 here.
Yeah, not looking like there's gonna be any sneak attacks here from Native White this time. That's gonna be a third flag cap going in uncontested. Once got back to the other half of the map, Stellar just wrecking faces over on the Sword side of the map. And this is such a difficult scenario to deal with. These players are so good at hitting no-scopes at every distance, and so even if you are to get close to that sniper in the form of Stellar, he's likely just gonna hit that body shot and take you out.
SSG looking comfortable here in the elimination bracket. They love that pressure on them. This is where they make their runs. This is where they make their names, and you know they play better on land. Finally, Native White starting to get the kill they're looking for. Gilkey now with the sniper rifle looks to make a play on Stellar. There's a trade out there, but Gilkey still has the snipe. 2 members in front of him. He's gonna have to hit one of these shots.
Yeah, just keep an eye out. Bound, trying to slide on through the Sword is not gonna happen. This is a great opportunity coming up here in a moment for Native. They're gonna grab this OS. Did not get stopped, and that's gonna be a no-scope on Stellar. Double kill for Gilkey on the Bound, and the push is starting here for Native White. They can get a second cap here shortly.
I don't know if it's a heat wave, a microwave, but let this man cook! An overkill! Now gonna go for the kill check, almost able to get it. Stellar shuts him down, but Gilkey absolutely going off.
That weapon, a double-edged sword. Sometimes you're getting overkills, and sometimes you might shoot your eye out as that heat wave banked back on the flag. Huge, huge plays for Native White, but you have to wonder if they're getting an overkill and they're not even getting over to the opposite half of the map and getting a flagpole. What do they have in store for the rest of this game, Tony?
It's gonna be tough, but there's still 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and Gilkey, I believe, Penguin, the icy double kill. The Needler, I know you know about that a little bit. Going to go for the challenge on McWin, forcing him to back down, bound with the bait and switch here. SSG starting to pinch Native White into a corner, and the flag is already being pulled again.
Yeah, just constant pressure here. It's so impressive seeing this from the space station side, because there's a lot of times where they're arguably even in numbers, or just even slightly behind, but they somehow are always across the map, or it doesn't feel like Native White are able to take over the space station side of the map. And I'd love to hear their strategy and how they do that at some point, whether it's they know when to push out of their base or when they know to hunker down, but it's just brilliant. Just this entire time, even something like Stellar, just ringing around the rosy at bottom snipe tower, staying alive.
Kyoki does end up going down, but he does play the sniper rifle off of the map. That could be huge for them, but Penguin coming in with the pink miss.
Respect.
Flag being pulled onto the plat, tapping buttons, getting a critical kill onto Stellar. Eco wants to get into position, but right now, SSG needs to focus on slaying, and Native White are focused on clearing out their base.
Pay attention once again. This is a time where Space Station are down in numbers, but somehow are on the offensive and keeping so many members of Native White back at their base, hunting them out. So during that time where Eco was staying alive, look at how far across the map Stellar is. Look at where Bound has charged over to. That was a time when it was a 2-on-3 in the Native White base. It just bought so much time for their teammates. So super impressive here from the Space Station Gaming squad.
And now Native White, knowing that their base is safe at the moment, you're seeing them start to get aggressive toward the long haul, but that aggression doesn't always pay off. Barcode ends up going down, takes down Eco with him. Penguin still has that sniper rifle, so Native White have to be real careful. The moment they go 2 down, SSG will start to aggress forward. The spawners are now coming in. Penguin pushing over toward the tower side. Native White pull.
Great reposition there from Penguin, realizing that as long as he's alive, top tower sniper, that flag is not going to be able to move comfortably. They have to deal with Penguin before they can really move this. Otherwise, body shot like that's going to happen to Barcode, and that flag cap opportunity is going to be shot down.
Shot through the heart, and they were too late. 3-1 lead in favor of SSG, and now time really becoming a factor here. A minute on the clock. Native White, they need to throw caution to the wind. They need to start pushing up. They need to start getting these off pulls. It looks like Penguin's aware of it. He's just guarding this flag, and now to the point where he's sitting in the corner like a Call of Duty player.
Yeah, Penguin was hoping not to be here, not to have pressure on the flag at this point, but there's 2 down for Space Station. Bound and Stellar, the last 2 defenders. That's gonna be Stellar going down. Bound gonna successfully get another kill. And so, time and time again, you see a nice advantage there from Native White, but they're not able to translate that into a capture. I feel like these members of Space Station just a bit too squirrely. They just know how to break out their bad spawns and get into stronger positions. Whereas when Space Station have control, they're forcing spawns over in courtyard or towards the corner and making it so they have predictable routes from the defenders.
16 seconds left, and it's about mathematically impossible for Native White to win it here. We talked about it going into this matchup. Not a single team has been able to cap a flag on SSG. Native White do once, but Space Station gave the answer right back. The objective efficiency too much, and they're gonna go up 1-0 in the series.
Impressive start, but it's all about how you finish. Space Station answering the very first capture that Native White got with 3 captures of their own. The first time they matched up on this earlier in this weekend, Space Station won 4-0 on Period Flag. 3-1's a much closer scoreline, but end of the day, a win is a win.
Trey Tri said, this team is used to playing on their back foot, and right now 0-1 in the series and a so important game number 2 ahead of us. Native White are gonna have to answer right here, right now. Treat this game 2 as if it's a game 5. Do not allow SSG any more momentum than they have right now.
Yeah, it is tough. One also interesting stat is I believe Space Station are just the game 1 kings right now. 6-0 in their game 1 series across all of Charlotte. So I need to double check that stat with our crew back there, but when I heard that one originally, I was like, I believe it. I can't think of a single game 1 that they've lost so far this weekend.
It is a fact. Shout out to Easy Mac for sending us those stats. Man, let me tell you, that's crazy. Undefeated in game 1. SSG looking to go undefeated in grand finals though against season 1, never dropping out of that second place spot. Native White, though, the story of the tournament, I told you, there's plenty of storylines here. I believe in Native White. I believe they could take game 2.
I mean, just must be something with the Native Gaming org. I mean, we saw that Cinderella run at Worlds with Native Red. We're now seeing this impressive run with Native White. This run isn't even done yet, but just goes to show that something with this org and these players just makes some magic.
Talk to me a little bit about McWin. Coming back, he wasn't allowed to compete all through season 1. He wanted to. Let me tell you, man, I interviewed him a little while ago, and he guaranteed me he could put a top 4 team together, and here we are, top 4, looking to go even further. Talk to me about McWin and what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I would say McWin's in a very interesting position. So for those that don't know, McWin worked on the game early on, and because of that, was not allowed to compete in the first season of Halo Infinite due to any unfair competitive advantage. So he had to take this whole year off, and I feel like that's actually a huge detriment, because if you consider not being able to play with the best of the best players, not being able to scrim, not being able to get those hardcore games and tournaments under your belt in season 1, you're coming from a back foot. You're coming from a significant disadvantage despite what you may have gained early on. But McWin, I think, has this interesting balance now of, you know, going back from competitive, going back to, you know, kind of real world, like other jobs, and then saying like, you know what, I'm a competitive gamer at heart. I need to go back and do this. So I feel like he's got that drive. He understands what it takes to be at the top. He's been at the top many a times, and he's got this amazing squad to be able to do it. Kind of hand-picking all these top individual talents that weren't on these other top rosters. Like I said, 3 different countries on this roster. Tapping Buttons from Mexico, Barcode from Australia, and then Gilkey and McWin here from the United States. And they've just found such a magical roster. They've been doing so well. So yeah, I think McWin, like I said, a few more years of life experience under his belt, understand what it needs to do to be at the very top here in Halo, and it's already showing the very first event back.
We flashed some stats on the screen, and we talked about the matchup. And one play I noticed on there was Tapping Buns, 4,600 damage. Every single Slayer he plays, that is absolutely incredible. He's gonna be your main damage dealer. McWin coming back, you know, and don't forget about a little bit of Gilkey and Barcode too.
I didn't forget about it.
Native White, answer here on the streets.
And there's everything you want on the streets. I mean, on the black market on the streets, you can get a stock rifle, you can get a bulldog, you can get strong sides left kidney. You can buy pretty much anything you want over here in Mombasa.
Eco starting off immediately, going toward the entire side of the map. Thought we were going to see a toss of the rockets there, but it looks like a couple of grenades go out. They try to take over that B side of the map, and Eco clears it out beautifully, but that stalker rifle in the hands of Native White. As I say, that Native White go 3 down. SSG take early advantage here.
And look at this early push on Tram. Once again, trying to stagger those spawns. You'll notice how every single time these players on Space Station will get a kill or 2, as long as they have the shields to warrant the push, they're gonna push and continually try to kill those remaining players, especially when they know where they're at. They just want to make sure that they continue this 4-on-2 advantage. And this is actually really difficult here for Native White. They give up a little too much ground here at the tower, and they're kind of pinned this position. Bound trading out kills with Barcode, but Eco still has the pin over at PD, and that's gonna be Gilkey trying to fight out for his life, but once again, staggered spawns. Look at these members just charging over towards every weak member of Native White.
Oftentimes we talk about the numbers advantage, you know, putting your opponent 2-3 down and keeping that pressure on, but it also starts from that shield advantage you talked about before, you know, hitting those shots, making your opponent weak, force them to back down and not watch that alley so that you can then push up. And SSG, one of the best at it. Look at that scoreboard, it ain't getting any prettier.
Also, look at this rinse and repeat format. It's pretty obvious after Space Station clear out Tram, their first point of focus is taking over this tower. They realize once they have this tower, they have the second crucial angle to take out any players near PD or tires in that area. Also, if you're by yourself over at tower, you have so many escape routes. It generally needs 2 players to clear out a tower. Otherwise, you're kind of flipping a coin and which way you're running out and escaping.
SSG have now 4x Native White scoreline. At this point, everybody on SSG is out slaying Native White seemingly by themselves. 5-1 out of Stellar, 5 assists to go along with it. 5-1 out of Penguin. Eco hasn't even died a single time, yet Native White are struggling here on the streets of New Mombasa.
And that is tough. I mean, they also just have been at a disadvantage pretty much from the get-go after losing those initial fights. They are spawning without more teammates out there. They don't have the weapons. You know, you have the Bulldog or Stalk Rifle in the hands of the members of Space Station. It's really tough to fight with back foot against these top players. I mean, it's tough to fight on even footing with members of Space Station Gaming. Now when you give them an advantage, whole different story.
Tension is building here, and time is just running out. Native White need to answer. Something needs to change, and time again, you find yourself on the black screen. Native White haven't even fought fully loaded. At no point in time have I seen them 4 up except at the start of the game.
And that is not a good sign. This map right here was the closer that we saw Native White take out G1 yesterday in game number 5. But I don't know if we're gonna see this one turn. Something needs to happen fast. I mean, they are down by 13 kills, double the score at the moment. They need to go on a spawn trap and slay of their own, but every single time these members of Space Station at least they'll take out 1 or 2 and disallow that full setup.
Tabin was the first one to get a kill for Native White. Maybe they can play through that. Penguin ends up going down as well, so finally that damage being put in by Native White, and they're gonna play through it. 3 down for SSG. This is Native White's first opportunity of putting the pedal to the metal, actually setting the pace here in the game.
And look at this, Eco just gonna buy that little extra time, trying to stay alive. And during that time, you're gonna notice him try to ideally spawn with the rest of his teammates and then make a push it out, but I feel like that might just be the little difference here is even with these members of Space Station, if they're going down, they're making Native White really traverse the map, travel around corners, get those kills, and that's gonna be those seconds that add up over time and disallow the staggering of spawns that we've been seeing has been so successful from Space Station.
Normally we see Eco being that big brain player, the play caller, you know, sitting behind his teammates and allowing them to be that 3-headed monster. But as of right now, 8 and 4, 5 assists, a 1.41 KD. Eco is taking over.
One thing that was really interesting there about that rocket pickup as well from Space Station is Penguin was right next to the rockets. He had 1-shot damage in him. And instead, he just stood there watching the stairs and watching Tram to make sure nobody jumped out to contest the rockets and let Eco come from behind and grab those rockets. Just those slight differences from these top pros, which don't allow for any room for error. There's no window of opportunity where Mickwin could have popped out and picked off Penguin as he was picking up those rockets. It was just perfectly executed, power weapon secured.
Had a little jump scare moment right there. Those nades came out of nowhere, bound, kind of obliterated over toward the arcade side. But it's SSG that aren't playing any games at the moment, moving into the end game right here, right now. Penguin coming in with the Bulldog, and now the 2v1 versus Yoki. Yoki goes down. 40 kills have been accomplished, make it 41. This is bad for Native White. They might be falling 0-2.
And look at this, even without seeing players at the cafe just yet, Space Station had so much presence across the map. They had Tram, they had PD/B side, and they just knew they had spawn over at Neon/Cafe, and they are just start pinging it, just saying, everyone look this way, someone's gonna be making a move sooner or later.
44-25 in favor of SSG. Now just 6 kills away from taking game number 2 and being 1 game away from sending Native White home. We talked about this team being destined to make yet another grand finals, and they're looking in grand final shape right now. Bulldog into the BR for Penguin as he makes his way back over toward the mid side, trades out that Bulldog for rockets. Penguin doesn't end up going down, but Bounce picks those rockets right back up.
The rockets picked up, but even if Native can grab that last rocket, there's not a whole lot we fear that they can do here. That's gonna be Penguin going down, Eco going down, Stellar going down, Bound the only one alive. Now, Native need to go for some form of spawn trap. They can't just try to get a perfect setup and just try to trade out kill after kill in a neutral game. So I'd love to see them get another kill here soon and then push in.
Native White will not go down without a fight. McWin with the rockets is another kill in favor of Native White. Tapping buttons follows up, but Stellar and Bound back-to-back kills. Now you're just looking for one more here for SSG. 36 bullets of pure pain from the assault rifle. 2-0 here for SSG. Man, do they look comfortable.
Not a steak-tacular with it being 50-33, but regardless, a strong statement of performance. Anytime you can win somewhere 50 and 40 below, your team was clearly in the lead that game, just performing so well.
sessions, boys. Get up, take a break, talk a little bit of strategy, and get a little bit of a breather right now. It's a really tough matchup regardless. We're talking about top 4. Where if this makes it to the top 3, then you're one series away from making it to the grand final, so you can feel the pressure and the tension in the arena. I feel a lot away from out here.
I know. I saw you jumping.
I was in the game.
You were right in the match.
I'd be strafing in real life, too. I don't gotta be playing.
But game number 3 is going to be Strongholds on live fire. The way that this is going thus far, I mean, it's hard not to predict that Space Station is going to clear this 1-3-0. However, when we look at the Strongholds matchups so far throughout this tournament, both teams are 1-0 on live fire Strongholds. Space Station 1-0 when they beat Divine Mind, and Native White are 1-0 when they beat Luminosity, 250-217. So, like I said, neither of the teams have beaten here in Charlotte just yet, but when I look at that scoreline of a 250-52, and I notice how these squads have been playing thus far, it's hard not to predict anything but a 3-0 from Space Station here as they work their way towards the elimination finals.
Yeah, if I'm a fan of Native White, I'm really upset seeing Strongholds that game number 3, them fighting for the tournament live, because I would say SSG and FaZe are the 2 best Strongholds teams that we have in the league right now. So, to try to play them on their bread and butter when you're 1 loss away from being sent home, it's really tough.
It is tough, but I mean, if anyone's been able to do it with their backs against the wall, it has been this Native White roster all tournament long. No room for error, really, as they're going through the open bracket. So many teams in a brutal pool play, fighting squads like G1, and somehow taking them out last night.
Did I see my man Blackout with an SSG tattoo? I'm pretty sure on his right arm he had an SSG tattoo. SSG for life, apparently. My gosh. And I mean, rightfully so. I mean, they're a great team, great organization, and right now up 2-0, 1 win away from making it into the top 3.
And yeah, at this point, if they just continue how they're going, it's going to be that. Now, for me, it's going to be curious if they're able to advance here. Who do they prefer to play? Do they want to try to play FaZe and get some revenge and kick them while they're down? Or do they want that full-on grand finals match against FaZe? Either way, there is no easy matchup coming here. FaZe, Optic, Space Station, Native White, the best of the best are still in this event.
And now you talked about SSG, looking forward into that elimination finals. Is that what I mean, you're up 2-0 in a series like this. I mean, granted, Native White, they're a hungry roster, but do you kind of in the back of your mind kind of look past, or do you no, we got to finish the job. We still have 1 more win to go. You're in the moment here.
Absolutely. You cannot look too far forward. Made those mistakes before and just said, all right, we got to worry about this next match, not this very first one. And that's where it comes to bite you, where you start to get preconceived notions of how badly you need to win or what the scoreline needs to be. You need to focus on each game, each moment. These players are here for a reason. So I guarantee Space Station aren't overlooking past Native White, but they realize they're in a very strong position. Native White aren't playing as strong as they were last night. You see all these players from Space Station win their one-on-ones or just out-maneuvering and just fighting consistent 2v1s.
We saw a little bit on the screen right there. You saw Penguin being that highest damage dealer. Whoa.
I can't tell if that was a big fan or disrespect.
That looked like some disrespect right there. Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Native White fans are absolutely outnumbered.
That's supposed to be one stressful household. You got 1 Native White fan, 1 SSG fan. Oh my gosh. Either way, SSG versus Native White. We saw on the screen. We talked about Penguin, and how he's been forming into this Slayer. He's always that objective, efficient guy. Always in the advanced analytics showed that he's one of the best capture the flag players in the game. But then we saw highest damage dealer, highest KD. Penguin is really starting to step into his own. Again, not as an objective player, but as a pure Slayer as well. And I'm loving every moment of it.
Yeah, we definitely see those moments from him, but we don't see it as consistent as we see from the top Slayer when we have on the Space Station roster, whether it's in the form of Bound or in the form of Renegade last season. But he has those moments where he'll happily put up 18 kills or 20 kills in a Slayer from time to time and help carry his team to victory. But I think the part that's most impressive about Penguin is just his consistent presence on the map. We talked about before where in that Streets game where he was right next to Rockets. He could have grabbed those right away. Instead, he realized he had a shot on him. Instead, sets up Eco to perfectly grab those Rockets. Zero chance for that to go awry as Penguin was watching any angle the last member of Native White could attack from, and set Eco to grab the perfect set of Rockets. So that's the time where you start to look at the math, you're like, wait, Penguin could have just grabbed those Rockets, got 2 free kills and done X, Y, or Z. But instead, he's just focused on the team as a whole. He doesn't care if he gets the kill, as long as one of his teammates gets the kills.
And on the other side, I want to talk about also a little bit about Native White. You're seeing on screen. I want to talk about Gilkey and what he provides to this team with that 1.3 KD as well. Oh, gosh. I'm a big fan of Gilkey. You know, Coach Callis says that he's the best back player in the game. And when you have 2 heavy damage dealers like Barcode and Tapping Buns being your forward place of facing players, getting in there, doing the damage, Gilkey just sits behind them, is like pick, just knocking them down with that incredible accuracy. I like the way Native White are formed. I think they're a recipe for success.
Also, just look at the stats. Another tale is told, where you look at Stellar with 13.8 kills per game compared to Gilkey's 16. But to me, this just says that Space Station are closing out the games a little earlier. They're holding their steps a little bit longer. Whereas when Gilkey has 7.7 captures per game compared to Stellar's 4.8, that sounds like a heck of a lot more chaotic there on Native White's end as they're trading strongholds back and forth, fighting around the map. Maybe don't have as structured or slowed down of a setup.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, we saw on Empyrean capture the flag that no team was able to cap a flag on their defense, and I'm sure that translates into other game types like Strongholds, like King of the Hill. When they get into the defensive stance and playing through that double cap or even the triple cap, they don't lose it. You're struggling to find that kill on the perimeter player for you to open things up and take down SSG, because SSG don't lose gunfights. They don't lose pivotal battles, and that's why one of the reasons why the defense are so strong is that offense that kind of carries it.
Yeah, it's like a lingering offense as part of their defense. They always seem to have this member who's still just hiding out, buying some time. Even one of the times where we saw 3 members dead from SSG, you saw Penguin alive and tram with a stock rifle, just crouched in the corner, eventually picking off Mikwin. They're just so much more aware of the numbers game on the map and know when they need to be backing down and hiding, where I feel like if I had to assume on the call-outs there for Native White, they're just calling out where someone's one shot, and then before they know it, they're saying, oh wait, 2 or 3 of us down, and the last person's already exposed, already give away their position, and shortly taken down thereafter.
So on extremely fast game type like Strongholds, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. If you're on the Native White roster, you're on the Native White coach, and who's the one player that's going to be your X-Factor that you expect to be that standout player that's going to be able to open up the map here on Livefire?
I mean, I saw some impressive kills on Livefire Slayer from Tapping Buttons, but I'm going to have to go with our other foreign friend here, Barcode. Barcode can be that X-Factor. I saw him charging with absolutely zero respect for some of his opponents, just challenging fights and winning them. And if anything, he's got to do it now. No room for error. 1 game away for Native White's tournament life. We're kicking it off here with Barcode in game number 3, Livefire Strongholds.
This might just be the final time you see Native White here in this tournament. SSG looking to get back into yet another grand finals. Native White just trying to show us how resilient they could be.
And while he made a great push towards Nest, Sniper in the hands of Stellar, and look at this reposition. Gonna gather with his teammate over towards Sandbags, try to get an angle here. But this is looking good for Native White at the start. This is a tough stronghold to take. Right now, Space Station cannot charge towards B. They're trying to make the pivot over towards C, but the rotation is being read. Tapping Buns gets double kill. No scope from Stellar to answer that back, and this Overshield battle has just begun. Looks like Gilkey and Mikwin are fighting over it, and that's gonna be Overshield and Sniper and Heatwave, all near Mr. Mikwin.
Space Station Gaming had first sight on that Overshield, but Tapping Buttons gets a huge double kill, and they even take down the Sniper player as well. Grab a hold of Overshield, but you can't get back smashed like that.
That was devastating to lose that Sniper. I mean, you saw all those grenades buying time and stopping on pillars. You almost have to wonder if Mikwin's Spidey sense needs to go off in that situation. He's realized, like, wait, how do they know I'm coming through tunnel at this exact spot? Do they have eyes on me somewhere? Because that was either eyes from Penguin calling it out, or just a read from rotating over from Keydor.
Penguin and Bound back-to-back kills. Eco able to get away with that sniper rifle. We're starting to see Native White prioritize the B side of the map. The problem is that SSG have the right in their sight. They push them out, get the kills necessary, steal away the Bravo side. A momentary trip cap for Space Station Gaming, still holding on to 2.
Yeah, and Eco wisely worrying more about C-Plat rather than B, because at any moment, if he knows pressure's coming over towards B, he can push over towards Nest. But then secondly, gets to help set up for this new overshield, which it just felt like happened moments ago. Mikwen had that so shortly ago.
So tough for Native White. They try to manage capturing an objective, but also this overshield is coming right up, and they're able to take away A. So they have an A-B setup as Native White, but they sacrifice the overshield to get it. And mind you, SSG already had the sniper rifle.
Yeah, looks like Native White, we're going for short-term gains instead of going for that overshield in a stronger setup. And now they're going to feel the punishment for this. Stellar pushing with OS. There's no way Tapping Button's going to get any kill there. But the problem is he didn't get any damage. You saw Tapping Button's probably getting ready to tap his left trigger and go for a grenade. But at some point when that OS is a factor on the map, you need to do it as a team effort. Shoot that player, take it down. Otherwise your teammate's going to have to deal with repercussions.
Multiple members of Native White are trying to control the A side. It's going to be a big kill by Tapping Buttons to stop SSG from stealing A. They don't want to be put in the trip cap. They've come, but sadly they're being sent right back to the black screen. 3 down for Native White. The final player being slammed against the wall. Breakfast is served. That's a pancake.
What a brilliant play with a repulsor and grenade. I don't know if that was just 200 IQ play, just prepping it to go over there, but that was incredible from Eco. C stronghold reverted, so at least that bleed's gonna stop, but now where did Native White go? There's really no clear, easy route to go towards B. A is not an option at the moment since Space Station have top center control. There's just really no good option. And it looks like Native White try to rotate around. Looks like they go through tunnels and get towards A, but ultimately you traded A for C. Is that big of a difference? Ultimately, you need to somehow get towards top center or sneak someone towards B. And Penguin in such an aggressive position right there. Can't believe that, but must be because Bound has already put that trip cap hurt over on A.
There it is, another capture coming in to be A. Like you said, another swap where Native White are forced to rotate across the map, and SSG out-rotating them, outplaying them, outslaying them as Penguin goes in for 2. Repulsing the final grenade that should have taken him down. Stellar steals an overshield. Nothing going right here for Native White.
Another overshield here coming out for SSG. So SSG staying on top of these power-ups, and they will happily just go back and forth trading A and C with them all day. And when they get the extra slays, they get a trip cap. There goes Tapping Buttons down, and this is looking dire here for Native White. They need to do something, and they need to do it quick.
It's sad to see. I mean, the story was amazing. Native White fought their way throughout the open bracket, and man, was it a gauntlet. One of the toughest open brackets that we've seen and they got that one of 4 spots to make it into pool play, and had an incredible run to make it into the top 4. But sadly, they have run into SSG, and SSG are simply on another level. And from what I've heard, there's levels to this.
And SSG are just looking very scary here for Championship Sunday. Now, we might see an opportunity here where Native White are able to cap B. In fact, they're going for a trip cap. I don't disagree with putting the sectional pressure on the map, but just as quick those little caps were taken, look at them being reverted. A capture going for Space Station, B capture going for Space Station, double kill for Bound and Eco. Doing so much damage across the map. Just so many kills going in favor of Space Station, and I just don't see it stopping. We haven't seen any points throughout this where Native White take control of top center, and they can't because they don't have the weapons, they don't have the overshield, they don't have the firepower to take over top center and control more of the map. They're getting out-rotated because they don't have the center of the map.
Stopping, Dave, we're talking stopping. You can't stop SSG. You can only hope to contain them. Slow them down. You ain't gonna stop them, because look at that scoreboard. It's a 235-40 lead in favor of SSG. They're 15 seconds away from coming out on top, and they're not stopping whatsoever.
Yeah, one of the first times we're seeing control of top center here for Native, but they get shut down. We're now seeing A being controlled by Space Station. That's gonna be a double cap in a second, and all they have to do is just prevent these players from running on over towards B, and even though Kill can OS, the sniper's gonna shred that quickly.
Just like me in a 1v1 against Dave in Halo 3, they didn't stand a chance. SSG making it look easy with the 3-0 sweep. Native White going home.
That is tough. I would say throughout all of Halo Infinite, all the players there on that Native White roster have yet to win a game against SSG, or at least this foursome when they played under the Cloud9 banner. Obviously, Gilkey getting taken down multiple times under that G2 roster. Barcode when he was on the Chiefs, and when he was ultimately moving on over towards the G2 roster.
We said it time and time again, SSG, one of the favorites to make it into the grand finals, and now they're gonna be one series away from doing just that. Still gotta go through a winners finals to find out who's gonna be their opponents, but if you're SSG, I mean, it legitimately looks easy.
They look really good, and now is where they get to focus on the future. Now they can decide, all right, do we sit and watch this next match, or do we sit and talk about the next maps we're going to be going through in the elimination final? Do we sit and warm up during some free-for-alls? Each player is different. Some people like to chill back for a little bit, watch some gameplay, see if they can notice some tendencies. Other players just like to sit in some FFA lobbies and keep their shot warm.
Now, if I'm Native White, I feel like I have nothing to hang my head low about. Like, obviously that series could have done better, but we talked about it. They'll run through the open bracket. The fact that everybody counted them out, even going into pool play, to even make it here to the top 4, when most people's power rankings had them around 16 or 12. You know, the online qualifiers didn't exactly go their way, but what they proved today is with a little bit of practice and being on LAN, they're dangerous. You do not want to see Native White in pool play, open, you don't want to see them anywhere.
Yeah, definitely not hanging their head low. The only time they do that if they're looking at any other team besides Space Station, FaZe, and Optic, because they outplaced everyone else here at this impressive event.
Well, Dave, this was my first Championship Sunday cast. It was amazing to do it with you. You know how we feel about that series. Why don't we send it over to Lottie in the desk and find out how they feel.
Thank you so much, Tony and Walshy. How I feel like Space Station is just a cut above Native Red, if not a couple of cuts above Native, White.
I mean, and Native Red.
And Native Red, yeah. And Native Red, but Native White is who we're talking about.
No reason to kick Native Red while they're down.
Yeah, there was no reason for that. I don't know why I just decided to be so awfully terrible there. But I'll tell you what, though, I think it's pretty obvious where the skill gap is coming in between these two teams. But Gaskin, I've got to ask you, Native White goes on this crazy Cinderella story run yesterday, looking so great. A lot of fans high hopes coming into today, and then they meet a team like Space Station Gaming where it is a leap, hop, a skip, and a jump to get up to that level. Why do you feel like that is?
I think this happens after World Championships, where everyone tries to build a new team to beat the champions. You can go one of two ways. You can either stick with a roster like SSG have done, or you can maybe make one tweak like FaZe have done, and that's where we've got these powerhouses now. We've got our big 3 teams. Everything below that, you've kind of lost maybe some of these up-and-coming players who have had to switch rosters. They're trying to make something work. It's a little bit iffy here or there. You've not necessarily had as much practice, and that's why there's usually a big gulf after a World Championship going into the first event. But that gulf is going to close the further we get into this season.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Let's talk about the play of the match, though. That's coming from the guy we were talking about just a moment ago before this series started. It's going to be Eco with his double kill. Clutch, there's so many things you can say about this guy, but it's on show here yet again, and probably will be later on.
Yeah, what a talent he is for the HCS right now. Space Station Gaming, they need everybody to step up. Talk about the leader on this team. He leads by example. Headshot on the McWin right there. That basically isolates the game, the series, puts the punctuation on it. Great use of the sandbox with the plasma pistol before that, but I mean, Eco, he is such a difficult kill. He doesn't miss shots. He calls the shots for this SSG roster. He is everything for these guys, and they know exactly where they're headed, and I would assume that is back to the grand finals appearance.
Yeah, I've got to say they are the gatekeepers of the elimination bracket for a reason, and they are certainly keeping those gates firmly shut for now. We'll see exactly how they do heading into that elimination finals. But I want to talk about one more clip, and yes, it did come from Native White. It was right at the beginning. Gilkey with the overkill. We were all screaming when this happened, and we were joking backstage as well, Gaskin, about how Gilkey is the only person that could kill himself.
Yeah, it went a disappointing way. What could have been an incredible kill tack, but the overkill that he had was nuts. But I think it was actually the fact he was able to kill himself in the end, which was not necessarily what you would expect when you've had such an amazing overkill performance. But I do think Gilkey was just so hyped with what was going down here. You're never going to predict the bullets to hit yourself there, right? It does happen though sometimes, and regardless, it's still one of the top clips that we've had so far this tournament.
Yeah, he didn't give them the satisfaction. We'll go with that. He didn't give them the satisfaction for ending his run and potentially getting that kill tag there. We have the stats on the screen for you here. Clutch, anything particularly sticking out?
It was tough for Native White.
Yeah.
I guess you expect some poor statistics on that side, especially after a 3-0 performance. When you don't win games in series, the statistics are probably going to be pretty rough. So that sticks out, but Bound, maybe not the strongest performance in this series, but he's been playing great all weekend long. Maybe didn't wake up on the right side of the bed, but I'm sure that was a nice warm-up. I expect a lot out of Bound going into the Elimination Bracket Finals. Look for him to pick it up, and with all three of the remaining players on SSG having quite the series, it looks like they are reared to go for whatever team they're waiting on.
Yeah, indeed. I think Space Station Gaming just warming up here, and Bound, I think, will be let out of his cage later on. But for now, he's just, keeping it calm, cool, collected, waiting for the next opponent to fall in that elimination finals. Well, we're heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have our winners finals for you guys on the main stage. Somebody's going into that grand final spot, and somebody is going to have to meet Space Station FaZe versus Optic right after this.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Can you explain to me how my iPad opened up a camera? Because I don't know how to work these.
I think you were trying to just take a picture right now. That's what you're looking to do. There you go.
My cousins are gonna love this.
I know.
They're huge Optic fans. We are here with Lucid, and we are here to ask some burning questions. Have you been outside since Halo Infinite launched? Like, have you seen the sun or touched the grass?
It's very rare. I am a very fair-skinned man.
Hey, same.
So you obviously have not stepped outside as well.
No, I don't.
No
last time I've seen sunlight was 2019.
Yeah.
What's your KDA looking like right now on average?
I have no idea.
This guy doesn't even come with stats. What an idiot. How much mousse is used?
0 mousse.
0. This is just pomade.
Yeah. Average day is probably get up, of course, probably later, gamer hours, naturally, but
love that.
Love the slow cap on. Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people have caught up at this point. I mean, the one thing that I think could be abused even harder by pretty much everyone is like repulsor.
Really?
Yeah, I think repulsor is like the most unique thing in the game.
I've only been called repulsor. I've tried to use a repulsor, but I can't successfully.
Right.
When I played Dave Walsh 14 years ago in an online match, I said, would you like to scrim sometime? And he said, sorry, buddy, I don't have time for it. And when I brought it up to him, Lucid, you know what he said to me? He said, I gave you the old, I don't have time for that, huh? He was never gonna play me. Could I try on your glasses?
For you, anything, of course. But
there's not a lot of budget.
I can see that.
I'm just really surprised you showed up to this motel.
But I have to try on your hat.
Okay.
You have to hand that to me.
It's kind of wet, like on the top. Is that okay?
On the top?
Yeah.
Well, then I'll keep it really loose.
I like that. Oh my gosh. You look like a DJ from the 90s. What do I look like? Do I look good?
You look like a... Okay, that look is a... It's a very particular one that...
Yeah?
I don't know if you need to be showing off around here, but... There you go.
I love that.
As well as the hat.
Thank you for trying my hat.
Of course. Just falling over again.
Oh, is it? Here, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Oh, I miss her so much, man.
It's okay.
what is your favorite Halo Infinite map to beat everybody's ass in?
Probably Recharge. I think Recharge is pretty.
That's Shock.
Pretty solid. Shock is nice. It is the only map that's on.
Daddy, bro. But seriously, this guy's incredible. Sandbox Poppy is your new nickname, by the way.
That's got to be the new Smurf.
If it's not, like, if I don't see that in a playlist, like it, because now I'm in like silver, like bronze, silver.
Naturally.
So if you make a Smurf, maybe you could help me kind of.
Someone's gonna make that Smurf right as we're speaking. I'm not even gonna have a chance to now.
So I played in a tournament with Lucid, and we're down like what 242 to like 190 with 2 minutes on the clock.
Pretty rough spot.
We're out if we lose this. I'm screaming call-outs, and this guy literally is like, "It's fine, I got 2. It's fine, I got 3. I killed the whole team. The whole team's down again. The whole team's down again." And I'm like, I've never met anybody with composure like you. And I was talking to Stellar earlier about it as well. Like, you guys are just a different breed when it comes to like keeping. Like, I literally after that with you had tried to like, because I played a lot of like Warzone and all that other stuff tournaments. Try to like not let myself get emotional until like I'm already like knowing I'm gonna win. But you're a psycho. I don't know. It's awesome. You guys are stone cold. You're built different.
You gotta be. You gotta be in the industry.
I know. Yeah. I love that. Is it double? We do the double hand? Yes. Double hand?
Who's the most underrated player? Rain.
I'd say Swish vibes.
I think the most underrated player is Stellar.
Rain.
Rain. Ooh, it's a fair few.
Falcon.
I think Eco doesn't get enough credit sometimes.
It's probably Snakebite.
Eco.
I think it's probably Eco.
My answer would be Blind. I think people sleep on him still to this day.
None of it.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday. The vibes are high here at Charlotte, and the HCS Kickoff Major is nearing its peak with our winners finals happening on the main stage in mere moments. Both teams have battled for the entire weekend. Only one of them will get in that grand final spot, and one of them will live to fight another series, but it's going to be against Space Station Gaming, and that one is going to be a tough ask. Joining me on the desk, I have Clutch and Tony. Tony, welcome to the desk. Good to see you.
It's good to be here. I got the chance to cast SSG and see them in action, and they're looking clean. Whoever loses this is not going to have an easy matchup.
It's looking absolutely incredible, as is your jacket, by the way. Love the color, love the fit. Looking fly as per usual,
Easter's
Tony.
early, baby.
Not my style.
Don't be jealous. I tell you what, though, I am jealous of the clean runs that some of the teams have had. This is the elimination bracket, though, and we're looking right now at Space Station Gaming sitting very comfortably in that elimination final. We've called them the elimination gatekeepers. They are the guys who decide your fate, and they have decided the fate of Native White. They are on their way home. It ends there. But it's going to be very difficult because our winners finals do have a stacked team on either side. FaZe Clan, and Optic Gaming. One of those will go into our grand final. One will go to the elimination finals. This is going to be huge. This matchup is one that I think everybody has been waiting to see all tournament long. We get to see it for the first time in the winners finals. What more could you ask for, Clutch?
Nothing. This is a tale as old as time in esports. FaZe versus the Green Wall. In just about every esport known to man, these two meet up in the finals just about every single time, it feels, and it's great to have both of them have such a strong roster in Halo. So I'm excited for this winners bracket finals. I think there's going to be fireworks, and these guys have so much talent on both sides of the stage. It's really going to be about who brought their A game today.
Yeah, let's talk about FaZe. You know, the qualifications, they won both of them, and they won against Optic both times in 2 different ways. Clutch, are they going to be comfortable against Optic up there, or will they be intimidated?
No, these guys are going to come in as confident as ever against this team because of the success they've had in those online qualifiers. Typically, these players on FaZe, maybe not the most dominant online players, but when they transition to LAN, they feel themselves a little bit stronger. Having that leg up from the qualifiers, having that confidence coming into the LAN environment, these guys are only going to be thinking about their gameplay, themselves, and how they can get to their goals.
Now, the guy who has newly come onto this FaZe roster, not org, but the roster, is Renegade, our AMD power performance. These are the stats from day 1 versus day 2, only getting better. And Tony, if it can get better day 3, this is dangerous for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I hate agreeing with Wes, I mean, this squad is dangerous, and largely because of the man that you see on screen right now. Renegade is a main slayer. He is a lane opener. He makes the game easier for everyone around him just because of the pure firepower that he brings, and you know he's going to bring it night in, night out, especially on Championship Sunday.
Indeed. Well, we'll talk about the green wall for a second because Optic Gaming have had a clean run so far as well, and they're looking for that to continue. Now, Clutch, Formal, how much of an X factor is he going to be for this series, do you think?
I think he's everything for this green wall team. I think Lucid's consistently playing at such a high level. You got Trippy and APG who are very consistent players with the way they carry themselves, but Formal is that X factor that when he's on fire, this green wall takes another step into a godlike performance. So for me, if Formal's on fire, this team can win this entire tournament and go on that three-peat they want. But if Formal has a day off, if he struggles, I think this Optic Gaming team can very well fall short of the goals they have in front of them.
Tony, Optic obviously falling flat on the qualifiers against FaZe. How do you think they're going to be feeling right here, going up against them for the first time on LAN?
I think Optic are realistic. I mean, I think they know that FaZe are one of the favorites to make it, and however, Optic don't fear FaZe. They know that if they're playing at their best, they can beat them in the same way that you point out Formwell, which I think is amazing. I also want to give flowers to APG. APG is consistently one of the most underrated players that we have in the league. You know, he's their secondary slayer, their main objective player. The man does everything that Optic need him to do, game in and game out. I'm a big fan of APG, and I think he's going to be my X factor going into this matchup.
I couldn't agree more with you. I feel like APG really is that flexi role. He really can do it all. I think the big thing for me with APG is his consistency. That guy has not dropped the ball once. Honestly, coming from Orlando all the way into this brand new year, I haven't seen APG have a bad game since then. I don't expect him to have a bad game here either. So it's going to be a lot of excitement on that main stage in just moments. But your winners finals are pretty much ready to go. We're going to hand on over to our two wonderful casters. We have Onset and Bravo in the booth. Gents, this is gonna be spicy.
Let me at it. It's almost time to get into our winners finals, and what a matchup this is gonna be. This is the game that we've been waiting for, that everyone at home has been waiting for, and to be honest with you, I think the 8 players who are sat on the stage right now have been waiting for as well.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this one. This is El Clasico. It is written in the stars, FaZe versus Optic, and not just any FaZe versus Optic. This is a FaZe clan roster that was built to take down the title holders in Optic Gaming. They've had 4 months to think about it, and now this will be their first test against one another on LAN.
Certainly will be, and you can see in the crowd as well. There's a few fans on either side of the stage. A lot of players, supporting the FaZe side. A lot of them supporting the Optic side, but the time for talk is over. The match that we have been waiting for, that everybody here has been waiting for, is about to kick off. It's Optic, the green wall, going up against a new-looking FaZe lineup.
And Streets will be the battleground for our map number 1. FaZe, we beat Optic Gaming 8-3 in the qualifiers. They certainly led that and took the number 1 seed coming into this tournament. Let's not forget, though, the title holders, the current kings of the throne, Optic Gaming will look to defend here.
This is going to be a war all season long between these two teams, but this is the first battle. Question is, who's going to land the first blow? First kill is going to go in the favor of FaZe. Frosty trying to stay alive, but he's going to get sniffed out.
And what a test here. A little oddball Streets to kick it off between these two teams. And as we talked about, Optic Gaming is such a fantastic and skilled oddball team with their rotations. However, FaZe getting the better of them in oddball overall in the qualifier leading up to Charlotte. No points on the board as teams look for early slaying control.
And there's going to be a lot of respect shown between the two teams as well. Royal 2 with the rockets in his hands means that FaZe are going to get some early ball time here on Streets as well. Picks up 1, does damage, and look at this flank as well from Royal 2. Lucid has no idea he's there. Finally spins around! And luckily he had a Stalker and a lot of individual skill to go alongside it.
Wow, fantastic shots there out of Lucid. That's what you expect to see. Gets 2 on Renegade, but Renegade knows he needs to get that kill and finish it quickly against a player like Lucid. However, FaZe do find themselves 2 dead as the ball gets rotated up to Neons.
Renegade, though, he finds a Bulldog and a Stalker rifle, so he is going to be a menace as he prowls around Streets now, trying to find some more players from Optic Gaming. The problem is, 2 of his teammates have fallen. So Frosty and Renegade, the last 2 alive here, as Optic do a pretty good job of holding, and more importantly, they've got that oddball and they're trying to force this one back into Tram, but Renegade's read this like a book. He gets 1, but Lucid's there to trade it out.
APG, the rotate master, he gets it all the way into Tram, but it was 3 dead. Trippy was your last player alive for Optic Gaming. He gets 1, which is gonna buy his team a little bit of time, but it will be tram control here in a moment. Not so fast. Trippy staying alive, paves the way for Formal to come in and continue to do the damage. Lucid is your last player alive. He's forced into the L now. Finally, this should be control for FaZe.
Yeah, really important that FaZe won that battle as well. You can see Optic managed to get up the stairs inside of Tram as quickly as possible due to the fact that the spawns were a little bit staggered between the two teams. But as I say, FaZe win that battle. Formal wins one of his own. And now Frosty on a killing spree, and more importantly, FaZe with that ball back in their hands. They crossed the 30-point mark.
Really an unbelievable amount of talent on this main stage. When you think of the plays that the players are making, you have to think one mistake, one gap is all your opponent is going to need to run the score up. Now FaZe is already up 42-10.
Second set of rockets for them as well. Formal's going to try and take this oddball player down, and he's going to be able to do so. He has no idea that Frosty's there with one more rocket, though. 3 dead once again for Optic Gaming, and more ball time here for FaZe Clan. So far, you have to say it's been all FaZe.
All FaZe, and they're also outslaying by over 25% here, 21-16 on the kills. 50-14, a lot of points on the board as well. They've been slaying, and they've been objective efficient.
They have. FaZe trying to fly in, though. Renegade gets taken down. Lucid staying alive there thanks to the help of Trippy was so important as well, because the rest of Optic can get across the map, support them in staying alive as FaZe gets stuck on the respawn. First time we're going to see Optic now with the tram hold, Trippy with the Stalker rifle. Not going to have to do too much damage onto Royal 2 because APG is already there taking him down.
We're getting shot as well from the Neons. The angles coming in. Might be a play ball here, but credit to Optic Gaming, even though they're being outslayed, as we said, by a few kills. Trippy finds it in the end, got a little bit of help. Even though they're being outslayed by several kills, it's still 50-32. Optic Gaming has kept this close despite pretty consistent FaZe control.
Yeah, pretty consistent FaZe control, but as I say, there's a few battles there that maybe should have gone the way of Optic that didn't. Trippy missed a few shots with that Stalker rifle, or maybe that's just the presence of Renegade. When you see that name over the spawn, you play a little bit different, but Trippy looking to make that 1-1 in the individual battles. Renegade smartly backs down here. More importantly to stay alive, but almost as important, keeping this Stalker rifle in his hands.
Absolutely. Can he finish this one in the end on Lucid? My goodness, a little bit of a mess between the two. Oh, a little bit of an extra tap from Renegade as well. That's a game 1 melee to the body.
Always a little bit risky to do it that early. APG last alive for Optic Gaming. FaZe with more ball time as well, as Renegade continues to pick up kills. Looking at the stats on the screen at the moment, Frosty leading the way for FaZe Clan. 11-5 for him, but just behind him you can see Renegade on your screen, 7-4.
That was a big run from FaZe. Look at this, it's already 80-32. That's a 32-point run, uncontested for FaZe, and they're also now outslaying by 7 as well. Home stretch for FaZe.
APG gets 3, killing spree here for Renegade. Lucid going to be challenging. Lucid kind of left on an island at the moment at the top of Subway. Ball is down on the balcony as well, so he can't run and pick that up. FaZe know that. They're trying to use that as bait, trying to watch the rest of Optic flooding, trying to support Lucid and staying alive, and they've just got the crosses down here.
Optic really should play this ball if they can. They need to get the ball off a balcony, otherwise it's going to be trouble. Already 2 dead for Optic.
2 dead for Optic, and it might be more because Renegade finds a rocket on the floor. Lucid's going to find out for himself that that was left, and now Renegade once again busts into Tram, takes down 2, and he might be able to deal with Trippy as well.
Trippy needs to play this, as we said. He will toss the ball down. That will buy them time, but finally, in the nick of time, I can't believe Trippy was able to get up to Balk even after it was a 4 dead. 2 dead, might be 3 soon. Look at the shots from Frosty, but APG answers. Only 10 points to go for FaZe.
Make that 9 is closing, and with Optic having 3 players in the respawn screen, this has been a phenomenal round from FaZe Clan. The roster built to take down Optic takes the first round here on Streets.
Really convincing round from FaZe overall in the end. Keep in mind, that game was only separated by 2 slays at one point. It was about 22-20 in the slaying department. It ends 43-31. FaZe outslaying Optic by more than 10 kills and a really nice home stretch to close out the round.
And a big contributing factor to that, the Stalker rifle, again, Renegade had it for so long and valuing it. That's the most important thing. Yes, it's a great weapon if you get into engagements, but it's just so important to keep it out of the hands of your opponents because of the power it possesses.
So important and so Frosty in this game. 16-8, the man is double positive in our first round of play. Quite a way to start your main stage championship Sunday run.
Once again, 3 dead here for Optic. Royal 2 gets the trade with the Rockets. That's 4 dead for them. 2 players off for the spawn, and Snakebite's going to find himself the spare rocket on the floor as well, so you would imagine that he should be able to do enough damage to create an opening to grab that off ball and force it back to Tram, but Optic holding the angles well enough to stop that from happening.
Love that from Snakebite. Wastes no time. Grabs the rockets right away and fires it at that planter on back streets. You wouldn't always expect that if you're spawning back A. Picks up that kill. We'll have plenty of time to talk about Snakebite through the rest of the day, because my God, has he ever had a weekend.
I mean, first 2 days, Snakebite was almost perfect in a lot of ways. Objectively, slays, whatever you needed from him, he produced. And in this game, it's been all about holding that oddball for him. You can see he's at 6 and 10 at the moment, but with the most objective time on his team, letting the rest of the powerhouse Slayers on his team do the work for him.
Gotta point out, look at this, 0 time on the board. This tells you just how much these two teams prioritize slaying control and map control before they go for the ball grabs. And right away, Formula is punished. APG is punished for the early grabs without control. And Renegade is absolutely frying with the Sentinel Beam.
I mean, how quickly did Renegade just get across the map, by the way? Just hitting the G-slides, making sure that he's challenging those two players who are weak. And all of a sudden, Optic being in control, when you look at the numbers on the map, he evens it up in a second, and now he's on a killing spree. Renegade, again, just showing no fear. He is happy to engage with multiple players if he knows that the damage is there and he can clean it up.
We were talking about Frosty's numbers, which are still wildly incredible, but now Renegade, as you say, killing spree of his own. Now he's 18. And 8 showing up on the board in a big way, not just today, but all weekend long. FaZe off to an early lead, 16-3.
A little bit of a slow start here for Trippy, 6 and 15 for him. Not a lot of objective time alongside it as well. APG gonna go into the death screen once more. He's 8 and 16. So the slaying battle seems to be kind of being won even more in this round by FaZe Clan. It's not reflecting in the score too much, but Trippy's gonna maybe find a little bit of confidence here with these rockets.
Tough situation here. Renegade coming up the street, not an easy rocket angle, and Trippy needs the help. It doesn't come in time though, so in the end that will be another one down for Optic, a man advantage for FaZe on this push. However, APG and company, they answer back. Great use of the drop wall. They'll find 3 dead for FaZe and an opportunity for control here, and likely at least a 10-point swing for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, Optic looking much, much better now. They've got that ball in their hands. That push was so important to hold off, but Frosty's got that Stalker Rifle again. The problem with holding the ball over here is that you give that Stalker Rifle, if it's on respawn, of course, on that red weapon pad, back to your opponent to break with. From that, you can see Optic already lost 2 players, and you would imagine a lot of that damage has been done by the Stalker Rifle on the commander that spawned inside a tram.
3 dead there. APG's the last player alive in the L. He knows he needs to play this low. Take a look at this, just waiting to get a little bit of help. Very selective with his angles. Now gets caught out though. He actually gets tagged up by nades in the back and shots in the back as well. That's unfortunate. That's going to slow them down, and they're still 2 dead.
And I mentioned how Snakebite's been doing a lot of objective work. Well, in this round, he's been doing a lot of killing of Optic Gaming members. He's now even on KD, 13 and 13. Take yourself back just a few minutes, and he was almost, I think it was 6 and 12 at one point, something like that. And now he's starting to step up in the slaying category, but Optic's starting to step up as well, because FaZe Clan find themselves 4 dead, and Optic have ball time and should, at the end of this hold, go into a lead.
Look at the great patience from APG. Stays alive. He waits for his teammates to spawn. They find themselves 4 dead. Let's get into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Rockets are down. Rockets, guys. Rockets. Can't. I can't kill him.
Last guy's tires. Tires to rockets right away.
Gonna have him. Yeah, one's also bottom nest too, Snakebite.
He's going jet. Tires one.
Snakebite's bottom nest right now.
Also,
Thrust is up right now? Thrust is up.
They still do not have ball. We're good, right?
One's on flowers, and one's a front PD, okay?
Yeah, they're playing market heavy.
That's got purple. Everybody else can play market, baby.
Yeah,
okay, never mind. Ball reset.
Green jet.
When you gotta get kills here.
You guys push out market.
We got flowers. I think arcade.
They're just holding us right now.
Flowers, absolute.
One shot, flowers.
Two bulldog. One is rocket. You shot one
There's a guy behind us. He's cuts.
They're pushing Ivy. Yeah, they're gonna try and get this into probably.
Real weak. One shot absolute ball guy. Or ATM one shot.
They just got weapons. We gotta get weapons out of their hands.
Yo, Renegade is pushing up flowers, guys. He's literally trying to fly. He's got rocket left.
Captures me. He's cafe one shot. He's going ATM.
ATM Snake right now. What's your ATM Snake bite?
And cuts.
I can brag a little bit. Still benches.
On me, I got one.
Tommy's spawning us too. We gotta live.
Spawn market. They're behind you guys. They're definitely flanking.
Shoddy soccer ATM weak.
We got one.
Pushing behind ball.
We're gonna play for Matt. Tommy.
Ball guys won.
I got kills from rail. Weapons are down.
Once we jump out, they're listening back into the comms. It's going to be 56-30 in the favor of FaZe. Optic trying to do what they can to wrestle back into this game, but just individual battles being lost. And Renegade at the moment is 24 and 13.
Absolutely.
The new addition, he's wrecking them.
Crazy numbers here from Renegade. 2 dead for each side at the moment, but when we got into that Optic Gaming listing and 3 dead for them, by the way, yet again, they had a little bit of control, but my oh my, was it ever short-lived. FaZe answering back. Now they have double the score of their opponent.
Renegade trying to keep Royal 2 alive and does a great job of watching that cross, doing the damage so Royal 2 can survive and output even more damage. The most assists across the weekend so far go to Royal 2. That award was given to him. And you can see if he's staying alive, he's going to continue to output damage. FaZe find themselves dead though, and Optic with Trippy alive can finally get some ball time and also maybe that rocket launcher as well.
Trippy now going to hold. Nose back A is clear. They should know all the tramp spawns are coming in. Snake bites out early, and maybe getting caught out is going to lead to continued control for Optic Gaming.
He's trying to just lane at the moment so they can get these rockets, but FaZe are aware of it as well. Royal 2 going to take a different angle. Trippy's going to challenge him and push him back. Might be able to get that grab now and just about Scarper away, and Optic will survive with the rockets. They also have the oddball, but you can see the pressure is almost telling on Trippy here. He gets one, but elsewhere on the map, look at this. Frosty's on the flank. He picks up a kill, and Optic from that position are 3 dead once again.
Frosty sneaks through on A-Gen there with the Disruptor. It's quite a route. He goes up bottom middle. Sometimes teams do not expect you to go straight up bottom middle, and he gets away with it. Looks like APG may be looking for a little bit of a play ball there. He's unable to do so as well. Here comes FaZe on the push. That's the timer. That will be it.
Game's done. FaZe taking Optic apart there. On streets, oddball almost over too quickly for my liking. A surprise in some ways. How dominant FaZe Clan just were on that first game type. Every single player on their team took turns to do something special. First round, Frosty. Second round, Renegade. And Snakebite as well. And of all the anchors to continually output damage, Royal 2 is doing his job perfectly. This is a well-oiled machine here on the side of FaZe.
It really is. I think a lot of questions were asked. This FaZe roster, of course, so good on paper, but exactly how well will they do? How good will they look in their first LAN? How about outslaying Optic Gaming 92-71? Wow, in the first game.
Yeah, that is a chasm between them in the Slays department, and it's very difficult to get anything done if you're not even trading out those kills. And now we have to move into a Slayer game type, so we're going to have to see what side this favors at the moment. Optic Gaming, we know on the Slayers, we've seen them play a little bit slow, a little bit passive, and you would say maybe Recharge is a map that kind of favors that, especially with that shock rifle in play as well. But FaZe, I'm interested to see how they approach this as well as we take a quick look at the replays from map 1.
Yeah, take a look. Remember this Frosty run here in that first round, and just unbelievable control truly from Tram as they're able to put together so many plays that made it difficult for Optic Gaming really to get any sort of control across the map.
Yeah, it was just consistent pressure and consistent numbers in the favor of FaZe. You know, I think the first round, the Stalker Rifle control was a big contributing factor. It was always in the hands of Renegade. It was always in the hands of FaZe, and the most impressive thing for me was actually how composed FaZe were in the way that they broke that back A setup as well in the second round. You know, they went full 4 dead. Rockets were up bottom middle, but they just took their time, got the Commando, got the Stalker, and then were able to just pick away with superior weaponry.
Yeah, and usually Optic, right, they fly in right away, they capitalize on the damage of the players that are still alive. However, FaZe was wise to that timing. They knew, hey, it's no problem. If we have to slay 2 extra players who are the first 2 spawners and then we get ball time, it's no problem at all. And you could tell that FaZe was very comfortable, even with Optic's heavy aggression. They maintained control throughout the entirety of both of those rounds.
And you can also see that a little bit of objective work being shared here by FaZe as well. They understand, you know, it's great for one player to be in a position, maybe racking up time, but you're not going to win against Optic unless everyone is doing their fair share. If you are there and you are in the middle player so far, in your, so to say, in your setup, you've got to be the one with the oddball in your hands if you haven't got any power as far as weaponry and power-ups goes. And FaZe, as I say, I'm almost surprised to see them this well-oiled after just 2 days of tournament play. It usually takes a couple of months to find this level of consistency.
It's true. Renegade on your screen. We always knew that he was the main Slayer. Many people would say the best Slayer in the league. How would he fit exactly on this roster? And he has fit in not only very comfortably, but how about going 28-15 in game number 1?
I mean, there might even be a bit of friendly competition going on between him and Frosty at the moment, because Frosty's usually the superstar, right? He's the one that we're always talking about in this lineup. But how crazy is it that we haven't really even mentioned Frosty so far in this crazy run that FaZe have been on? Let's take a look at some of the stats, though, from the tournament so far. It's Lucid versus Renegade, and they are split by one of those beautiful hairs on the head of Lucid.
Wow, 1/100th of a point difference there. 1.3 versus 1.29 in the KD department. These are not only 2 of the best players in the game, often called the 2 best players in the game right now on opposite sides of the stage. Renegade and Lucid going up against each other here, and as we said, what will be the first of many battles between these 2 legendary sides. However, only one team can remain in the winner's bracket after this series.
One thing that Optic have done historically quite well, though, is adjust in the middle of a series. They can take a little bit of time to get going, to find out the pattern of play, and then they kind of make some play calls, reset either mentally or in their game plans, with Lunchbox and Lucid kind of leading the way in that, to find a way back into the series. And Optic now have a chance here on Recharge, 50 kills to even up the series for the Green Wall, but FaZe really have an opportunity here to put the boot in.
As we said, this was the threat to the throne. This team was put together simply to take down your World Championship Optic Gaming roster. They've done that in game number 1. However, it's a long road to go in this series. The next test will be Slayer on Recharge.
Starting off on the side of FaZe, having gone up 1-0 in this series, and I want to keep my eyes on APG as well in these Slayer game types, because it's always a talk about APG as a do-it-all player, but let me tell you, when it comes to Slayers for Optic, APG is usually the man at the top of that kill leaderboard.
Here we go, Formal now. Big opportunity for him after losing that game number 1. How does he and the team bounce back? Camo in his hands, able to make a play with the power-up.
Let's hope the Royal 2 hasn't got a shock rifle, because we've seen this story before when Formal has a camouflage. And look at the pace of this. Completely silent at the moment.
Renegade with the shock. Formal needs to be careful. He's behind him! And as we said, Renegade making that count. And there's something about Formal up against these players with the shock rifle when Formal has camo. Renegade wins that one as well, but only 4-3 off the opening. Optic Gaming making sure to not let this game get out of hand yet.
I mean, even though Formal went down, I wondered, has that created enough of a distraction opportunity for the rest of Optic to flood into A? It seems like they thought it wasn't, so then, again, the game is completely slowed down. And Renegade controls the pace of this game now with the shock rifle. He's the one that will be able to get picks, and Optic know that. They can't afford to give Renegade even half a head to aim at, because he's just going to tear it off.
Sit now on Battle Edge and things slow down real early. As we said, when you're at this level of professional Halo in the winners finals, neither team wanting to be the one that allows the opening to make the mistake. Now 5-5 tied.
Lucid, at the moment, yet to register his first kill. No surprise, only 5 kills per team been picked up at the moment, but FaZe, thanks to Frosty, I'm going to tie things up once more. As I say, that APG is going to hit that equalizing button once more. And we're tied up at 6-6, but we're going to see a lot of play around the power-ups here.
Absolutely. 19 seconds here. This camo's coming up, and we will see FaZe fall 2 players here in the long haul, and kills being exchanged now. That's 3 dead for the moment for the side of FaZe. The power-up's going to be popping here in 7 seconds.
7 seconds. The question is, can Optic get into a position to deny the spawners of FaZe a chance to pick up that camouflage? Renegade gets the big kill on APG, though. Frosty picks up another one, and Optic find themselves 3 dead. That is going to be the camo going over to FaZe, and maybe a bit of a misplay, maybe a great play coming in from FaZe.
Great play coming in from FaZe. They're down by 1. Now Renegade camo in hand. Let's get into a listen-in to hear the play call from FaZe.
Yeah, they have that cross glass.
I heard.
There could be
one
one
pipe,
spawner
one
in there.
pipe, one or 2 pipes.
All right, 2 are glass wrapping blue.
You guys want to push this pipes?
Yeah, I'll pressure on blue, guys.
No, they're just hard staring at grapple from glass. Just top glass.
I cross. What glass? Heard you. Yo, take your time. I have a trap.
I'm shot 2 C hall. 2 C hall. One's one shot. One's
Just walk. Wait.
I think we just contain them here.
3 long halls.
Yeah, pushing me blue. 2 of them.
Lot hitting you, Brad.
2.
I shit.
Nice, Brad.
One hit C flat. One in blue.
Sack.
Going back blue with the repulsor.
Nice, John. PJ, want to fight this guy?
Yeah. There's a repulsor on the ramp. Low side.
John, you played a lift forever here.
I'm gonna drop PJ.
Yo, is C flat in a BR?
Yeah, dude,
Lots on John. You live, John, best you can.
BR again or no?
Yeah.
He's Bangler in BR. He's bottom BR.
I'm on BR right now.
Come here.
You're ready on me. You're ready on me.
Fight this kid.
I think he's top 8 cat. You want to cat?
Yo, take your time, PJ. I'm just.
One pipe.
Top 8.
Yeah, we take our time.
One pipe, Red. I got one. Yeah, one more pipe.
Yo, bottom 8 weak APG.
Ballage. Brad, can you get out?
Yeah, I'm good. Just shoot Ballage. You guys shoot Ballage?
No, not yet. I can in a second.
Just stabilize here. We have shock.
All right. Yeah, we're completely good right now.
On Mando?
No, on Mando. Mando jumping back and forth. These red steps. Trippy half health red steps.
Bottom 8 is gonna come in.
Yeah, they're gonna push out this.
Yo, bottom here right now.
I'm from top A.
Bottom here, PJ. Bottom here, 2 of them. 2 BR. You're good, John.
All right, Cam on 20. Yo, let's talk a little bit more about what we're watching this shit.
Let's play a little
Nice. Cam on 15, guys. Cam on 15.
I want us to go BR here.
Boots on a red. Cam on 5. You guys hear me? Cam on 5, guys. Cam on 5.
I'm in BR for this camo.
Yo, a little bit more talking about who we want to kill.
It's a BR, PJ. I'm hitting this with the.
Camo's up now.
BR? Kill me. He's Xbox right now.
Yo, and turbine, Needler.
I'm going back.
Lucid
is camo guy.
Pipes on me.
Let's
Pipe sweep.
Brad, I can get to you in a second.
One in red.
Yeah, you're kind of alone, Brad.
Camo got grapple, Brad. I'm looking red. He's still top red. He's our R2, Brad.
I'll go.
Torch on pipes.
One of pipes. Yeah, we're still looking.
kill camo.
Yeah, we're good. All right, we're good. Impact
Yeah. Yo, listen. Actually, we stabilize here, but let's start making more pushes, right?
Yeah, agreed.
100%.
Why did teammate do our aimbot shit?
I'm a
Run. I'm weak. I don't know if Shock's up. Chris, do you know?
No, not yet.
It's on respawn. Red steps. I'm in BR. Can I get
One Starbound, yeah, I'm coming.
I'm kind of just playing aggro.
Yeah, top A cat.
I think Shock's up.
I can get
Yeah,
you.
turn. Weak top A. I'm getting shot from red as well. Red steps and top A. Man, I can cover top A.
As we come out of the phase listening, you can hear that they want to just try and up the pace, which is slightly surprising. Usually when teams are behind, they want to slow things down, and FaZe are like, hey, let's try and put some pushes together here, but Optic have done an amazing job of taking the lead here.
They really have. You can even hear the frustration in the FaZe side, and now with Optic still leading by 2 kills, it's a perfect time to hear the Optic side of the stage with the listening.
We go on tower. Renegade, he has repulsor also.
They have heavy gold and
They're gonna play for shock, guys. They're gonna play for shock.
Hear that.
I'm gold.
Two guys already.
I got one more glass. Gold.
Look along.
Renegade,
Just watch your own back.
Camel's in 30.
Top one commando.
Okay, they probably have shock.
I think they just got it. Yeah,
they
top.
They like to push cat. Be careful.
We can just show for shock. Top A.
Let's try and get this camo in 20.
Top A weak, John.
Top one weak.
Top A really weak, John.
One guy half wall.
My charge snipe that.
He buys out gold shock.
Two on the commando, guys. There's only 2 watching the
What do we want to do for camo?
Yeah, I think one just hide.
Top A weak, John.
Yo, gold. On me, long on gold.
Last week, guys.
Last.
More gold. Long haul somewhere.
One more weak, sink by weak.
Come up.
Caution with 1.
Caution. Another one.
Camo, guys. Camo. Okay.
He's like bottom in with it, I think. He's on the boxes thing. Oh, wait, no.
Check tower.
Nothing tower.
They have shock.
Batteries on the open. John weak, neither half.
I'm looking for this guy.
He's strong camo and
Glass.
one glass. I'm
Two
dead. Camo was neither sniping.
might have shot.
Okay, you heard?
Just try not to get picked here. It'd be annoying.
Yeah, no easy deaths.
On me, top A. He might challenge me.
I'm watching you, Joey. I'm watching you. Don't move. Don't move.
Top A Frosty. That's the camo guy, I think. Watch out top A Frosty right now.
He's got a shock top elevator.
Just sitting up there sniping. No, still roll 2.
Here, Joey.
They're gonna might either long or glass.
Keep letting them scam, guys.
Bottom elevator.
Top A sniping still. He's just sitting there crossing.
Nice shot, Matt. Just keep being annoying.
Yeah.
Don't poke too much here. Don't poke too much.
I'm not.
Throw shoulders if we're gonna do anything.
He's repositioning with the sniper thing. I think he's like half
Hear that.
Top A. And top
Yo, bottom angler with shock.
Yeah, they're being aggressive. We gotta be careful. They're pushing Joey, maybe.
Push me, maybe, guys.
Bottom angler,
half shields, guys.
Nice, one dead.
And pit.
Glass roll.
Yo, one bottom angler with shock still, Joey.
One shot glass roll. One shot glass roll.
Come back to me.
Yeah, he's sitting. Don't say. He might
Top glass.
grapple kill me.
We gotta try and live.
About to get pushed, Brad. About to get pushed.
Looking. Running.
Bottom tower roll 2.
We have a small lead here.
Bottom tower weak. We're up 4. Chill, we're up 4. Top tower sniping.
Batteries, I'm hiding for a sec.
Camo's coming, guys.
One shot Frosty right now.
You guys want to push this? Long, too long.
Push that guy.
I'm pushing tower now.
Too long. Check the tower. Tower 1 sink by the tower.
Shock there.
Camo's dead. We gotta try and live. Camo
Gold chair, Joey.
We're here.
John. One shot gold chair.
Be careful.
Should be able to trap that guy.
Camo in 15.
Top gold rushing.
Looking.
You guys go for shot.
Let's get here, guys.
Shock me.
All right, Camo, guys.
One shot gold.
We can't let them have this for free.
Camo, Siki. Siki's one shot sink by it. Siki one shot sink by it. Going long haul.
It is
They have camo bottom mid somewhere. What does Siki want?
Let's go. Camo shock probably.
Sitting tower. He's in Siki pushing C power right now. Sink by
Close down gold door. Camo's on you, tower. Camo's on you, tower.
He's on me. I see him.
Yep.
Who's fading it?
We gotta get out turbo, guys.
There's 2 in gold. They're going Batledge to gold. They're going to watch gold door.
Are we hitting gold?
Tower.
I mean, we'll jump out of the comms and we'll jump back into the game because it is separated by just a few kills here. And all of a sudden, the pace has picked up. FaZe have taken the lead, 42-40. Optic, 3 in the death screen.
And what a time to strike here. With just about a 5-kill lead for the side of Optic Gaming. That has completely swung now to the FaZe side. Incredible listening, incredible comms from both teams here on what has been a tactical recharge Slayer. FaZe Clan up 44-40.
It looks like FaZe want to hit this. FaZe are going to hit this. APG drops a couple of nades. The repulse is there. They get nothing out of it, though, FaZe. Optic Gaming claw one back. Frosty's there to trade it out, though. Formal versus Snakebite. Somehow or other, Snakebite stays alive long enough for a trade to come in, and now it's just 4 to go here for FaZe.
Just 4 to go. Now make it 3. 47-42. FaZe Clan right now poised to take this game away from Optic Gaming in the final stretch.
Formal going to do some damage. Royal 2 has no idea. There's a player behind him, and Lucid gets that first pick. That is so vital, so valuable to Optic Gaming if they even want to stand a chance of turning this game in its head.
We saw the game slow down earlier. It's going to slow down yet again here. Optic Gaming know they need to really swing this. They need a clean sweep of 4 dead just to tie the game. 2:24 left on the clock. This next camo could very well decide the game. It'll pop up bottom middle in 15 seconds.
You have to wonder if Optic are going to contest it. Are they going to challenge it, or are they going to give it up? Because they can't afford for players to go down. They've only got 3 deaths to play with here. FaZe can make plays. Lucid has to hit a hot shot here if Optic really want to stand a chance to get back into this and maybe turn it on its head. But we've seen some crazy turnarounds, but the grapple is going to be good enough for FaZe to grab this camo. Frosty can make some plays.
Absolutely huge, and they would have seen that grapple Optic Gaming, but they're not going to know where Frosty is. Frosty right now, game in his hands, 1:48 on the clock.
Renegade's pushed up on Catwalk as well. Frosty avoids the damage coming in from the grenades. Renegade's going to fly in. APG down to no shields. Formal there as well. It's 1 for Frosty. Can he get the second? Well, APG just about scrapes around the corner, and all of a sudden Optic are trying to hold. Lucid needs to live, but Snakebite's hunting him down, but somehow Lucid keeps his game going.
Here comes the push though. Renegade tries to get into Whirlpool. He's not able to get away with it. He stays alive. 2-kill game, 49-47 here, not over yet.
Lucid stays alive, and I'm pretty sure that Lucid still has a shock rifle as well, so this is not over.
Here he goes.
But Renegade wants to send it. The grapple is good enough to get into tower. All of Optic are trapped at the moment, and Renegade wants to end it here. He wants to end it now, and he will! FaZe go 2 up.
Wow. Was Renegade ever hungry in that final moment? 3 grapples connected. They trap all of Optic Gaming in tower, and it's complete map control, complete map awareness from FaZe. And if you're letting Renegade grapple across Whirlpool from A into tower like that, you know that you are trapped in control, and that's exactly what happened. The captain Snakebite there, proud of the squad for that late game play call. And what a swing it was. As we said, Optic Gaming leading by 5 kills heading into the home stretch, and FaZe answers back. They get the final camo. They connect the plays that they need to. It got dicey at 47-49, however. It's great late game composure and confidence from the newest team member, Renegade, to close out the game.
You have to wonder, say it twice, what happens if Renegade gets taken down when he was one-shot? Scarper in through pipes, somehow or other does not go down. Even though the remote detonation went off behind him, the grenades blow up and somehow Renegade survives. He goes down there. He's on a different spawn. He doesn't get to make that play with grapple. He doesn't get to put the pressure on. But the one thing I have to say that has been separating these two teams at the moment is FaZe always want to push.
Yeah.
They always want to make a play. And Optic are letting it happen at the moment.
They are. They let Frosty grab that camo from grapple. Of course, they had no eyes on that. Lucid was bat ledge, but he got pushed back, tried to rotate. And in the end, like you said, Renegade wanted that kill. He was not content with seeing how things played out. He immediately re-challenges Lucid from top A ledge. Then even though he doesn't hit the grapple swing to top control, grapples right back in and has the confidence, has the experience to make that play in essentially what was a 1v3 angle from top control, and makes a play that, to be honest, Optic Gaming probably wasn't even expecting, because it was kind of wild. Let's take a look at some King of the Hill stats.
Yeah, these are King of the Hill stats, as you say. Look at the thing at the top, though. That's the most impressive thing for me. That's the most important thing for Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming are perfect in King of the Hill here. On the other side of things, FaZe, you have to say, from the way they've been playing, this looks like one of their weaker game types. Looking across the stats, Frosty, a surprising outlier on the size of FaZe Clan, especially on an objective game type where he usually just has so much fun.
Absolutely. On the other side, Lucid, 1.33 KD in King of the Hill so far. He's going to be bringing that into this game, and we talked about how Optic Gaming responds to moments like this. How do they dig deep? How do they find the resilience? Time and time again on the main stage, we have seen them in situations like this, and they can find a way to pull out the victory. However, this is a new FaZe Clan roster, and a roster that was designed to take them down. FaZe Clan currently leading 2-0 and 1 game away from sending Optic Gaming to the elimination bracket.
Optic fans starting to show a little bit of concern, I'm sure, but 1 game here they could wrestle away and keep this series going just to install that belief once more. It's King of the Hill here on Live Fire, a massive game for Optic. FaZe could close it out, though, as Renegade goes straight for that sniper.
Must-win game for Optic if they want to stay alive in this series. FaZe Clan with an opportunity to close this out in a convincing fashion, to say the least. 3-0 with a win here. Starting things off with Formal. It's a double kill and 3 dead for FaZe.
Snakebite gets that heat wave. But Snakebite can't quite connect the dots with it, and that's going to be every single player of FaZe Clan taking a turn in the death screen, and that's a fantastic start here from Optic. Not only the kills, not only the confidence, but now they've got Matthew Piper, who's got a nice gold-looking coat on.
Yeah, name a scarier combo than Formo with the overshield, and also maybe with a chip on his shoulder as well. That can certainly do the trick, as he's going to now move pillars and try to get some early control on this first hill.
Should be Optic's hill at the moment. Formal still has so much overshield to play with as well, although Royal 2 does a pretty damn good job of chipping away at it. Trippy going to be playing on the pillars here. And now how did FaZe Clan try and break this setup, this chokehold that Optic have on this first hill?
Formal doing so well to challenge that Royal 2 angle and stay alive. Now he rotates Nest. And once again, kill Snakebite in almost the exact same spot. Great angles from Formal, and it's an early killing spree to kick off the game.
Formal's still alive as well. Royal 2 taken down, and Formal is 6-0 at the start of this game. This is what you need from your big players. He makes it 7. That should not have been a trade from the side of Frosty. That is an amazing play from Formal.
Great play, as you said. Not trade that Frosty never should have let it happen. And Formal starts off the game 7-1. The next highest kills on FaZe Clan is 2 for Renegade. What a start there.
Yeah, Formal's got more kills than the entirety of FaZe Clan added up at the moment. Snakebite is going to be added to another kill on the side of Optic Gaming, but you can see all of a sudden that FaZe are starting to get a little bit more organization on their push towards this hill. Formal survives for a second, but Frosty now really putting the pressure on. He's got the ping miss. The weapons go off the map alongside the body of Trippy.
Look at the pre-nades from Frosty, nading the left pillar, then nading the right pillar. He knew exactly how Formal would push from back tower and immediately keeps the advantage for FaZe. And what started off as an incredible run from Optic Gaming could be shut down pretty quick here.
Renegade doesn't need to be asked twice as well if he wants to go forward and contest. Hill time still here. And now Renegade, he's going to have to face 4 players from Optic Gaming because they're all alive and his teammates have fallen. Renegade, ring around the rosy for now, manages to pick up 1, does damage to another as well. You got to kill Renegade. You cannot let him do this.
Like you said, he doesn't need an invitation, and he challenges this battle against Formula as well. This man is so confident with this roster. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. And gonna look to steal out this hill. Once again, FaZe need about half of the point to finish it out.
Just a bit of a surprise for me to see that. Optic, usually when they get 3 dead, we've been harping on about how damn good they are and making it 4 dead as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Yes, Renegade had an overshield. It makes it more difficult, but you gotta do the damage. You've gotta flood in as quickly as possible. Maybe they didn't have the line of sight they required, but Renegade making a play once more, but now he's gonna have to watch as Optic put FaZe Clan 4 dead, and they're back in this hill, and Optic might be back in this game.
And Optic, that's the start that they needed there. They were even tested, pushed against the wall, as we said, as FaZe rallied back and took the lead in that first hill in the end, but Optic Gaming, they find a way to still get the first point. Double kill from APG as well. Still 3 dead for FaZe Clan.
And APG is one of the fiercest competitors you will ever meet on any video game, in any walk of life. This man, he loves to win more than anything else. And if he can drag his team back into the game and Trippy can start to find a few bodies and a few heads with his sniper rifle, then Optic might be able to convert the second hill. They're already 50% done on this tower hill.
Still 2 dead yet again here. Optic now outslaying FaZe 26-19. This is the start that Optic Gaming needed in game number 3 in order to get back in this series.
Overshield coming up as well in a few moments' time. It looks like all of the resources of FaZe Clan are going towards it. Snakebite comes in and somehow gets the trade thanks to a little bit of a team nade coming in. But it's going to be FaZe who'll be able to secure this power-up. Now they can go forward. Formal is trying to lock down the tower. He's not going to be able to, and Frosty's just waiting. Biding his time, waiting for everyone on Optic to respawn. Now he's going to pop the Ovi, and now he's going to go to work.
Look at the perfectly timed Ovi pop. As you said, it does get melted off, but he gets a free kill because of it on the pillars. It's perfect timing, and they will keep 2 dead on Optic Gaming and continue scoring, make it 3 dead. Formal is the only player alive, along with Lucid and Rat Tunnel, and this will be more points on the board here for FaZe.
FaZe turn this hill on its head almost. 50% of the way done for them. Last opportunity really for Optic to push, but they've got to go through Frosty. And he's got a sniper rifle, and he doesn't miss very often.
10-7 for Frosty. Let's not forget it wasn't long ago where he only had 1 kill, and he picks up another killing spree. He's 11-7.
Optic might have to give this one up. APG's scarpering away, and it looks like they are going to give this one up. Optic know this isn't their hill to win. This isn't their battle to take. FaZe tie it up a 1-1 as now we move towards the garage.
Finally, Frosty gets taken down, but not before going 11-8. As you say, game tied up 1-1, and the Slays are tied up as well, now 30 apiece.
Back and forth between these 2 squads on this King of the Hill game type. It's a fascinating one to watch, as Optic have complete control of the map at the moment. Respawns are going to be coming in. And where is the push going to happen? APG gets a trade onto Renegade. Always a trades are fine if you're in control of that hill.
Now over to Formal. How does he respond here? A little bit of love tap in the back from the side of Rat Tunnel. That couldn't have helped. 2 dead for Optic as FaZe will continue controlling top sandbags.
Confidence of Frosty. Challenging Lucid initially with no shields. Gets a little bit of initial damage done, and FaZe get the break. Even though they did good damage there, Optic Gaming on the respawns, it wasn't enough to stop FaZe being coordinated enough and surgical enough to break through that setup.
You really can't ask for more here. These two teams tied 1-1 in this map number 3. Absolutely nice little stick here from Frosty. Gets the second one as well up top. Make it a double.
Formal trying to stop Snakebite getting this overshield as well, but he's a man on his own at the moment. But he's doing a pretty damn good job of it, if I'm fair. He picks up one. Well, he picks up the damage, I should say, for Trippy to move in and pick up that kill, and all of a sudden, Trippy's gonna get the overshield. Formal just did so much in that play.
So much. Now Trippy grabs the overshield off the back of that play. He will now step in as well. They'll find the player Rat Tunnel. 3 dead for FaZe, and what looked like it was certainly going to be a go-ahead point for FaZe is now going to be a scoring rally for Optic Gaming.
The way that both these teams are breaking each other's setup is so fascinating to watch. There's almost not enough time to talk about how it's going down.
I agree.
Because the next push is already coming in. But it is coordinated almost to a T on how they want to try and push and how they want to break. At the moment, it's 3v3 on the map. Lucid picks up 2 with that sniper rifle. Trippy should get this one as well. It's 4 dead for FaZe, and Optic will secure this hill.
How about the timing from Trippy? He's sitting there on Rat Tunnel. He goes out a key door and just goes towards Overshield and catches both of those players off guard to maintain control for Optic Gaming. Formal with the snipe on the crafty angle from the back of house. Optic Gaming will take the lead 2-1 off of a great scoring run.
It's a tale as old as Esports time. Formal on a Sunday brings his best, his Sunday best, to these kind of games and these kind of series. At the moment, he's leading, I should say, just behind Trippy in the kills department. But he's starting to hit some big shots, starting to hit some bodies. Optic already halfway through this next hill as well. And they're starting to show signs of life here, and Formal is the reason for it.
And not just Optic Gaming heating up, the Let's Go Optic chant starting in the room as well. It's an absolutely packed house, unsurprisingly, for Optic versus FaZe here in Charlotte. 1 dead apiece now as Royal 2 will wait to see how we can play this bottom middle cuts.
Heatwave should be good enough to control all of cuts. Overshield going to be popping as well. Royal 2 making that play means FaZe have control of the OS side of the map. Formal's the only player he has to deal with. And I think the Formal knows is there as well. Trade comes in. Snakebite will be able to secure this, and this is massive for FaZe. Overshield inside of this hill is such a pain to deal with, and again, FaZe just delaying the pop, making sure that they leave it till the last second until they have to engage to take that bit of extra damage, and now they have to fight in their hands.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think it took a while, but now that we're in year 2, you're seeing a lot more delayed overshield pops. There's so many advantages, especially when you have slaying control. If you have 2 or 3 dead, you really should delay that overshield pop and take care of the damage. 4 dead for Optic Gaming as FaZe looks to answer back and come back on this hill, only a few points away from tying the game.
Snakebite still has OS, by the way. Snakebite still has OS. That's how good a job that FaZe just did on that hill. It's tied up at 2-2, and now we head to the hill that provides us with the most carnage. It's top middle, and Snakebite's in a great position here, controlling tower. Sniper rifle just popped as well.
Yeah, keep an eye on that sniper rifle. Still 3 dead. FaZe continues all of the slaying control. APG's your only player alive in house, and the teammates will be joining him now.
And look how brilliant this is. Snakebite says, I see you got the sniper rifle, Renegade. You take tower, I'll step in hill. You keep me alive. I put all of my trust into you to hit the shots, because that's how we're going to win this game. Formal just about manages to juke out and away from that shot as it fires from the barrel of the S7. But now he's going to be re-challenged, and now he's going to explode, return it to the sender. Formal was on fire, but now it's Renegade's turn to take over.
And that salt in the wound, that nade would have killed Formal anyway, but Renegade uses Formal's own grenade, return to sender, kills him in the cuts, and will maintain control of tower with the sniper rifle as well.
Optic can't get near this hill at the moment. They need this OS.
Yeah.
They don't get this OS, it's all FaZe. They will go up 3-2. As Frosty and Snakebite combine once more. Formal comes in to get a double kill, though. That's going to clean the hill out. Renegade's still a problem, though. Trippy's finding that out very, very quickly. Formal, why are you challenging Renegade?
Of course, killing spree, double kill for Renegade. He was the last player alive for FaZe, and he was the one player that Optic Gaming needed to take down. They were unable to do so. They have still been unable to do so.
Look at APG as well, staying alive. Royal 2 on the flame, though, is going to clean the hill up. He's got the OS. He's looking for more as well. And this will be FaZe, surely, being in a position to almost guarantee this next hill. FaZe should go up 3-2. Royal 2's just hunting down Formal at the moment, and he's going to find his prey.
Question is, do they even delay the cap here because there's 60 seconds left on the clock? Essentially, they could play this a little slow and late cap the top midpoint, but right now they find themselves 3 dead, so they don't really have an option to do so. They need to regain control.
I mean, I don't know what happened away from the screen of Royal 2, but my goodness, did Optic do well. They didn't have an OS, they didn't have the power on the map, and still, they managed to break the setup of FaZe Clan to get inside of that hill for just a few seconds more, but they don't have any more mistakes left here. You can see, if they get broken once more, then FaZe will step in this hill. By doing so, they will secure this hill, and with 3 dead, ahead in the clouds, and a couple of bullets to the body, FaZe will go up 3-2.
Talk about insult to injury, not the first time the Renegade has been shooting Optic bodies in this series and making a statement with not only the kills, but also the extra love taps. 3-2 now for FaZe. Optic Gaming needs to tie the game. They've only got 56 seconds to do so.
There seems to be a story of Overshield this game as well. The Overshield has been such a difference maker in a game of such small margins. But now Optic really are on life support. They've got 50 seconds or so to get back into this game. The first step they've done pretty well, though. That's getting 3 members, make it 4 members of FaZe Clan dead, and Optic inside of that hill.
Great play from Optic. That's exactly the timing that they needed it. They do get 4 dead. They will put more points on the board. Most importantly, they're keeping the game clock at 49 seconds as well. This next push from FaZe could win the game.
Could do, but Overshield is so important here for both teams. Royal 2 goes in, gets 2 with the stick as well. It's 2v2 on the map. Frosty top middle, Trippy inside of the hill. And it looks like FaZe have decided to try and prioritize getting Trippy out of that position. The last 2 players flood in to try and deal with him, but Trippy's buying so much time here and distracting everyone from the OS side of the map.
The question is, where is that Overshield? Where does the sniper go? Those 2 are very likely going to
still
determine
alive,
the game.
by the way.
Trippy's still alive, but so much time for Optic. Here comes APG with the OS.
Trippy bought too much time. Trippy bought all the time, and APG says, thank you, Trippy. I move in, and I tie this game up.
Are you kidding me? Of course, at the last second, down to the wire. We're tied 3-3, 43 seconds still on the game clock here.
Plenty of time to work with. But that is a blunder on the side of FaZe. Brilliant from Trippy, did everything he could, but 2 players have to be able to kill one much, much quicker than FaZe did there. And the man on your screen, maybe that's given him the confidence to start frying. Trippy picks up a double, and Optic back into this game.
He's not done yet. Do not count this man out. Trippy stepping up when his team needed it most. He'll pick up all the damage as well, maybe even get this kill. But look at the time on the board. Still 43 seconds, 75% done for Optic. These next kills could win the game right here.
Frosty just spiking out the hill, though. He's going to delay the push from Optic, delay the hold, and now FaZe can push off the back of it. 3 players flooding the hill, and Optic again find themselves momentarily on the back foot. 2 in the death screen. FaZe have broken through. APG needs to make some plays. APG stays alive and gets snake bite out that hill.
Of course, APG stays alive. Can APG wrap on C? That's the question. Lucid buys him time. Lucid wins an unbelievable battle with a perfect 4-shot from the cuts. That might seal the deal for Optic here.
20 seconds left. Formal gets grenaded, though, and can't step in that hill. Royal 2 still alive as well, and FaZe still alive as well. Double kill for Royal 2 at the back of the tower. APG last alive, and don't write FaZe off of this game yet. Optic need this hill. FaZe do as well, but Optic, they only need to step in for a second.
Let's not forget, Optic needs to both time the break. Great shot from Royal 2. They need to time the break, and they have 9 seconds after the break to jump in. FaZe Clan has to hold an unbelievable amount here. Overtime.
1 second left. It's going to be overtime. Next point wins. Overshield up, and APG with a double kill was opening it up for Formal to grab. Formal's going to be there, and Formal gets taken down. One of the greatest shots in Halo, once again showing it's not just about hitting the shots, it's when you hit them.
Ovi was down on cuts. Where does Ovi go? It goes into the hands of Lucid with 2 dead for FaZe. This should be Optic Gaming.
Frosty, he gets taken down, and Optic still in this series. Still in this fight. As they take King of the Hill here on live fire. And that story is not quite written yet. It's only the winners finals, but boy, does this matchup feel special.
And look at APG just now, rubbing his hands together. He's like, yes, let's go. This series is now underway. 2-1 Optic Gaming with an overtime win in King of the Hill on live fire. It's once again the late game composure with the overshield grab from Lucid. They come through. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game, because my God, was it a fantastic game number 4.
Play of the game for me. The man who didn't shoot his gun, but managed to avoid a death. Trippy in that hill. 2 players from FaZe, 2 of the best players in the game, cannot locate Trippy. He stays alive the entire time, allows his teammates to get that overshield, allows APG to then flood in, and somehow, even after all that time had elapsed, Trippy was still alive.
Still alive. You know, he was saying, guys, and just absolutely running circles.
We have a term for that in Europe.
Do you?
Yeah. Shout out to Foxy. That's called walking your dog.
It is, and he took the dog for a few laps. I think the wife was wondering where he had been. Maybe a trip down the pub, she was suspecting, from all the kills that they needed, all the time that they needed. He just runs circles around B, and what on paper should have been a phase win and a phase 3-0 is now going into a game number 4.
It's just crazy to think about small moments in games completely change things, right? Renegade in these final moments.
Hey, maybe.
We all know it's never good to shoot bodies until you're guaranteed the win. It's kind of fun for us, it's fun for people at home, maybe not the Optic fans, but it just fires teams up, and if you then fall behind, well, it can certainly look a little bit silly, but let's focus forward, not on the past. Empyrean Capture the Flag is up next, and boy, what a game type to have.
Formal, by the way, most kills on Optic, most assists on Optic in that game. Taking a look at some CTF stats between these two sides. FaZe Clan coming in 4-0, Optic Gaming coming in 3-1.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, look at those KDs though, that is terrifying.
Yikes.
I mean, the lowest is 1.19 on Snakebite. If you're a player on your team who is leading the KDs as a 1.19, you're probably still pretty happy with it. So that kind of puts it into perspective. On the other side of things, surprise, surprise, Lucid is up there, not only in the KD, but with the highest damage on Optic Gaming as well, and it's gonna be about those sniper rifles. I keep talking about it, but if you're Optic and you have a FaZe sniper rifle, you're gonna die, you get that thing off the map. That's something we haven't highlighted on Imperium. You have the opportunity to play weapons now, unlike we used to have on the pit. The fact that that snipe side is completely open, you have the choice. Throw those weapons off. Do not let Frosty and Renegade get their hands on it.
Absolutely.
Or Royal 2, or Snakebite, or Lucid. You won't go.
Really, anyone on the other side of the stage can absolutely wreak havoc with that sniper rifle. And as you said, there might be some denying of that weapon as a little bit of an added nuance to the meta here. Map number 4 will be Empyrean CTF between these two sides, and it has already been an incredible championship Sunday. Packed house here in Charlotte. Every single person in the venue crowded around the main stage. Standing room only for the FaZe versus Optic matchup. Now, map number 4, Empyrean CTF, kicking off right now.
Well, as the lights go down here in North Carolina, who's going to stand in the bright lights in game number 4? Will it be FaZe or will it be Optic Gaming? What a push this is from FaZe. 2 players flying into green, and Renegade comes out with not only the rockets, but a double kill as well.
Double kill, also drop shield in hand that he can use here. Triple kill! Lucid goes kill! Renegade starting things hot. Overkill off the opening. That's the first time we've seen that on Empyrean on the main stage, and quite a way to start off game number 4.
Just when you thought the series couldn't give you more, Renegade gets 4 in a row as Optic have 4 in the death screen once more. Absolutely phenomenal from Renegade to open things up here as Royal 2 has a sniper rifle. More importantly, FaZe have a flag moving.
And you have to wonder, does that overkill, does that opening dash the hopes of Optic Gaming that they worked so hard to build? Flag going in, picture in picture. FaZe wastes no time. They score within 55 seconds of play, and they now lead 1-0.
I mean, it's picture in picture, but FaZe paint a picture on how to run a flag. Royal 2 should get the trade, even better. He gets the kill and doesn't go to the death screen himself, but a cap in under a minute and a half. Oh my goodness, Royal 2. This is why you can't let him be on your tower, and this is why you can't let him go to work with a snipe.
Oh gosh, look at this. It's the bloodbath already. 2 dead for Optic Gaming, might be 3 very soon if Renegade has his way with the drop shield.
Trippy gonna be challenging, Royal 2 accepts, Renegade gets 2, it's 4 dead again. APG just coming off of respawn. As FaZe look to add to the tally, looking to double up on their lead in the first few moments. This has been absolutely imperious on Empyrean coming in from FaZe.
This is a clinic. Look at this right now, outslaying 18-6 on the board. Complete domination from the side of FaZe.
And Royal 2's still alive on their side. They have to deal with him. Lucid's coming back and they realize this flag is gone. It's 2-0 to FaZe. This has been nothing short of an electric start from them.
What a start. Renegade with 7 kills, Royal 2 with 6 kills already. And just big numbers from them. They're almost at the 20 kill mark together. 2-0 in what has been one of the fastest Empyrean CTFs we've seen so far.
One thing I love about Renegade, right? His team, 3 dead. He knows his weak. So Renegade's last alive and he's still going forward. That's right. Still pushing to try and clean up the kills to even the numbers. Doesn't work out this time, and FaZe now on the back foot for the first time in this game. Optic have just learned there's another side to this map.
They had the first time, of course, as you say, crossing the 50-yard line, and maybe also the first opportunity for signs of life from the Optic side. They have managed to stem the bleeding, but not before 2 flags go on the board for FaZe.
There's a flank coming in here. And it looks like Renegade is going to pick up the rockets again. Renegade just being so unpredictable. Overshield dealt with. Lucid now doesn't have that to play with. He'll go down, and all the power, all the weapons that were just in the hands of Optic, well, Renegade just changed all of that in an instant.
He did. Now he's got the Repulsor Heatwave Sniper as well. It's felt like this entire game Renegade's had power weapons in hand, and the Renegade versus Lucid battle continues. Let's not forget, Lucid challenged knowing that Renegade had the triple, gave him the overkill. And the battle between those two will continue here. Things slow down score-wise in terms of flags, but certainly still pressure from FaZe.
Renegade, no long-range weapon to work with at the moment. Some would argue the Heatwave probably does more damage from a range than it should. And his job is just to lock things down right now. If he can get a trade, if he can pick up a kill at close range, he's going to grab the battle rifle from whoever he takes down. Now he's got a commando. And I'm pretty sure that just got dropped off to him by a teammate.
It did. Nice little swap there. It's a little bit of a delivery mission there. It's like, hey, I heard you were holed up in sword, wanted to bring you a gift. And the last thing you want, if you're on, ooh, nice shot there for Formal, by the way, from the plat. Last thing you want is Renegade really with any weapon, but if he gets a hand-delivered commando in hand, that will also tear your team apart.
Snakebite combining with Royal 2, said that so many times over the years, but it's still effective. Royal 2 getting challenged, gets the trade in a perilous-looking situation. 2v2 on the map. Renegade trying to hold off 2 players from Optic, and I'll tell you what, there's not many players who can do it, but Renegade's doing a pretty damn good job. Now he's re-challenging Lucid. The help comes in, finally Trippy deals with him, but I mean, just look at Renegade go.
Absolutely just on fire this whole series, and what felt like it was going to be a lot of Optic gaming momentum has largely been stemmed by this FaZe side. They lead 2-0 here. Let's get to it. Listen in with FaZe Clan.
Okay. I'm gonna clear runway. I'm literally gonna clear one runway.
Yep. OB rockets in 20 as well, guys. They're waiting for these. These guys are dumb. They're gonna wait 20 seconds. They're green, in green.
Lucid's one hit long.
Everything in 15. Everything in 15, guys. Everything in 15.
Let's go green.
Yo, they're gonna hard play one, bro. They're gonna hard play one. Their tower, bro. Yeah, I hear you. What's their training gonna come in? Our training, PJ. Yep. Square up for these weapons, guys. Formal and green. Nice, PJ too.
Where's the guy?
The first weapons. Yeah, I'm getting over. Can anyone help PJ? We have. They're flying. Rocket. Are you? We're getting over. One bullet side. They're flying.
I'm getting to the tower, guys. Love that, John. I have you.
Nah, pick up long, okay?
You're good, John. You're good.
Like sniping.
How many rockets?
Full.
Yeah, okay. Green. Flying. Insword. Kill me. Hey, watch it. Outside flank. Running it. Cuts one hit. First rockets.
So we got back here. There's 3 back here. If you can kill that guy and live, that's fucking huge.
Yeah, live. Yeah, you just live.
They have
Melfag, 1. Try hit. There's 3 here. 200 bridge. 20 seconds snipe. He's yeah, I hear runway. 15 seconds.
Kill the green. Kill the green.
No.
Bridge one, hey, bro. To the green. We can get back control. 10 seconds. 10 seconds snipe as well.
PJ, let's hit long or something.
Bro, they're not
gonna. I can get through.
Green. We should get map off this. Put the Neils. Mauler. Listen, their front is one. Yeah, I'm looking Mauler.
Well, the comms were all phased, but the Caps, they went in the favor of Optic. For the first time, Optic show a little bit of presence and get a flag run going. They run it under bridge, a little bit unorthodox in the traditional senses, but FaZe looking to answer back once more.
Ooh, clunky battle there between Renegade and Lucid as that rivalry continues. Renegade wins that in the one-shot battle. He's gonna throw the sniper rifle off, make sure it clears, and somehow stay alive for the moment. Surprisingly, eventually APG should come down and clean that kill up. Flag will be returned in the end as Frosty takes to the skies, avoids any grenades. Still 2-1 here. Optic Gaming, though, going to be very happy they got that flag on the board with that under bridge run.
One thing that impressed me from the listening that we heard as well is like Optic, I think FaZe know what they want to try and do, how they want to try and set up around weapons, and they're pushing before Optic even have the the eyes trained on areas of the map outside of the weapons. They're trying to be unpredictable. They're trying to consistently pressurize, and Optic is starting to see it. Optic starting to read it a little bit more, but sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Frosty's just gonna body you twice with a sniper, but he's barely got his shields.
For that play from Frosty, fantastic to repulse Formal and just hit him as he's a falling target away. He gets the help as well. That will now be one dead. That's APG down. Here comes the drop wall push.
And look at Royal 2 as well. Royal 2's in a great position. But Lucid, that's a really important kill. Royal 2 turns his attention away from the objective towards kills, having seen Frosty go down. So now you're going to see a little bit of a split on the map here. Snakebite's going to get the rockets as they pop, but however, the overshield might go to Optic here. And with Trippy down there, alongside Formal, who stayed alive off the back of that rocket, it might be a good trade of power here for Optic.
First rocket doesn't connect for Snakebite. Needs to find this kill. Knows he needs to put it to use. It does well to take down Lucid. Still alive on the other side as well. Trippy manages to stay alive on green, though.
Optic pushing onto the phase side of the map. They need one flag to tie this game up. They've got 4 minutes to find it. Frosty will be dealt with here by Trippy. A little bit of a flank coming in from Renegade. But Trippy turns and burns!
And it's plays like that Optic Gaming is going to need 4 dead. A big win on green there. 4 dead. It's a 2v1 at the moment. APG needs to get across the map, but he slows down the run. He knows pressure's coming from Cuz.
Yeah, he didn't have the time. The respawns came in too quickly for him to get anywhere with his teammates falling. If he has one teammate maybe to shoot the tower back, then there's a chance APG tries to force this, but now he's playing it perfectly. APG probably got more games on the pit than anyone as he flies forward. Phaser 2 dead, the help arrives, the cavalry arrives. If they can deal with Renegade, then this will be a cap and they will be able to tie the game up. They get it down the long haul, and Optic, under the pump for so long in this game, are showing life.
That flag is going home. You can start the celebrations early on the green wall side of the stage. Flag goes in, back-to-back 4 deads for Optic Gaming. We are tied 2-2 with 3 minutes left on the clock.
3 minutes left. All the credit in the world has to go to APG with how he played that situation. So many players, even at the top level, might try to force that flag, thinking, I'm the last alive, all the other players in the death screen, but he knows 6 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds of respawns coming in. He's gonna get chopped down. As now we're seeing this game start to slow down a little bit.
As you said, I'm getting chills thinking about it here. APG with undoubtedly the most main stage experience and the most time on the pit over what is almost 2 decades of play. And he knows what he's doing on this map. It's perfect slaying in the end. And Optic Gaming, let's not forget, their backs are against the wall. They need to win this game to stay alive.
And it's crazy to see, like, we're watching Trippy right now. He's 8 and 15 in this game. Doesn't sound great, but how important was that kill on Renegade in green? The whole thing doesn't happen if Trippy doesn't hit those shots. And now he's got an opportunity with a little bit of confidence to try and do a little bit more with his sniper.
Was it, oh, nice little, once again, a one tap there with the body from Trippy. By the way, this was FaZe outslaying Optic by 15 earlier. Now it's just a 5-kill difference.
They got the rockets. They've got the overshield. And with 1 minute 54 on the clock, Optic have the chance with Trippy starting to catch fire and push it into the courtyard. FaZe are going to be so careful here.
Here he comes. Trippy goes low because he wants to avoid that top turret battle. Knows someone's still behind him, though. Needs to play this carefully.
Has to just survive. Has to wait for the information to come in. Frosty gets a beat down. APG gets a kill, though. And now with Renegade the last alive and coming off the respawn, he might have just choked the jump a little bit to green.
Oh no, and Renegade gets a kill in the back of the base as well. As you said, the flag is not tossed green, but to be honest, in terms of the slaves, it likely wouldn't have mattered whether or not the flag hit green or not. It falls into the pit. Lucid does all he can to stay alive, but Frosty eventually will trade that out. That means that the flag will go back home. 2 dead now for FaZe, and actually Optic's gonna hold the pressure here. 60 seconds left on the clock.
They're holding forward. They want to win this game, but Royal 2 slows it down immediately, single-handedly with a double kill. One with the battle rifle, one with that sniper rifle. Renegade once again just being a nuisance. As the repulsor doesn't need it because Frosty's there. As Royal 2 now says, we've soaked up enough pressure. We've held enough pushes back from Optic Gaming. It's our time to try and win this game.
How does Royal 2 play this? 43 seconds left on the clock. They don't know he's in needles yet. He hasn't shot just yet. Now Formal sees him. So he can no longer go on the flank. Instead, he has to win this battle.
Oh, Formal, my goodness. Those shots hit pretty hard. A little bit of help maybe coming in from the green box and training. But FaZe now, with 25 seconds left, have to fight from their side of the map. Formal, he has 1 bullet, and now has 0 in that sniper to try and pierce an opening. As FaZe find themselves with 2 players in the death screen.
Formal's gonna go.
Royal 2's weak.
3 dead.
Lucid gets another one. Royal 2, big win, fight to win, and Formal's gonna win it. Swarm comes in on the mortar though.
Frosty spawns on the mauler. That could be it. Let's see if a flag touch comes in. We got to go if APG's in position at all. No, APG's on the other side. That means the pie chart will clock down, and we will be going into sudden death overtime.
Sudden death overtime. What a game it was. What an electric start it was as well from FaZe. 2 flag caps in what felt like a couple of breaths. And then Optic showing resilience. Coming back into the game, arguably with a big chance at the end to steal it away.
Absolutely, but now we will go, as we said, into sudden death overtime. 5 minutes on the clock. First flag in will win this game. Optic Gaming needs this flag to stay alive in the series. FaZe Clan with an opportunity to end it.
Oh my word, what a start this is. They got a flag going. Lucid's hitting a few shots as well. Trippy's got the OS here for Optic, and if he can take down Royal 2, he's going to have a sniper rifle as well. Forward's got his boots on, he's got his skates on. And Trippy has a chance here to maybe make a play to win the game. The problem is, as you say, Frosty was on a beautiful flank.
Oh boy.
And managed just to slow things down.
Name a better duo. Frosty and Snakebite both converging on the long haul together. They do what they need as Trippy taps a body to get that flag reset. It looked like it might have been a fast Optic Gaming win within. Oh my goodness gracious, a rocket just whizzes by Trippy's head as Frosty goes for the airborne body shot. Trippy eventually taking down 3 dead for FaZe Clan though.
3 dead for FaZe. Where's Snakebite? He's alive in the pit. Lucid's still got the snipe. Hasn't got a huge amount of ammo to work with though. 3 shots is enough for him though to guarantee at least 2 kills, maybe even 3. Is that damn good? Frosty gonna be challenging. Lucid trying to play this one smartly, make sure he's in a position to support his teammates. Renegade challenges. APG combines as well. That's 2 dead here for FaZe. Green box control goes into the favor of Optic. And Lucid has 1 bullet to make the difference. Optic have a chance to pull here.
That 1v1 is the gift that keeps on giving between Lucid and Renegade. It continues again as Renegade spawns in the court. Lucid knows he has a lot of responsibility with the snipe.
Oh! Snakebite on the tower. Royal 2 on the flank. Trippy might be in a position to clean up these kills though, and this could be 3 dead if he can. But where is that flag? Have they got it moving? The answer is yes. Optic have got it down the long haul.
3 dead. Where's Renegade? Renegade is the only player that's in position to stop. They're both on long haul here. Formal needs to double back.
Trippy gets the touch.
Trippy has the touch.
Lucid
has his back. Here they go.
They're going to win this game. Surely no. Once again, cut down at the pass. It's a 3-man push down the long haul from FaZe Clan. And Optic were in position to win this game.
Oh my God.
But they just let them leak through.
FaZe stops it on the plat. Look at that flag. APG's going to go for a touch right now. We'll see if he gets there. All the help. And Optic gets the touch. Trippy gets the touch.
APG wins it for Optic. From 2-0 down to winning 3-2 in overtime. Trippy, the man of the moment. A massive double kill, a game-changing double kill. He secures the flag cap, throws it to his teammates, says, my work is done. Win us this game. And Charlotte, we got a Game 5 alert.
How could we ask for it any other way? We'll take a look at the last moments of that game. An unbelievable swing in the end for Optic to get the touch, FaZe to get the stop, and Optic to have the patience to close out. Here it is. APG is all the way through the long haul with 3 dead. Renegade and Royal 2 were your only players alive as they make the push on long.
Trippy gets the first touch.
Huge.
Lucid spawns and could support him. They try and force it, but you can see just the repulsor there sends him back. FaZe at this point try and hold the map. I think they've got to try and get inside the base, but you can see they just don't have the shields to move. The timing isn't there.
The nades on needles. APG, it looks like he was the one. No, but guess what? Trippy goes pit jump to the flag touch. He has the support. He relays it to APG. Also had the help. And my God, once again, this whole series has been so back and forth. An absolute tug of war. The Green Wall fans are happy with what they see because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a Game 5 between FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming.
The Optic fans love it. The FaZe fans will love it if they can close the series out. We said that this battle is not going to be ended here in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is going to go on all season long. But to strike the first blow is so, so important. Game 5 is going to be Aquarius Slayer, and I have no idea what's going to happen.
Let's also not forget, Optic Gaming right now is 1 game away, not just from a Game 5 win, but from a full reverse sweep. What a statement it would be against FaZe in their first meeting on LAN. Like we said, this FaZe roster built to take down the Green Wall, but the Green Wall has bounced back in unbelievable last-minute finishes in both games 3 and 4 to now force us to a series-deciding Game 5 Slayer.
Let's remind ourselves as well how important that game was for Optic for obvious reasons, but also dealing FaZe their first loss on Imperium Capture the Flag. When you think that's one of your best game types, and it's there for you to close out a series, and you don't take that chance, how does that hangover affect you in a Game 5? Too much experience on both sides, I would probably say, for it to be a big factor. But big factors don't matter in this kind of series. It's the small things that do.
And it really will be, especially on something like Aquarius Slayer, the little angles, the little advantages, every little kill that you can get will be the difference maker in a Game 5 Slayer. But you have to wonder, has FaZe let Optic Gaming get too much, not just momentum, but confidence, right? You see Optic Gaming, the flag is down on the plat. They have 4 players in their Needles and Long Haul. Guess what? Optic Gaming is back to their old tricks. And Optic Gaming right now, as you see, right before this Game 5 Slayer, I'm getting chills watching this here as they have just a moment to regroup themselves before this Game 5. And we've seen this once before, Mark.
Last time we saw that kind of conversation, shall we say, little tactical reset. After they lost that series, the Halo World Championships in that grand final. What happened afterwards? New team, new mentality, and most important, a trophy being lifted above their heads. What's happening on the FaZe side of the stage? That's what I'd love to know right now. If I could listen into the comms, I would absolutely love to. But these two players, they're the ones you got to keep an eye out for right now.
Frosty on a 1.56 KD at Charlotte so far, Formal on a 1.2, and just because he's got some of the highest standards in the world, we're used to seeing him at even higher numbers. If we're honest though, but let's not forget, as we said, if there's one thing we know about Matthew Piper, it is that he shows up on a Championship Sunday, in the Championship Sunday whites, and he loves the Game 5.
There's even more to this as well. Let's take ourselves back to Season 1, when we had Sentinels versus Optic. How many times did that Sentinels lineup throughout the season win a Game 5 against Optic? Right. It was a story through the first half of the season until Optic finally got over that hurdle. And once they did, they became that unstoppable force that led them to 2 back-to-back LAN championships, one of them, the Halo World Championships.
Speaking of...
Kind of funny how a Game 5 is here and it could dictate what happens, not just here, but the rest of the season as well.
It absolutely could. As we said, we know we will see these teams fighting out, battling all year long. But how about that fresh World Championship crest right on the chest of Optic Gaming? They've got a lot to live up to as the current title holders, but when you look at these two teams as well, when you talk about a Game 5 Slayer, these two teams are unbelievable in the tactics, in the teamwork department, in the communication, in the staying cool under pressure. This is now the ultimate test for them. They knew that they would meet up against one another in the bracket. As we said earlier, it was written in the stars. But now they find themselves with only one game to decide who will stay alive in the winner's bracket.
You really, really wouldn't have it any other way, would you?
Absolutely not.
And the best thing about it, still a lot more action to come today. Championship Sunday is starting off in the best way possible here for the first event of the new season. Space Station, of course, awaits in the elimination bracket finals for whoever takes the L in this Game 5, but a ticket will be booked to the grand final for the winner. With that series advantage as well, with how close this is. That is so valuable.
And let's not forget, on Aquarius Slayer, this will be the ultimate mental test, because even if you're down 5, 8, 10, 12 kills in this game, you can bring it back. These teams know that, and they're capable of massive rallies and massive comebacks. So even if we see a large margin here, it'll come down to the team leadership, the team morale. How do you stay alive here, playing against some of the best in the world on the opposite side of the stage?
Well, here we go then, everybody. The wait is over. We've been waiting for this matchup the entire time. We've been waiting for the season to kick off, and now we have a Game 5 to be blessed with. Aquarius Slayer in your winners bracket finals will decide who steps foot into that grand final.
And as we said, this is the match we'd all been waiting for, and we wouldn't have this any other way. Slayer, 50 kills to win in Game 5, 12 minutes on the clock, and it will be an absolute bloodbath between Optic Gaming and FaZe, and we are now into the gameplay, starting things off with Lucid on Optic.
We always talk about it, but in games like this, Camo Heatwave can be the difference maker. One short-range engagement where one player has the weaponry, one doesn't, completely changes games on its heads. Lucid versus Renegade continues from the window, by the way. Neither wants to give it up. It's a battle of the egos.
A tale as old as time now between these two, as we said, the 1v1 that keeps giving. First kill's going in here for FaZe.
Snakebite trying to stay alive on the brick and doing a pretty good job. However, Formal's going to move in to clean that one up. It's 3-1, the lead here, and surely Optic should be in a position to lock down this camo. Problem for them is the kills weren't secured in areas that were up in the middle of the map, up on the height of the map. So they don't have access to it. Now the respawns are coming from FaZe. They might actually have the quickest route to it.
Yeah, pretty rare that you see a team get the first 6 kills, but not the first camo. That is still going to be up on top middle. Lucid is forced to retreat. Finally, I think we do see an Optic Gaming camo grab.
Trippy's going to grab it, and he's got the heat wave as well. Optic with a fantastic start. They couldn't have asked for more. A 4-kill lead, a full team wipe, plus the camo, plus the heat wave. And Trippy right now, they call Formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea.
He gets 2. He gets 3. Trippy the ghost, the FaZe fear most.
My word, Trippy. Striking at a perfect time there, as you said, the heat wave camo combo being a huge factor, and he says, hey guys, I threw 3 of them on the pink stairs. Don't worry, I got them all. That gives them a 10-3 lead.
What a play from Trippy. This is the guy who really stepped up in the second half of that previous game on Imperium as well. He was a little bit slow at the start of it. Then he got some valuable kills. The LPR onto Renegade on the green box. Then the double kill, the touch on the flag. 11-5, make it 12. Optic looking strong. FaZe 3 dead, and 8PG secures the next camo. And I'm pretty sure he's found the heat wave as well.
Stays alive, and they maintain, as you say, that heat wave thrust camo combo. Picks up another one, the fadeaway from APG. He adds another one to the board. There were questions asked. 2-tap from APG. I can't even talk about anything else in the game because of the speed in which that Optic Gaming is picking up these kills. He's not done yet. He's going wild bottom middle.
Now let's go back to what you said though, right at the start of this game, before it even got underway, before a bullet was fired. There are going to be swings in this game. 16-7, it's a huge deficit. Don't get me wrong, let's not devalue what Optic have put together at the start of this game. But FaZe, if they can get a heat wave and a camo, they're more than capable of doing this back to Optic. But at the moment, Optic are just picking them apart.
They're picking them apart, and they are absolutely starting to steamroll. It's 18-7 in favor of the Optic Gaming. They're set up for the clean sweep and the reverse sweep. Let's get into a listen in with Optic Gaming.
One trap two, take one absolute, out nil, top mid. One bullet. Top mid, Lily, one bullet, top mid, guys, can you see that?
One bullet right here.
Can't see that.
L3.
L3, closet. One shot. Blue closet going in.
Still top mid. Right now, we have a big snake bite.
Good lead. Keep this up.
Absolute P2, absolute
P2.
On you, Joey,
Watch out back. I'm looking L2, Joey.
L3, guys. L3, weak.
L3,
L3, Tommy.
You need to get to Tommy. Pick one. Watch out.
Nice.
Keep thrust, guys. Keep thrust.
Alright,
looking at him here. Yeah, they're gonna play.
Blue Peter, one shot, absolutely.
Nice.
Joey.
Half shields. One shot, one tap, dead.
It's all you, Joey. Camo, guys.
Hear that. L3 weak.
They're gonna have shots, maybe.
L2, back
Have shots for sure.
Blue jam with shocks.
Yellow stream's weak. Renegade, really weak.
Two yellow streams.
I'm trying to look here.
We're looking, we can't see him. We never get yellow streams. Okay, two of them.
Two here. One shot.
For shocks, guys.
Yeah, Matt, go back to him.
I'm back to Joey.
Keep putting pressure.
I spawn here.
Bottom blue. There's two there.
From blue.
We're all weak here.
L1.
Nice, bud.
Shot him in. Two here. I can't get him.
Nice.
Yellow
jump.
Optic understandably sounding pretty hyped. They're sounding absolutely dialed in here because the score is out of hand. 31-19. FaZe have to start going now.
And you can tell they're showing no signs of slowing. They know how easy it is for a lead to slip through the cracks here. They're continuing to hold down the foot on the gas and put more kills on the board. By the way, questions being asked of Trippy heading into this tournament. How about a 14-4 run now in game number 5?
Perfect is what it is. Series saving plays in the previous game, maybe series winning ones in a game 5, but still work to do here for Optic. They know it better than anyone. But at the moment, Formal The Universe do a little bit of heavy lifting on a championship Sunday. Renegade gets the trade. It's 2 for 2 on the map.
It's a great trade from Renegade, but is it too little too late from the side of FaZe? This has been absolute dominance from up. They don't know he's there. Trippy is an absolute menace.
Surely not again. Surely not again. He's just hiding in the corner and FaZe don't check it. 40 kills on the board, make it 41. The reverse sweep, second by second, looking more likely here for Optic.
It feels inevitable. 9 kills to go for Optic. They can undoubtedly feel it on the stage. The green wall can feel it here in the room and also watching at home from around the world. 8 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Formal finds another one. Lucid gets the camo. That might have been the only way back into the game for them. He's gonna get pushed here. Snakebite pushes in and manages to take it down. Renegade gets another as well. 4v2 on the map. Optic just playing this one slowly, making sure they don't make that a 4 dead.
FaZe not gonna go down without a fight. Yes, this is an unbelievable margin, but as we said before the game started, it is possible to bring this game back, and a team like FaZe can absolutely do it. And guess what? Optic Gaming is well aware of that. Trippy now with the Dynamos, they're gonna play slow as well.
King just locked down everything here. Just a couple of Dynamos, just frazzle away at some shields. So important to time those now. You were hearing it from the coach lunchbox behind them. Dynamos are up, they have Dynamos, we have Dynamos. It's become such an important part of this game type because you can just fry people over the pink side. Formal gets one as well, Formal will find another, and all of a sudden it's just 5 kills to go here for Optic.
Perfect slow play once again. They pick up the kills as you say. They play it nice and slow, and Trippy stays alive as well. 45-33, 3 dead for Optic. An opportunity maybe for FaZe to get more kills on the board, but they have no room for error.
FaZe collapse. Like you say, no room for error, but if anyone could do it, it's probably this FaZe lineup. A couple of 1v1s gonna have to be won. 10 kill game now. Formal in the death screen. FaZe make their push, FaZe make their play, but who stops it again? Trippy puts him within 4 now.
And it's possible, but it might once again be too little too late. FaZe is now playing perfect Halo to inch back into the game, but Optic only needs 4 kills to close it out.
And most importantly, 4 are alive on the map for them as well. FaZe just didn't have the opportunity to try and pressurize, to try and go 4 for 2, just to try and claw back on the lead. They just don't have the deaths to play with here. Renegade finds one to bring it a little bit closer. Camo up top middle, it has been owned. It has been branded with the Optic logo so far in this game. APG will find another one. Royal 2 though answers back, and all of a sudden, FaZe, you don't count them out quite yet.
Can Renegade get this camo? That's the question. He does not! 48-49, 1 kill to go for Optic!
Trippy and APG get the kills, and Trippy tries to close it. It'll be Lucid though! The stage lights up in green! Optic Gaming, reverse sweep, FaZe Clan, and we'll go through to your grand finals.
Unbelievable! Look at the expression on APG's face. This Optic Gaming roster has got to be fired up. They look down, they looked out, and they reverse sweep FaZe to take the winners finals and send FaZe to the elimination bracket in the most dramatic fashion. What a set of games.
What a set of games, and what a table setup. Remember,
for the whole year.
For the whole year, but this should look a little bit short-term first for the rest of this tournament as well. FaZe will now have to go on to play Space Station for a chance at a rematch. But Optic are in the grand finals once more. And the 3-peat is still very, very possible. Here is your series layout. FaZe take the first 2. Optic answer back. Overtime is what it took for Optic to get it done after being 2-0 down on Empyrean capture the flag. And then one of the most dominant starts you could ask for in a game 5 for Optic. All kinds of ice, all kinds of composure. Books them their ticket to the grand final.
This is a screenshot seen around the world on Championship Sunday. It's a reverse sweep for the green wall, and they build it. A green wall there as brick by brick they take games 3, 4, and 5 to take the series. And I tell you what, if the Netflix or Amazon producers had a hold of this script, this is exactly the way that they would have written it.
I'm telling you, if I'm Hex, I'm on the phone right now. I'm like,
absolutely.
Our boys are doing something over here. But I mean, I gotta say, FaZe certainly played their part in that series as well. Yeah. And their story is not over either. Like we mentioned, it felt like a grand final, but it's only the winners finals, and it will be taken by Optic. And I gotta say, a lot of talk about a lot of players. Player who never gets talked about enough is the man who I absolutely adore. His name is Trippy. Joey! And he's down on the stage right now with Blaze.
Let's go. Charlotte, I promise you I'm not tripping because Trippy is him, the hero of this series for the Green Wall. Trippy, I'm gonna set it up for you, okay? You guys are down 2-0, down 3-2 when it came down to the hills. But you stayed alive at Green. Talk to me about what was going on in your mind in that game number 3 for you guys just to get your first map on the board before you head to game 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know, our resilience and our composure since we've been teaming has been something that we strive for. And, you know, that game 3 was a battle the whole time. And we just kept fighting and fighting. And eventually, we just clutched up.
You clutched up, and you, in the same energy, went into game number 2, down 2-0 on the flags. You get 2-0 back-to-back, and you get into that overtime. You were playing phenomenal, okay? What was going on in your head? How were you feeling through that?
I'm pretty sure that game I literally got spawn sniped by Roll 2 like 5 times, but I mean, towards the end of it, we started clutching up. We started getting more weapons, getting more overshields, and that just made it easier to come out and win the last.
Now we saw the little huddle backstage before the game 5. What did y'all talk about going into that game 5? How did y'all keep the ice in your veins there?
Nothing. Just talked about you know, starting strats. Just, you know, kind of just get up and take a deep breath, you know, and head into the game 5, and yeah, just. That's about it.
I'm gonna let you get ready to get to the grand finals and start preparing for this one, for that possibility of the 3P. Anything you want to say to the Green Wall fans out here at home and in the venue?
Green Wall, we love you guys. We can hear you. We can hear you, all of you guys. It means a lot to us. Our girlfriends are here. We love you. I love you. And yeah, we really appreciate it, as always.
Zabba Zoogzer, what a series. That's gonna do it for me and Trippy on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Oh my goodness me. Our first reverse sweep of the tournament, and it happens to be in our winners finals. Optic Gaming looking awfully good right now. And I gotta say, what an end to the reverse sweep as well. Such a dominant performance in that Slayer clutch. I mean, my goodness me, they had absolutely everything. They had all of the power weapons, they had camo the entire time. I don't think there was actually one occasion where FaZe had it. Their organization is unmatched right now in Charlotte.
It's unbelievable. I think Trippy said it best, right? Resiliency is what this team does best. Their composure throughout this series is something to praise them for. They're world champions for a reason, and I mean, they go down 2-0 very quickly in that game 3. Down 2-0 in the series, and you have to think this series is over the way that FaZe is playing, but Optic just scrappy, just clawed their way cap by cap back into it. And as we get a chance to gauge some of those highlights, this is the play of the series for me from APG. It's nothing flashy, but it gets the job done and puts them on the board and ties this up, and they gain all the momentum from it. For him to get some good damage here, but more importantly, stay alive, buy time for your team, move the flag when you can, re-engage when you can, and this is how Optic Gaming play perfect Halo to get back in this series. This is a work of art from APG, and all you need is a spark if you're Optic Gaming, because everybody started clicking after this.
There's just so much patience coming across the side of Optic Gaming and not rushing certain scenarios. Decision-making this team allows is huge. This is the overtime look as well, where honestly, it was getting pretty dicey up here. You know, FaZe doing everything they can to stop that flag run. And Tony, eventually, it just wasn't enough. Again, Optic with the patience, making sure that all the FaZe clan roster had no shields before they capped that flag.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I want to apologize to Optic Gaming because we were about to hand the title over to FaZe before they even had a chance to defend it. We were handing the belt to FaZe before Optic got the chance to defend it on land. You too, you said it too.
No shot, world champs.
Optic showing why they're back-to-back land champs, why they're world champions, and like you said before, that patience, that coordination. I say it all the time. Patience is a weapon, and one that Optic knows how to wield masterfully. That was just an incredible reverse sweep.
Yeah, that triple kill right there from Trippy with the heat wave coming up behind, the plasma, just again, another patient play, just knowing exactly what was gonna happen in that moment, the decision making coming through, massive. I think, you know, you've got to also hand it to FaZe, keeping it extremely close for the last 2 maps before that game 5. I mean, there's a lot to pick up upon there. Obviously a reverse sweep hurts, but my goodness me, both very evenly matched teams.
Yeah, when you look at the scores of that best of 5, 3 and 4, FaZe, you got to shut the door on Optic Gaming. These guys are world champions, back-to-back LAN champions. When you go up 2-0 and you keep the series going a little bit longer than it should, Optic Gaming are going to kick that door open. They did so in Game 5 on the back of Trippy's performance, and I mean, they're kicking themselves right now with the lead that they had. They may never have a lead like they did, up 2-0 in a series, up 2-0 on a CTF, and figuring out a way to close the door. Optic Gaming, I mean, there's not enough to say about these guys with the way they played, and they put a punctuation at the end of that series on the back of Trippy's 17. I mean, I don't remember
like
how
a
many
spree,
kills he got.
yeah, just
it was
insane.
actually incredible.
18, 9, and 7.
Yeah.
18, 9, and 7. That was the stats.
18, 9, and 7.
Disgusting. Oof. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Doing his best clutch impression up there.
All right, steady on now. Tell you what, though, Optic Gaming, they are resilient to say the least. They will be heading into our grand finals where they'll have to win one best of 7 and hoping to not have that bracket reset. Joining them, though, that is the question. Which team? Space Station Gaming or FaZe? We'll be finding out right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Dead though. Collect now with the camo. Needs to play this carefully. Lots of opportunity here. He doesn't waste it. Oh boy, the double for Collect.
31-11 is the score. Collect.
Oh, what? Collect with the repulsor 180 no scope.
And any questions asked about Formal coming to this event certainly starting to be answered. There's one, there's two. Formal's back, baby. And that'll be a big turnover of weaponry here, as Lucian will pick up the pieces from Spartan's body.
Oh boy, that needed to be a finish for Collect. He needed to capitalize on the damage for Spartan.
One of the things we will always credit Rebellion is how well they break structure, how they can break that mold. Well, Rhino, a lot of responsibility to stop that overshield from being picked up.
Close this one out, but they're in such a strong position right now. Elevator's being taken though, so that's really good for SLG, but no! Insta-kill for Spartan over at bottom elevator to keep that crucial position under his control. Dancing back when too much pressure was on. Going forward when the pressure was not.
Woo! No scope right to the head by Collect. They've been able to answer it so far, but how much can you take before you bend? How much can you take before you break?
Look at the same battle once again, and SLG clutching it up, getting the reversal on Lethal, getting the last shot on King Nick.
Rain's got that flag in his hands, and FaZe, they find themselves 2 dead at the moment. Kalmea, he's got a sniper rifle. Then no one really looks like they're going to be able to get across the map, especially with Kalmea just destroying skulls.
What an angle. Take a look at this, by the way. Shout out to the observers catching this flag run at the same time in parallel. No pull, cap goes in. Shopify Rebellion, they pick quite a time to strike. They will tie the game at 1-1 with 1 minute left on the clock.
This time, he gets read like a book, and that's preparation, right? That's just preparation. Frosty with a sniper! Rhino drops the rockets.
Look at the... Oh, triple kill! A few kills being exchanged on both sides. Feels like a good time here at the mid game to get into a listen-in here with FaZe Clan. Oh!
Matt, where?
How on earth do you play against Renegade with perfect timing there on the objective, dropping the slaying, hits the pizza jump to go back to Commando. Now once again he's got Stalker Rifle holding C stairs. This is perfect gameplay from Renegade, and he picks up the kill on Carmea as well.
Random gets 2 somehow in this situation.
Gets 3? Oh God, Renegade, he's playing with him.
He's playing with his food, he picks up 1. The Bulldog shouldn't, he gets 2! There's no way the Renegade turns 3 here, he stays alive, and this is why Renegade is special.
What on earth? The coolest man in the room. He watches Ryan Noob gets a triple. Oh my God, this is down to the wire here. Ball's gonna be rotated here into PD. Shopify needs to make this push count. They get players weak in PD.
FaZe can't play the ball though. If a break comes in here, this could be the game. Completely switching, they want to bait this in. Mental flies in, they pick up 1. The shotgun's here as well, the nades fly in as well. Oh my God, and Royal 2! They combine to win the round! They combine to win the game!
Best map in Infinite. Valhalla.
Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Imperium.
Aquarius.
Live fire. I'm gonna say Streets.
All right, the best multiplayer map in Infinite is Aquarius.
Live fire.
Probably Aquarius. It's the most engagements.
Welcome back to the HCS Kickoff Major and welcome back to your Championship Sunday. Now, before the break, we saw our craziest matchup yet. Reverse sweep saw Optic Gaming best the qualifier champs FaZe on the main stage, sending them back for a rematch against Space Station Gaming. Who will come out on top this time? That is the question waiting to be answered. But before we do get into the potential answers to that question, we need to talk about our bracket, of course, because we've had some updates coming through. We've had some crazy matches on the board. And I want to kind of see the journey that some of our teams have been on to get to this point. So let's take a look at the winners bracket straight after that winners final match, because Optic Gaming are sitting pretty right now in that grand finals spot. As you can see, a very, very close matchup in that winners finals. A reverse sweep, we love to see it. 3-2 Optic Gaming, they bounce forward. And FaZe Clan, the big question right now is with the elimination bracket, can they rebound? Can they bounce back against the gatekeepers of this elim bracket? It's gonna be really difficult. Rematch again on the cards. You know, how much do you think, Clutch, this is gonna come down to game types, maps and modes?
Honestly, I don't think it's coming down to specific maps and modes. I think both these two teams are so powerful. And I mean, we watched them play yesterday. The games were decided by such a narrow margin. I mean, it's going to come down to individual players making plays at the exact right time. And I mean, you got playmakers on both sides. So you could flip a coin here if you ask me and let the players decide. It's the reason why we have the competition.
Indeed. Well, we've got FaZe, Space Station Gaming. Let's touch upon FaZe first, though, Tony. And looking at some of the players here, we have some powerhouses, and one being Frosty, who really was going on a tear today. Yesterday was a little bit shaky. Not really shaky for Frosty, but just not quite as powerful as we're used to seeing. Today, however, is a totally different vibe. Talk to me about this powerful Slayer.
Yeah, I think Frosty is one of my favorite players to watch for a reason. Like, it's not even just about his aggression, it's about his IQ that he brings to the table, always able to anticipate what his opponents are gonna do and then quickly counters it. You know, he cuts off your angles, he gives you no escape, and he seems to always be thinking 2 or even 3 steps ahead. Frosty is a type of player that every team wants, every team needs, and it shows in his stats.
Now, somebody else who's definitely dealing a lot of damage and aggression is Renegade. Now, Renegade brings a whole different dynamic to this team, and for me, it's all about the aggression that he can deal, and it also encourages other players, for example, like Royal 2, to become more aggressive as that support playing role. How are you finding their pace right now? Because I've chatted to the boys a little bit, they're talking about pacing issues still and trying to find their feet in terms of when to push, when to hold back a little bit. What do you think of it?
I actually like their pace. I think that they're dictating the outcome of a lot of fights by dictating the pace of these fights, and leave it to Renegade to lead the charge in a lot of that department for this team. Snakebite right alongside of him has been doing it all tournament. I mean, these guys, I know they're coming off of a loss. It was probably a tough one to swallow, being up 2-0 in the series, but these guys are veterans. They've been competing for a long time. It's not the first time these guys have been reverse swept. It's not the last time we'll probably see it. I expect them to rebound pretty strong and put on a good performance here.
Now let's talk about Space Station on the other side of the stage. They've already been in this situation before on the losing end of it. They're looking to totally turn that around this time. Tony, what does Space Station need to do this time around versus FaZe to try and get the job done?
To be honest, just keep doing what they've been doing in the elimination bracket. Yes, they got 3-1 by FaZe in the upper bracket, but the moment they dropped down, I got to see firsthand the way they 3-0'd Native White. It wasn't just about sweeping. It wasn't just about winning. It was about how dominant, how comfortable they looked. At no point in time were SSG on their back foot. I want them to keep that same energy against FaZe. FaZe, they already got knocked down once, and maybe SSG can knock them out.
Yeah, small margins, honestly, separating these two teams here, and there's been so many small moments that could have gone either way for both of them. But I am being told we're pretty much ready to go on the main stage. So this is going to be huge. This is an elimination final, folks. If you're just tuning in, what a time to be joining us. One of these guys will be meeting Optic Gaming in the grand finals, and one will be going home. It's on over to our casters right now. We've got Shurzy and Gaskin on the mics. Gents, it's getting pretty hot in here. I don't know about you, but somebody needs to turn the AC on before this stage is set on fire.
It's getting pretty hot in here, but I will be keeping my clothes on, Daniel Gaskin.
Please do!
Well, one thing I will tell you is I'm super excited for this next series, Elimination Finals. I feel like a schoolgirl at a One Direction concert.
Honestly, it is like that. It's so exciting to see these teams just kind of make their pass through this tournament, and we get rematches upon rematches, we get stories, we get rivalries once more, and these two teams, they've already faced each other in the winners bracket. We've already seen FaZe versus SSG so far this tournament, and FaZe did win 3-1. They took down SSG. Maybe Renegade got a little bit of revenge all the way back from him once leaving that previous team, but now this is when we start to see SSG come into their own. SSG thrive for these moments, thrive in this elimination final to then get that inevitable grand final possibility.
Well, here is the series layout. In our elimination finals, game 1 is going to be King of the Hill, Recharge. Dan, who's got the edge?
Well, I'd say that Space Station have to have the edge. A, because they beat FaZe on this earlier on already in the tournament. Also, Space Station haven't lost a game 1 in a series all tournament long. If you go back to Worlds, they're at 16-2 in map 1 victories. They are insane at starting off quickly when it comes to any of these tournaments. But as the series goes on and develops, that's when it gets a little bit better for FaZe.
Looking at the tail of the tape then on King of the Hill, and you can see why. FaZe's record 1-3 and 3-1 on the other side of things. You're backed up with the stats.
And if you add on to that, you know, a disappointing loss against Optic Gaming, they're probably not going to be feeling the best about themselves right now. If you suddenly get spanked here by SSG, what does that do to your confidence, right? What does that do going into that map number 2? Are you going to have that belief? Are you going to have that trust in your teammates? The perfect way for FaZe to react to this would to then be beating SSG on one of arguably FaZe's worst game types, but it's certainly going to be a tall task.
Let's talk about it then. Do you expect there to be some sort of hangover from that loss in the last game? Because they pushed Optic to the distance, but this team was built to take down Optic, and they failed their first attempt.
But was it built to take down Optic? Yes. Was it built to take down SSG? Maybe not, and that's when SSG swoop in. That's what SSG always do, and I genuinely believe there is going to be a little bit of a hangover from that winners bracket final, because I think FaZe believed they were going to 3-0 them there. It was cruising, 2-0 up, they looked phenomenal, they were even up in that King, and then they let it slip through their fingers. And it sometimes seems to be the story of old. We happen to see it all over again from tournament to tournament. And as soon as that game slips through, you start to just drop the pace a little bit. You start to maybe lack the belief in yourselves. And then the reverse sweep happens. And unfortunately, that can just snowball out of control. It's very difficult for the mentals. But FaZe Clan, 4 of the most experienced players that could possibly be on that stage to overcome such mental difficulties.
Now SSG, they've been on ice for a little while here. They've been watching the two lines in the winners finals going at it. Now a wounded animal comes down into this elimination finals. Is this a time for SSG to be like a hyena, like the vultures, just picking away at the corpse?
They've done it once, they've done it twice, they've done it thrice. They keep doing it, getting themselves into the grand finals. I think I mentioned it on the desk a little bit earlier, that they are a squad who just knows how to bounce back from that drop into the elimination, and it seems to be happening a lot sooner than maybe what FaZe having to deal with. Because if you have to go onto that main stage again, just after you've lost the game, it's so tough. But if you've had time to go back, talk about it, have a sleep on it, play a game on main stage in the morning against the 4th seed and then be able to take them down in a commanding fashion, you are definitely going to be on top of the world. And I do believe that SSG will certainly be looking at this series as a potential victory and another grand final on the cards.
Let's talk about Renegade for a moment. He's been at the forefront of almost every single good thing. As you see on your screen, he hits the overkill. He's been so good, instrumental for this FaZe team, but now playing against some of his old teammates again. And although he won before, if SSG take him down here, that first game doesn't matter.
I think that, Renegade's going to look at this one. He's going to still be confident. He's still going to play in the way. He's been insane, by the way, Renegade, this tournament. He has survived absolutely everything. Similarly to what Bound's been doing on SSG. I remember this clip where he was just using the scoreboard to stay alive as much as possible, confidently taking shots against Ryanoob. You've got 8 players who know how to survive in a game of Halo Infinite. And I've always stressed one of the most important things is survivability. Avoid fights you don't need to be taking, but then get involved with fights to ensure you're helping your team when maybe you're struggling a little bit. Back to your point on Renegade, he is going to be one of the key factors here for FaZe Clan if they are going to bounce back from that winners finals loss.
FaZe Clan. This squad was forged to win championships. They were dubbed the God Squad. They've had their wings clipped, and they find themselves in the elimination finals. Are they about to be demons? Or are the grand final guardians gonna stand tall here? Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And FaZe have to start hot. I already told you what Space Station do in map 1 of a series. They have dominated this tournament when it comes to that first map 7 times so far. But if FaZe can shut them down, if FaZe can get that early start, then maybe SSG won't be able to have that momentum they so desperately would need.
Renegade. Shock and camo. As he lines up Eco, but it just whiffs away. Will land the body shot and immediately get himself out of there. FaZe will continue to score. Penguin in a 1v1. He goes down. Already tagged up a little bit from a previous engagement. Bound puts a couple of shots down. And Eco will finally put the finishing touches onto that kill. FaZe have a little bit of progress, but nothing too substantial.
Often the first hill on Recharge King is one of my favorites to watch because you really have to strategize where you're going to be holding. Do you start planning for the next hill early on, or are you going to commit to just getting the point and potentially giving the other team an opportunity to set up themselves? But now Eco has the shock to work with on C-Plat. He's just being patient. He knows that FaZe are going to try and take C priority here, and he's trying to deny it.
Now we remember the reason why they won this game last time these two teams matched up is because Eco had the shock rifle and he was absolutely beaming every single player's face. He went on an illustrious run, commanding the shock rifle, commanding the map. FaZe Clan have got to shut him down here, and they do.
And how many times have we seen, this iteration of a FaZe roster that was previous Sentinels going up against Eco's squads and them just saying, well, we just got Eco'd at this event, right? You got outsmarted, you got out-strategized by Eco Smith, who is one of the best minds that we have in Halo Infinite. Is it going to be the same old story, or can FaZe Clan shut down Eco? I do think that Eco's on a little bit of a tear after what happened at the World Championships. We even saw him tweet out saying, that one's on me. I'm disappointed, the team's disappointed, but he's taking the blame, and now he'd love to make up for that here at this event.
Shows great character to shoulder the blame after a very difficult loss. Very easy, almost too easy, to point the fingers at your teammates. But he held his hands up, rightfully or not. Here is the man, looking to propel his team forward here. Matching up against the old enemy once more. Bottom middle, still yet to be claimed by either team.
It's been such a tough first hill. Both teams have just been fighting, not necessarily for hill control, but for map control. This first hill can really define how the map is going to go, and both teams are well aware of that. Quite similar in terms of slays at the moment, but FaZe Clan do have the edge by about 3 or 4. Bound can't stay alive. 3 now go down. This is FaZe's best chance to really secure this point, force SSG back. Get a little bit of a spawn kill on the go, and you've got to control C-Plat at the same time. So I like this from Snakebite. Make sure you've got a path so you can get there a little bit afterwards.
Snakebite loses a couple of teammates, but numbers have evened up. 1v1 with the Penguin. Can he slip and slide and take down the Snake? Not a fight you usually see on the National Geographic as a Penguin versus a Snake, but the Penguin comes out on top. Shots go down. 2 players backed up. Eco and Stellar eliminated from the equation for now. They'll be back with a vengeance. Snakebite wins the 1v1. Puts on the wiggles. Starts shaking the hips. Finally, FaZe claimed the bottom middle hill. And with 2 minutes and 40 on the clock, how many more will they need?
Well, they've done it perfectly there because SSG were down to just 1 player remaining over towards Turbine, and that meant it was easy pickings for Snakebite not only to get the hill, but also to move towards the next one. Of course, now you prioritize the camouflage. No one in the vicinity to try and contest it, and that's going to be fantastic news here for FaZe, because now Snakebite can utilize this camouflage to get behind enemy lines and stop any sort of SSG push.
Snakebite with the cloak of invisibility. Sorting hat says Slytherin. Can he push in and do some damage? Penguin with the disruptor will back him away, but a little whip to the face takes one out. And that disruptor continues to tag up Renegade and do the damage. 2 dead apiece.
It was temporarily a one-on-one there, Snakebite and Bound, but I think that Snakebite knows here this camo can really make the difference. He's well aware of a shock rifle on the other side too, but now you've run out of your camo. So neither team really being able to get any big old points in the second hill here. It's just been a fight, a dogfight down long haul. And Bound still ripping faces, and Penguin's there to assist. And SSG, they hold on strong, but now here comes the rest of the bandwagon.
Huge win by Penguin. Frosty and Penguin now were the last alive for a moment, but Penguin's positioned perfectly with the shock rifle. They claim a little bit more time. This setup in long haul is so difficult to break.
Especially if you've got someone who can hit shots with a shock as well. So that's the job here for Penguin. Well, there we go, job complete. Take 1 off the checklist. Connects with a second as well, should be able to follow up, and Penguin almost makes it 3. Has the help, has the support, and now SSG surely should be securing this point and tying it up 1-1.
Penguin and SSG starting to go through the gears. Starting to piece together some semblance of control now. 1-1. Strongholds recharge. Or King of the Hill, excuse me. Another shock rifle shot connects. Stellar gets dispatched. 3v3 in the map. Hills move the bottom elevator. Who's got the stones to claim it here?
FaZe are still outslaying Space Station, so they won't be too disheartened to lose a point there. I think it was inevitable as soon as they lost that engagement down long haul, but they have now been able to set up for this next elevator hill. And if Frosty does go down here, that provides an opening. SSG need to take this. They need to send full waves of players in to try and stop this hill, which they do. They achieve it, and it was all back off the Needler play.
FaZe about 3/4 of the way to their second hill. But they have to get rid of the pesky Stellar, who's setting up shop here. Throwing down a couple of denial nades. No members of FaZe over that direction for the moment. Royal 2 starting to make the cross. Frosty's down, bottom elevator, gets away, sees the Needler, knows it's in trouble, gets the kill, 3 dead, setup broken.
I mean, if you're going to go up against a Needler, having some pillars around is one of the best ways to try and defend yourself. Just strafe between them, make sure those needles aren't going to connect with you. Frosty also can't connect with those final bullets. Bound will push in with a double, and it means FaZe Clan down to just 1. Royal 2's going to have to wait, but he might be stuck over towards pipes. He did get noticed, but at least he is still alive, otherwise that could have been trouble for FaZe. It's going to give them the room for 1 more push here to try and stop SSG from going 2-1 up.
SSG close to taking the lead here. Just need to stop this next push. Frosty's got the opening kill. 3 go down for SSG though. This is an opening. And FaZe walk on into bottom elevator. No music playing this time. Stellar and Penguin positioned towards bottom control. Eco's bottom middle, no doubt, looking to come Turbine. Have they got eyes on him? 2-1 the lead now. FaZe Clan regain control.
It's a big point as well. Only 1 minute and 38 left on the clock, so it's very rare we're going to see this game go all the way. So now this is when you start to think about using that clock to your advantage. This hill is a very difficult one to try and secure at times. So if you can get someone, maybe with a shock rifle, to watch from kind of the top middle area, from that ledge, you can be such a nuisance here to SSG. Are FaZe going to do something that we saw similarly Optic Gaming do quite a lot throughout this tournament and use the clock to their advantage?
2 go down. Frosty's about to join them though. All in the black screen as Penguin locks in 2. Bound's able to scramble away, but only for a moment as Royal 2's grenades perfectly placed to get the job done. Penguin will continue to score here. Pinging the camouflage, putting emphasis on it. He goes down to no shields. Renegade steps out. Picks up the camouflage. This could be an opening to break the setup.
It's a lot of time that's been secured though here by SSG. Renegade can be the first one to really break this deadlock. Will do so by just putting a few warning shots into Penguin. No one cleaned it up just yet, but as I say that, it's going to be all 4 dead if Penguin goes down, but he's not going to go down without a fight. Finally, the setup is broken, but I think because of the amount of time SSG have scored, FaZe Clan are going to be reluctant to try and play the clock here. Instead, I think they have to go for the point.
1:03 on the clock. Bellon throws a couple of grenades. Renegade's going to run into trouble, tries to get the trade. Unable to do so, though. Royal 2 with the commando. Puts a couple of shots into Penguin. Will he land on that grenade? Yes, he will. Perfectly positioned. And the second one gets the job done, or a teammate might have been there instead. 2 down for SSG. FaZe starting to retake control now and dictate the pace. What have SSG got in the chamber?
Well, SSG realistically one last push to try and break this hill. If you go 3-1 down with this amount of time left, you are probably done and dusted in this game. One's already fallen. Renegade gets the first one, but there is the trade from Stella. That's massive. And now they need to work as a 3 to decide how they're going to push through. Do you send it over top middle? Yes, you do. Stella's going to full send it, gets the support, and now SSG will blind through here.
Snakebite desperately trying to live. Space Station in the hill. Has managed to just evade the attentions. Caught Bellon by surprise, but there's 2 members of SSG on hand. 3 dead for FaZe. The perfect break. Can Royal 2 get this kill? The answer's no. Somehow, some way, SSG survive. This game's on a knife's edge.
Well, Royal 2 was the last remaining player. Just full sent it off spawn, made sure he got the nades down, made sure he stopped SSG from picking up easy time, but now he's got to do a lot of work again. Only 2 remaining players, and he goes for a swim. SSG eliminate all 4 members of FaZe, and they're going to tie this game up 2-2.
Penguin immediately turns his attentions towards Turbine. Claims the pipes. Royal 2, though, goes for the shock rifle spawn and gets handled pretty easily, it must be said. Frosty's in big trouble here in a 1v2. Will scamper away, but the audio footsteps will give the Frosty away. Bottom elevator, Penguin gets handled as well. They're trading kills back and forth here.
Go into overtime then. Next point wins, and it's going to be the Turbine Hill. There's where this big old battle is going to go down. 2 more have fallen, and suddenly we're starting to see SSG catch up a little bit on the Slays. As I say that, Frosty will make sure he responds. 78 kills for FaZe Clan right now, 75 for Space Station. There's only 3 in it. But what's important is that scoreboard at the bottom. Who can get this next point? Remember, Space Station have not lost a map 1 all series long, all tournament long. Can FaZe Clan change that? Can FaZe Clan maybe change the momentum of this series right from the get-go?
Perfect bait and switch from SSG. As Bellon tiptoes back into the hill, clearing his angles first, though. Royal 2 rains down some damage from top control. Disruptor will clear him out of the hill. Trades Renegade and Eco, but Bellon will join him. And here comes Royal 2. Can he get the kill onto Penguin? Yes, he can. Stellar slides in. Thinks about getting away and does. Royal 2 is just trying to hold this territory for his team, waiting for the cavalry. But here comes Bound, and it's only good for a trade.
3 versus 3. There's a little chunk of time for SSG, but it's not a crazy amount. Still no one from FaZe has dipped their toes in. And now, for the first time in the game, we are going to see both teams even on Slays. Okay, FaZe have just taken the lead by 1. But at one point in this game, I think FaZe were outslaying SSG by about 10. They were in so much control. But Space Station was still able to off-spawn, contest them every single time, stop that hill from being grabbed too comfortably. But now FaZe starting to come to life in these final few moments.
FaZe have the numbers, but they haven't got the time on the board. Just trying to close the distance now. Spawning SSG over towards Long Haul, have numbers once more. Is this the moment? Is this the opportunity? Can they seize it? Double kill from Snakebite. The last 2 remaining members positioned over towards control for Space Station. There's the spacemen running out of oxygen here as this game dwindles down. What can Snakebite do?
He needs to be very aware of grenades here, and you can see he's very reluctant to take time because there's so many players on the map right now. That could be a nuisance, but it's a killing spree for Snakebite. Elevator is where he's going to hold, needs assistance from the rest of the team, will find it as well. And now he works in tandem with Renegade, but Penguin goes huge with a double. And now Space Station can start to score, and Space Station can start to put their first foot forward.
This game's like a pendulum swinging back and forth. Huge kills from Penguin. Currently sitting at 25, 9 and 21. He is having a game to remember here. Can he drag SSG over the finish line in game 1? 18 seconds left on the clock. Will that play a factor? Or are SSG trying to win this here and now? Snakebite trying to live as long as possible by also doing a little bit of damage. Penguin's the last man standing here. He's going to fall. And is this the moment then for FaZe to finally seal the game?
Depends where SSG spawn here. Bound's gonna get caught out bottom middle. Control is where Stellar is as well. You've gotta really get those nades in, and someone needs to make a move to make a press onto Frosty here. Otherwise, it's gonna be too easy for this point to be picked up.
FaZe look to hold and do. And they draw first blood. SSG do drop the first game of the series. All tournament. What a game that was.
So FaZe may be rewriting history books here, not allowing the crazy records we're seeing set by SSG when it comes to winning map 1s in series. I wonder whether that now is going to be a telltale sign of how this series is going to go. I would have put a lot of chips on Space Station taking that first initial map just based off the previous performance between these two teams and how impressive SSG have been at coming out of the blocks hot. Add to that the fact that FaZe have just lost the winners finals. It was all looking good for SSG, but maybe FaZe are going to be focused here, determined to get that rematch, to get into that grand final, but there is still a long way to go.
You would have put a lot of chips on it, and I would have eaten every single one of them. Taking a look at the highlights, Royal 2, putting down damage. Someone I want to talk about is Snakebite. Had a very difficult end to that series against Optic Gaming. A lot of deaths going by the wayside, playing a little bit too fast, separate from his team, but he brought it back here in game number 1.
I think it's evident that Snakebite can be the difference maker for this squad when he's playing at his very best, and you are going to have sometimes bad games throughout a tournament. I think that every player knows that that's a possibility, but it's how you bounce back from them, and I think we've seen that here in the first game. There were some very important sprees from Snakebite, and I think everyone on that FaZe roster can be proud at how they have responded to that loss in the winners bracket, and it does show what professionals they are. As for SSG, I think that's going to be a little bit frustrating. I think it was there for them this game. It was ripe for the picking, but at the same time, they never got ahead on Slays. They were always 4 or 5 kills behind. They never really were able to control the map. It was constant trades that were happening, and we never really got to witness SSG at their very best when it comes to King of the Hill.
It is a testament to SSG how they find themselves down in Slays, but still are efficient when they get the kills, still kept themselves in the game, and at one point threatened to take the lead.
They did threaten to take the lead, and they honestly were very close to doing so if it wasn't for some heroic plays that we were able to see on the other side for FaZe. Speaking of heroic plays, are these two going to be the players that can make the difference in this upcoming Slayer game? We love to look at who is actually putting up those numbers when it comes to Slays. Stellar at the moment, 4.5 KD on average per game, and a 1.51 KD for himself. Frosty maybe not quite as high up there, but I think that SSG, that's what's been impressive about them this tournament, is they are up there with anyone when it comes to their slaying ability, and every single player as well. Their averages have been pretty nuts when it comes to slays. So that maybe bodes well for Space Station and their chances here in map number 2.
And as we load into map number 2, Live Fire Slayer. Can FaZe double their series lead? Or will SSG get themselves right back into the mixer? It's all to do here. Can FaZe navigate these choppy waters? Or will Space Station be able to drag them down deep? So important to control the sandbox. We've seen FaZe not do it against Optic. That has to change here and now, because SSG can make the difference here in game number 2, and we're underway.
We are underway, and we are going to see the sniper rifle instantly being where Renegade puts all his attention to. Support from Frosty as well, and I think that says a lot. You know, Frosty was the sniper of this team for years. Has that baton been handed over to the new blood, the new kid on the block? 4-1 already. Overshield now is where attention turns, and Snakebite's lurking there, waiting, hoping he doesn't get hit by some nades. Being watched over, doesn't survive. What a push this is from SSG, by the way, and Stella taking full advantage of the heat wave.
I love that from Snakebite, pressing his eyes up against the wall. If I can't see them, surely they can't see me. Well, the grenades, they didn't need to. And Overshield's ripe for the picking into Stellar's chest as he offloads some of the power, distributes it evenly across the team. Sniper rifle in his hands here. As he opts to go over towards Sandbags. Thought about Big Door for a moment. Damage goes down though. Snakebite with a grenade will get the shield ripped clean off him, but not before landing that blow with the plasma pistol.
Plasma pistol shot was important, but I don't think it really will matter in the grand scheme of things. What was more important was Stella getting those tags, hitting those scopes, as again he hits another body shot. I always stress that as long as you hit those body shots with a sniper rifle, you are still making a difference.
Royal 2 repulses that grenade away, and it somehow connects onto Penguin along with Snakebite's finishing grenade. 11 kills to 8. A lead, but a slender one. He go over towards green. Royal 2 will not have that information though. Opts to stay alive here. Turn his attention towards the overshield. This one could be big if they get their hands on it and build upon this lead. Penguin goes down, but Snakebite's going to join him. It's a 3v3 on the map for a moment. Numbers just favouring FaZe now. As Royal 2 lands one to the face. Stellar's going to chase here, and he's going to fall to his death as Overshield pops up.
I do remember earlier in the tournament as well, Space Station struggled a little bit against Complexity on this map. I believe it was actually a 50-49 victory for SSG against Complexity, and no disrespect to Complexity, they had an incredible tournament top 8, but FaZe is an entirely different beast here. Have a 7-kill advantage already, and have the Overshield to work with. So things are looking good for FaZe Clan, but Space Station, one of the things I've always given them credit for is how well they react to going down, not just in a series, but sometimes in a game. There is always a plan B for this roster, and we'll have to see how they're going to try and achieve that.
You can see SSG just trying to run away from the Overshield player, and because of that, they isolate him and eliminate him. 3 dead though for SSG. The Overshield doing its job. Penguin down to no shields, Renegade there to pick up the pieces. All 4 go down, and FaZe are in the ascendancy now.
Does seem like FaZe are locked into this series and they have their eyes firmly set on a rematch. They look like a different kind of beast when you look at what they've been able to achieve previously in this tournament and maybe their expectations of getting to that grand final as well. Let's be real, anything short of a grand final would be a disappointment for this roster. And to these 4 players, I think anything less than a win at this tournament would be disappointment. They do have to get there first. Frosty sending one back, gets the stick. And now it is going to be a big old lead. This is a difficult time for SSG because not only you've got to try and get out of some of these spawn traps, but to overturn a deficit like this, you're going to need these next overshields. You're going to need a sniper rifle, and someone's going to have to turn up.
It's important to note as well with FaZe, as this season carries on and continues, this version of FaZe right now is the worst we'll ever see them. They're only going to grow and build in confidence, learn new strategies. And they're a tall order for anybody right now. As Snakebite rips Penguin's visor clean off. Stellar pops out. Body shot from Snakebite. Can he back away and live though? Still trying to train his eyes on Overshield.
Overshield's up. FaZe have got their eyes firmly set on it. Let's see what the comms are like and jump into a listening.
Nice.
Another one weak in the corner.
Yeah, dead.
3 dead.
I'm trying to watch.
I'll sky bound. Just keep living with
good job, guys. Way to fucking square for that.
Just got so many cuts.
He went top mid.
Might have dropped. Shoot B right now. Take your BR. We're gonna kill all these.
B in big door.
Nice job. I got damage. Another one big door. One hit.
Dead.
Just sit here. We're gonna spawn screens. 3 seconds. We're gonna go. Yep.
There's one Obi.
Yeah, I'm walking up.
On me.
You play to live forever. Best you can. One shot dead. Another one weak.
That's weak.
I'll kill all these guys. Give me. Yeah, two. One's bottom mid on heat wave.
Nice, John.
One's bottom mid on heat wave. 3 dead, guys. 3 dead. Make sure we get map. Play for it. Yo, Matt is already pushing tower.
He's players.
You live. You just spawn elbow. They're gonna spawn elbow.
One in mud.
Are you? Okay, BJ, I'm gonna help you get out. One's back B on spikes.
Let's go.
I got you, BJ. I have you.
Which one's one?
Nice, guys. Good fucking help. Good shit. Let's go. Keep this up.
Zombies.
Ready? I'm looking. Yo, Matt, after we kill this guy, we go top mid, okay?
Yeah.
No, let's go top mid.
I'm gonna end a play.
Yo, you down your body, John?
I think there's one.
Aim by.
Another
Another one weak. Nice, 2 dead.
2. One about it. Absolute mud.
Fast-paced upbeat as FaZe Clan look to extend that lead by even more. It's a triple as well. Space Station look like they're done and dusted in this game as FaZe, the way they collapsed shows, the way they called the spawns, the way they knew exactly how they wanted to play out, it was almost flawless.
Only requiring 5 now. And Stellar's in a 1v1. And against Renegade, very few win it. Eco will pick up the pieces. Frosty scoops up the overshield. And is he about to apply the finishing touches to game number 2 here as he sits on a grenade and does seal the victory. FaZe up 2. One more and they get another crack at the Kings.
How does SSG respond then? Like I said, I will always give them credit for having a plan B. But do they have a plan C? Do they have a plan D? Because they might have to be diving deep into the playbooks here to stop whatever it is we're witnessing from FaZe Clan, who seem determined to have that rematch in the grand final. Next up though is going to be Aquarius Capture the Flag. Does bode pretty well for Space Station Gaming. They found a lot of success from it. Not just at this tournament, but plenty of previous ones as well. It's tried, it's tested, it's not exactly new for them at this point. But you can say the same with FaZe, right? FaZe have played this 1,000 times as well, and with momentum on their side, and unfortunately with the curse of maybe us commentating the last 4 times has been a 3-0, maybe the writing's on the wall here that FaZe might be going into a grand finals.
You spoke about plans, A, C, and D, and I think B might be bathroom. I've seen a couple of the players standing up and dashing off. Maybe just to regain some composure. Those 2 games got away from them, particularly that Slayer, very quickly. But as we head into Aquarius Capture the Flag, Dan, who is this one favoring?
I think that SSG statistically have been a little bit stronger when it comes to Aquarius Capture the Flag. But at the same time, at this tournament, we saw another close game against Complexity. So similarly to that Slayer we just saw, you know, it was a 50-49 against Complexity, and then suddenly it's a 50-26 or whatever it was against this FaZe Clan roster. So I just think that FaZe have everything you could want in a team right now to get to a grand final. I think it was built from the ground up. They knew full well that that was going to be their target for this tournament, and they don't really have weak points. It's something I was discussing with some of the players on FaZe, because I noticed there was maybe one map that was bad for them, one map in mode. I think it was Stronghold's live fire is not really working out for them during the qualifiers. Everything else is positive, which is kind of crazy. As we look at other statistics elsewhere, it's the KD leaderboard. Renegade is leading the way. Also, shout out Suppress for being number 2. We were talking about Complexity, and there he is, writings on the wall. But is Renegade now going to be using these slays in a way, in this Aquarius Capture the Flag, to push FaZe back into that grand final? I certainly think there is a high chance of it.
The stats also reflect Eco sitting at 4th there with a 1.22, very close to Renegade. And it just goes to show you, when he said at Worlds that that one's on me, he went back to the drawing board, back to the lab, put the white coat on, reflected, and he's come out and been his best version of himself in this tournament. But he finds himself down by 2 now. And last year we spoke about some of the best players in the game, and the top 3 for most people was Lucid, Renegade, and Frosty, and 2 of them now sit on the same team. Is it only a matter of time in this series, in this tournament, in a tournament before we see them grab gold?
I think certainly that's the aim, that's the plan, that's what they've been building towards, but maybe SSG still have an answer here in this series. I don't want to count them out. Eco is a tactician. Eco will have plans, and sometimes a series layout, you can find yourself 2-0 down. Look at what just happened in the winners finals, right? FaZe were 2-0 up there. They got reverse swept by Optic Gaming. FaZe know they cannot afford to let this one slip through their fingers, just as they did only, what, an hour ago. Otherwise, SSG will take full advantage of that and make them pay. Is that going to be in the back of the mind here of FaZe Clan? Can they manage to just push past that, get this one locked down, get themselves into a grand final, and then we'll get to see that rematch against Optic Gaming?
There's this break, a tactic, a ploy by SSG just to take some of the steam, some of the wind out of the FaZe Clan sails. All 4 members and coach have remained on the stage, locked in, lasered. And as we look at the stats, you spoke about SSG and how good they've been. 5-1 on Aquarius CTF to FaZe's 4-1. Almost identical records.
Yeah, this is just CTF in general rather than Aquarius specific, but the only time we've seen SSG lose a CTF game, it was against FaZe Clan. It was in that previous series, so everything does point towards the FaZe roster taking this one, but I really just want to see SSG, take this bathroom break, assess what's going wrong, and make sure they focus up now going into this game. Because if we do see them start to pop off, we've seen glimpses of it. We've seen some incredible multi-kills that have come out from that SSG roster, but they've not been able to maybe build around it. They've not been able to build off of it and gain that momentum at all. And perhaps that does come from the game one. Losing that King of the Hill was probably the nail in the coffin, the first nail, but now it's going to be hammered in here by FaZe if we see them take an early lead.
FaZe up by 2. Are they about to put SSG to the sword? Still a lot of Halo left to be played, and it's right that you touch upon what we've seen on our screens. Only but an hour ago, they were up by 2, and they let it slip through their fingers. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. There were so many close games in that last series. There was a close game in the first of this series, but it is the time for them now to lock this one down.
If they are going to be locking it down, I think it has to start with their defensive ability when it comes to capture the flag as well, SSG. On average, they are allowing around 10 steals per game, and you can't be allowing that many flags to be grabbed regardless of what map you're playing on, because then it just allows for possibilities of people to get that flag across to the other side of the base. They aren't really playing in a way that stops people from taking flags. Instead, they seem to be pushing to take flags of their own, leaving themselves exposed, and then the counter-caps start to happen. If SSG can find a way to stop that from happening, maybe by playing a little bit more rigid, a little bit more structured, and denying these flag pulls, naturally they should be able to start gaining the advantage on the map and then getting flag pulls of their own.
Well, it was something we've seen Optic do in games 3, 4, and 5, right? They slowed the pace of the games down and allowed FaZe to push to them. And that was why we've seen Snakebite step out a little bit too much and expose himself and rack up those deaths very quickly. If you slow down, if you can set the traps up here, FaZe could be in trouble.
FaZe could be in trouble, yeah. I think setting traps is the perfect way to try and stop FaZe from having too much of a momentum shift going into this map number 3, because FaZe are going to be feeling themselves, they're going to be confident, they're going to be throwing themselves into BR fights, they're going to want to clean this one up as quick as possible so they can get to that grand finals. Use that to your advantage. Expect them to be challenging you. Expect them to be pushing around that corner when maybe they've hit a nade off you. And as long as you're calling that, as long as you're communicating to your teammates about that, you can expose it and you can take advantage of it.
We have SSG back in seats. We can only speculate what the comments were like during that break, what they discussed. But as we load into Aquarius CTF, is this FaZe's moment to take down the Grand Final Guardians, the Gatekeepers? Or do the Spacemen have something left in the tank? It's been a grueling tournament for SSG in this elimination bracket, as it often is. Swatting teams, slapping the taste out of mouths. But is this the moment where this is just a little bit too far? We're about to find out if FaZe have enough to get the job done here in Game 3. And we're starting off with the General and Snakebite.
Remember, this Space Station roster made every Grand Finals last year. They were the best average placing team in the HCS. And they are now on the cusp of being eliminated here in 3rd place as FaZe look to try and get into that Grand Finals. Already, we see one of those steals that I was talking about. Space Station not able to stop Snakebite from just maneuvering his way into the base and getting a touch already.
Snakebite, one of the fastest flag runners in the HCS. And he made no qualms about getting straight into the base and pulling flag, but unfortunately for him, he does fall. Renegade, though, with the camouflage behind Stellar. Sizzle Stick goes down. Will take the shields away, but Renegade's not going to step out. He's going to let that do the job itself. Gets tanked up in the backbone. His replacement on SSG gets the better of him here.
You say he's one of the fastest flag runners, and now I just have it in my head of a 100-meter sprint in real life, where they have to carry flags. Do you think he'd still be one of the fastest flag runners?
No, I actually don't. Maybe he can get some sort of sneaker deal. Insert brand here. Frosty steps away for a moment. You can see why getting tagged up left, right, and center. Gets taken down. And for Eco, driving his team forward here. Penguin picks up the pieces of the damage that was done elsewhere.
Well, SSG, they're down 2-0 in the series. They need something. They went for the bathroom break, and Eco maybe has rallied the troops. Let's see what the communication's like and jump into a listening.
I'm gonna run it. I'm one shot, bro. I'm gonna turn around though. I died.
Watch out the window, watch out window. Stuck on the pillar,
My fault, it's my fault. Can we relocate.
R2? Try maze, yeah, they're maze.
R3 and their Jin's one shot.
I'm looking at camo.
Our high hall maybe? Our high hall dead.
P2 to camo, P2 to camo.
Yeah, he's weak.
Snake bites might be their car jump.
Just hit a P2 on their side. Your jump P2 their side.
Top car weak.
Yo, they're P-jump weak, I'm looking car 3. Our high hall side.
Got him.
John was P2, John was
hard.
P2.
Look at it.
I can get it.
RP. One shot P2, 2 P2, 1 RP.
One shot pink 2 behind on the nades. Dead. Snake bite spawner. Camo's down top mid. Watch out our troops.
Do dead or not?
Pink 2.
I hear you P2.
Shrimp dead or shrimp dead.
One shot on me P2.
One shot of shrimp.
Coming back. Where's the other? Nice job, good job.
On me P2. I died, P2.
I have shocks.
Top car.
They're P.
Car down.
Car 2 weak. Car 1 weak.
Shocks on. Car out.
Thrust down.
Fridge.
Look at our rebreed.
P-tunnel our flag in a pink one. Weak our P-door. Really weak our P-door.
The bridge.
We're shooting for someone trying to go. Yeah, good shit.
2 flag.
Other flag. Yeah, I spot B. I'm coming.
Turn our flag.
Our bridge, both of them.
I'm trying right now. I'm coming.
One went. Bridge.
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 Our
On you, Adam.
John's P2.
Our flag weak. Two dead.
John's pink 1 to our front base, and Brad's their pink jump up to pink 2.
I'm looking bottom middle.
John is around there. John's around there. He could flank.
I think he is. He's in our fridge. Two here.
I can help. I'm in our
Front base weak. 2 shot on the front P. In the fridge.
I think he's one shot.
In the fridge full.
He's not.
Yeah, they're flag. Shoot him in the back when you come out.
They're gonna be gather court for.
It was quiet to begin with, but starting to get a little bit louder now that Space Station are taking advantage of some slays. They're up by 5 when it comes to their slaying ability here, and maybe that's going to force FaZe Clan back a little bit into their base and give SSG a real chance of going to get capped.
Stark contrast, the communications, it would seem, on the listening. 4 dead then for SSG. Penguin, the first spawner, trying to keep his base safe. As the rest of his members spawn up around them. Renegade done the initial damage. Frosty trying to follow it in here. Stepped out a little too far. And somehow, Eco manages to land the shots. Onto Renegade. Royal 2 then. Heat wave in hand. Can he cook up a storm? Can he fry some of SSG? Snakebite with the camouflage had the help from Frosty, and he needed it.
Can he take something away from what Trippy was able to do in the previous series with that heat wave? He went on an absolute tear, but slightly different in CTF, but Royal 2 still putting it to use. The flag on the move. And that means Royal 2 has a game plan here. It's survive in the back of the base and be a nuisance and eventually pop out and try and surprise SSG.
Is he waiting just a little bit too long? Has finally put some damage down. The flag has been touched. That will reset the timer. It's down in the courtyard. Royal 2 trying to bait it as he now turns his attention back to top middle. He stepped away from the base. A couple of shots will go down. 2 dead for SSG. Frosty in the enemy base. Bound gets absolutely fried to the core. Penguin positioned over towards Carbine. Do they know he's there? Grenade goes down. The will land at the feet and connect with Penguin. Can they get this flag moving? 3 members of SSG move straight over to Carbine to try and cut this flag off, but all 4 dead fall.
And again, it all comes back from Royal 2 initially in that base with the heatwave. He was a presence, if nothing more, scaring SSG to have to take a certain route. And it meant they were easy pickings as FaZe take the first flag and put themselves 1 step closer to that grand final.
All 4 dead again. FaZe are starting to cook. And Penguin's in the fridge. Is he just becoming a condiment? Yes, he is. Flag moves courtyard. Shortly up the shroom stairs, the Snakebite tries to clear some angles. But the flag stops in its tracks. SSG on hand to try and send this one home. And perhaps FaZe just look happy to let this one go and reset the map.
Yeah, it was very patient play there from Snakebite. He knew he didn't have to desperate onto that flag. Oh, if you do desperate it, if you give SSG the opening, that's when you leave yourselves open to that potential counter cap. But now Eco has Heatwave, has Camouflage. If anyone's going to get something going here, has to be this man.
Steps away, does Snakebite. Recognizes he's in trouble. 2 members of SSG converge 2 down. Renegade and Snake might have to watch their teammates rally here. Another flag will get sent home for SSG. They managed to stay alive here for a moment. Bound slides out, a victim of timing it would seem there though. And FaZe really doing a good job of clearing their base.
You can feel it now for SSG. They're fighting for their tournament lives. They are throwing themselves at FaZe Clan. They're not allowing these flags to just easily transfer across the map. Instead, they are putting everything and their bodies on the line to stop when they can and when it's available. Eco thrusting his way in and out of fights right now. He's been such an awkward player at the back of the base, but Snakebite eventually shuts him down.
Snakebite currently on all the 11s. 11 kills, assists and deaths. Another player having a game to remember right now. Frosty, 27 and 14. That's a snowman, has been heating up. Can Snakebite secure the kill? He can, along with the commendation of a killing spree. 4 minutes 25 on the clock. FaZe currently hold a 1-0 lead.
I hope Frosty doesn't heat up too much because that's slightly concerning if it's a snowman getting hot. Instead, I'd maybe prefer a little bit of a freezing temperature, but it does seem to be like 4 minutes remaining. FaZe Clan still on top. When it comes to Slays, they've got about a 7-kill advantage. So remember, earlier, Space Station had the lead. They had a little bit of control. But ever since that flag was captured, FaZe have kind of used that momentum. They've been on top. They've been holding the right angles. And a couple of camouflages have gone their way, as maybe this next one will as well. Frosty poises himself to grab it, will grab it. And now it's about what you want to do with it. No, he gets denied.
Camouflage falls. Along with 2 members, it actually got scooped up, didn't get the burn. Renegade with it in his chest, just stalking like the Predator. And Renegade wants some candy now, rolling up the fridge with nothing but menace in his eyes. Behind 2 members of SSG here. Some friendly fire, some friendly tags from the sizzle stick, but it matters not. Flag on the move now. Renegade like a UAV trying to download information and pass it to his teammates. Playing so patient, but Stellar spots him out.
Spots him out, he was the last remaining player as well, so this is good for SSG. Brilliant nade from Penguin. And this is the best chance of ever for Space Station to set up and try and break through now into FaZe Clan's base. 3 minutes remaining. It is not a commanding lead by any means, right? It's only a 1-flag lead, and it does remind me of that winners final, how close FaZe were to winning 3-0, being 1 hill away, but then being denied by Optic Gaming. Can maybe SSG start to put something together here? They need to work in tandem, and they need to work as a unit, but Eco's being denied, but 2 have gone down for FaZe. Just seems like every single time Space Station get close, there's someone to do some damage, as though this could be the chance.
Could be an ARV finish. Frosty waits bottom middle to try and stop the flag and head it off the pass. He's been successful, but it's a 2v2 on the map, and you can hear it now as Stellar tries to touch base with the flag, has to back away, forced to. Can he pick up the kills here? Renegade's in trouble, flag gets touched, it's on the move, and this could be trouble for FaZe Clan.
3 were dead, Royal 2 is the last remaining player. He tries to do the damage from a distance, but the flag is still moving, and it looks like we might be tying things up here, so Space Station will come to life. It is not done just yet, and we're all tied up, 1-1.
Just under 2 minutes on the clock. Bound with camouflage, coming to life at just the right time. In the 11th hour, not trying to go out without a fight. Frosty gets shot in the back, tries to back away, has the help, will be a trade, and 3 go down for SSG.
SSG just need to stabilize a little bit. Need to make sure they regain some map control that they lost during that flag run, as they had to, of course, commit so hard. 2 go down for SSG. And that means now FaZe are going to look to try and push in, maybe get a flag full of their own, especially if Renegade gets that kill, and he can start to run this flag.
Opportunity then, if Renegade can round the corner, which he has, avoids the grenades, it does touch him just a little bit to keep his shields to 1 shot. Happy to move this flag anyway. 2 down for SSG right now. Is there anybody that can get a touch? Is there anybody that can answer the call? As Renegade just about fumbles the flag, but it's not enough. 2-1 to FaZe.
A perfect answer from FaZe Clan, and maybe that's going to be the final nail in the coffin here for SSG, and perhaps that incredible run of Grand Final after Grand Final may finally come to an end here in Charlotte. 50 seconds, 1 last, maybe 2 pushes here for SSG. But after getting that tied game ripped away from them so quickly, I wonder whether maybe they're going to be bowing their heads in defeat already.
3 dead for SSG. And members of FaZe positioned perfectly here to stop any push. It's desperation for Bound over on the fridge. Will fire a couple of shots, but will go down. Renegade tries to back away. Eco's in a world of hurt in the courtyard. And Frosty hits 4 fresh shots. 15 seconds remain.
FaZe are just going to set themselves up here, make sure that flag can't be taken, but actually a flag gets pulled right under Frosty's nose. Stella gets the first. This has got to be it now for SSG.
Oh!
2 down, but Frosty with a big kill. Make it 3 down. SSG have to get a touch here.
Renegade, it's so important that you get the damage, but the time ran out.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. We've jumped the gun.
No, it
flag gets sent home, and FaZe will be going to the grand finals.
An incredible run of form from this SSG roster that saw them in the grand finals all year long. It comes to an end in 2023 with the new HCS season. They will fall in 3rd place. It's now the time for FaZe Clan to show up and to get their rematch against Optic Gaming.
Is this the dawn of a new day for FaZe Clan? Much of last year shrouded in disappointment, but now they have a championship caliber team. Can they now go one better? It's gonna have to be done the hard way though.
Well, they burst the eco bubble finally, and they've got over that hurdle, but now it's an entirely new one as we go to a grand final against an Optic Gaming roster who have already reverse swept FaZe. Remember, FaZe now are going to have to win not just 1 series, but 2. It's going to be a best of 7. If they win the first one, we go again until we find out who is going to be our champions here at HCS Charlotte. FaZe certainly looked a different beast in that game, right? I thought that maybe they'd be a little bit dejected, a little bit slow out of the blocks, but no, they knew exactly what they needed to do to beat this SSG team. And it was in that first game where I feel like this series was going to be won or lost, and FaZe showed so much character and showed they truly are determined to get to that grand final.
Confirmation of what we've seen then. King of the Hill recharge 3-2, Aquarius CTF at the end 2-1. And both those games almost identical in how they went. FaZe took an early lead, SSG hung on in there, tied it up, but just couldn't get their noses in front.
Yeah, I think as soon as we saw the instant response there in that last flag game from FaZe, that just shut down any sort of hope from SSG. They gave up so much map control at the end just to ensure they got the tied game because they were running out of time, and FaZe took full advantage of that. And then you just have to set up, you just have to wait, you just turtle up a little bit, watch the angles, don't allow the flag pull, and FaZe were just far superior when it comes to that series.
Well, FaZe Clan, the Demons are going back to the grand finals to take another crack at the Kings. Can they land the shot this time? Over to Lottie and the boys to break it down.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Gaskin. Yeah, I mean, my goodness me, that just told the story of a FaZe roster who are looking at getting right back into that grand finals to try and change the outcome of that previous matchup with Optic Gaming. What an incredible series. I mean, it was red across that series, lay out their clutch. Space Station Gaming not giving up without a fight though for the entirety of that series. But FaZe Clan, I felt like that was the best we had seen their pacing all tournament long. I felt like they were able to really put the gas on when they needed to, bring it back and regain control. The aggression was so good and progressive. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think the game 2, when we went to a listen, and it really stuck out to me. The all 4 down, let's hold our locations for 3 seconds. I think Rule 2 was shot calling there, knowing that they were going to spawn over shield. They literally calmed, hey, they're about to spawn over shield. Wait, nobody move, nobody move, nobody move, now go. And then they once again got all 4 down. That was when you really saw the rhythm of this team and like how the ceiling of this team can be when they have map control, when they get their flow on. They also showed a lot of resilience in games 1 and games 3 there to be able to close the door on that series, something that Optic was very impressive at the series before. So it was good to see that same characteristic from FaZe, and I think we have an unbelievable final set up for us here today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Tony, talk to me about this series. What did you make of it on the side of Space Station?
It wasn't the fact that Space Station Game were playing bad in any way, shape, or form. Every time I'm watching them, I feel like SSG are totally in it. Like you said, they put up one hell of a fight. It's just FaZe were destined to make the grand finals. Let's be serious. And it felt like it was only a matter of time. If SSG would have won a game or two, I wouldn't have been surprised. It went to a game 5, but I think eventually FaZe make it back to the grand finals.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it was anything to do with the fact that Space Station weren't very good in that series. I think they were great. I just think that FaZe were just able to completely adjust to what Space Station wanted to do the majority of the time, and were able to break setups whenever Space Station had control. Let's talk about Royal 2 though. Let's talk about what he was able to do on the map, because this guy has been an absolute beast. He really has become quite an aggressive support role for this team. Clutch, talk to me about what he was doing back at the base hit, so patient, waiting for Space Station to pop up here with a heat wave, and he was ready for him.
Yeah, this is the moment in game one where FaZe, Space Station, they're both seeing who's going to take the lead, who's going to try and gain some momentum, and what a pivotal moment in this series this was, especially after FaZe Clan gets reverse swept by Optic. You're thinking in the back of your head, is that going to be a possibility? Royal 2's behind enemy lines. He's starting to lose teammates. His flag is currently being moved across the map. He's got to make a play. He stays alive, does some damage, chooses the right fights, gets the right kills, buys enough time for his team to get all four down, the return, and also helps his team get the flag on the move. This was textbook patient Royal 2 perfection.
You know, it's crazy because, Tony, I was watching this unfold on our screens and thinking to myself, like, Matt, pull. Why aren't you pulling the flag? I'm so confused. The patient paid off. This is why I'm not an expert on this. Tony, I mean, that was just absolutely incredible decision-making from FaZe, and you get stats like that because of it.
Yeah, not all kills are created equal. You know, when you look at the stats, you see somebody dropping 15, 16, 17 kills. It may not be as valuable as somebody dropping the 10, 11, 12 kills. That life that you saw in the highlights from World 2, the plays that he were making just had so much value to them, and it's a reason why he's one of the best in the game, one of the best pure shooters and also decision makers on this FaZe roster.
I mean, you got to talk about Frosty's damage from the series. 1,900 is pretty crazy. At least 3,000 over anybody else in the series. Frosty, in 3 games, when you have 3,000 damage more than like anyone else, that tells me that he's starting to hit his final form. Something I asked of him, talking to him last night, I was like, hey, you didn't even play that great, and you find yourself in the winners finals. Frosty's been able to elevate his gameplay, but this whole team needs to be able to step up if they want a chance against the green wall.
They certainly do indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, talking about stepping it up, I know that Season 3 has stepped it up, coming away on March 7th. We also do have the team skins that will be available when the new season drops. And my goodness me, they are looking stunning. You can see right now the FaZe sniper wrap there. We've got Cloud9, Na'Vi on our screens here, Sentinels. I mean, looking absolutely gorgeous. Tony, I spoke to Clutch about this right at the beginning of the show, but what's tickling your fancy right now here?
I mean, not only are we talking about, you know, the bandit rifle coming in, which looks absolutely phenomenal, and the shroud screen, which is going to add so many dynamic plays and certain maps that really needed going in, but also them HCS skins. You know, I talk about all the time. You look good, you play good. I'm just saying, you pick up one of them skins, and I promise you, your accuracy is going to go up 10%. I promise you, your movement's going to go up 5%. You look good. You play better. Wes, you wouldn't know much about that.
That's the thing, Tony, is I was wondering, I was watching your stream recently coming into the event, and I was like, why is he playing so bad? And I was like, oh, it must be a skin. So once you get one of those, I expect you to pick up your gameplay, maybe get into Onyx here, and we'll be excited for that. Unbelievable stuff here. Well, I tell you what, I am so excited for what is about to unfold before us on that main stage. We're going to have our grand finals getting set up and ready to go in just a moment. Optic Gaming versus FaZe. FaZe need to reset that best of 7 bracket, do it twice. Optic only need to do it to them once. We'll see who's going to come out on top. We're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we will have that grand finals. And for the meantime, enjoy a little bit of a moment here from our talent members.
And now for the most important decision of the day. The kicks, and Jersey's got a few options in front of him here. Not sure how he fit all of these and how many suitcases it might have required, but the man has undoubtedly come prepared. Scanning the options here, we've got a few things. You've got the boots here, a few different pairs, some utility wear. Don't forget about those slides bottom left. We could see the slip-ons come into the play as well. Eyes now darting from shoe to shoe. Looks like might have made some initial choices here. Looking like top right, maybe thinking about the whites versus those slides on the bottom left, back and forth between the two different pairs of shoes. And I think, oh my God, he's gone for the bold choice. It's gonna be the pink and blue slides.
I hear?
Because you refuse to see.
Kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Kill-tacular. Kill trust. Kilimanjaro. Triumph for me!
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Yeah, they're already shooting me.
One back base, one headshot.
I'm weak.
Watch out. I got shots.
Need help. He's one. Got shots. He's one. What are you doing?
Yep. I got one, I got two.
There we go, nice.
Nice. Oh, you're trash.
Sure speak, I'm gonna get him. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
It's Champ Sunday. It's the last game of the weekend and it's your grand finals. It's a rematch that we all wanted to see. Optic Gaming versus FaZe. We will crown our first LAN champion of this season after this matchup. The crowd is ready, the players are locked in, and for us on the desk, well, we're just getting started talking about these teams that we're about to watch. This is going to be wild. This is a massive rematch.
I am horrified at what I just saw.
I was really trying to hold my laughter in that entire time that we were coming in, but you know, I think I handled it pretty well considering how epic all of the talent skits have been. Huge props to everybody who's behind those creative pieces. Incredible stuff. But it's also incredible stuff with what has unfolded this weekend. Let's take a look at our brackets to see how we got to this point. You can see the elimination bracket here because we're looking at that bounce back from FaZe Clan. They were only touching the elimination bracket for mere moments because going up against Space Station Gaming, it was a swift 3-0. A little bit of applied pressure from SSG there, but nothing that FaZe couldn't handle. Let's take a look at the winners bracket side of things because Optic Gaming have kept it clean as per usual. FaZe Clan though, they bounced back and look at that winners final. 3-2 there, Clutch. That was very close. Not only was it close, it was a reverse sweep. Optic Gaming, they woke up for the last 3 maps of that series and they got it done. Are you expecting big things out of both teams here?
Absolutely. I'm expecting something very similar to what we saw. I mean, games were decided in overtime in King of the Hill. Games were decided by 1 flag in the CTF. Games were decided by 2 kills. I mean, these teams are so evenly matched. There is so much talent on both sides of the stage that this series could be reset. This series could go the distance. I mean, it is going to be an incredible performance to watch, and I can't wait to see some great Halo today.
I think often you can see reverse sweeps being almost like a kind of like, you know, teams just letting off the gas a little bit and it becomes difficult, or, you know, the first 2 maps they weren't quite on the ball, or vice versa for other teams. But honestly, in this case, I felt like that reverse sweep just came down to mistakes that were made at certain points in time. And these 2 teams are so closely matched. I can't even tell you how much they are going to be going head to head here. Now, FaZe, on one hand, they have done this before in the qualifiers. They've had the leg up twice on Optic in the winners finals, but they let it slip on close leads in games 3 and 4. Clutch, what would be your choice words to them ahead of it?
Yeah, you know, I used to talk to the boys in situations like this. So if I'm backstage, I'm one of the guys, I'm sitting there like, guys, should have been a 3-0 last time. We've had a lot of success against them online recently. We even came back from the elimination bracket online. This is a very winnable tournament. We are a better team. We have better individuals. Let's get the job done.
Let's get it done here and now. But on the other side, Optic, they want to get this done swiftly. They do not want to reset this bracket. And they need a really hot start here, Gaskin. Optic, you don't need the pressure of needing a reverse sweep this time around. So how can they combat that stellar start that FaZe have been having?
I think that, I mean, a series layout is going to impact it. I do think, though, however, the series layout, even if it was slightly tweaked, we would have had the same result in that winners final, just maybe wouldn't have been the reverse sweep, right? We are going to see better games for teams than others. So once we see that series layout, maybe that's going to be the best way for them to stop this fast-paced start that we have seen from the FaZe clan. But I do think that Optic Gaming are going to be running on a high right now. They are going to be delighted with that winners final victory. They are going to be confident getting into their gun engagements as well.
Yeah, I think it's that momentum we actually spoke about right at the beginning of this weekend about Optic, the momentum that they carried forward from Orlando, then into Worlds, and Worlds into this season, not making any changes, not having to change anything substantial up enough, unlike this FaZe roster. But I tell you what, something that has changed for me is how good APG truly is, and it should change for all of you as well, because APG being our AMD power performance, this guy's always been good, but stepping up to the plate when it matters most is what he is really truly good at. Clutch, talk to me about this individual, what he brings to the table, and especially in really tight-knit series like this.
I mean, this kid is so special. I had an opportunity to team with him alongside my career, and that was, what, 10 years ago? So he's been doing this forever. So the longevity, the experience, second to none from this guy. And what he does most is his play style is consistent, his shot is consistent, his communication is consistent. And what that brings to a team as far as like keeping composure and being there and doing like and performing during clutch situations, APG doesn't panic. APG like doesn't let things get out of hand. APG is so consistently like a known resource that he brings such a steady like pillar to this team. I love the fact that Optic Gaming last year, when all the commotion about is APG the right fit for this roster, they stuck by his side, and he has done nothing but perform for them since.
Very, very true words. I won't ask you to do predictions, gents, right? But I do want to know whether you think a bracket will be reset here on that stage in just a moment. What do you think, Clutch?
I think it will be. I think that I have no idea who will win the second best of 5, but I think very similar to the World Championship, we saw SSG come out hot from the elimination bracket game. Optic has been sitting there waiting to play a team. It's very difficult not coming right off of a series, so I think there is an advantage early in this series for FaZe. I expect this to go the entire distance.
Gaskin, what about you?
I'm having a little sneak peek at the game types. I think a bracket reset is definitely on the cards here, and I think that FaZe fans should be happy with some of the game types that are going to be on show.
Dan, you're the stats man. We've got to trust what you say, but I'll tell you what, it's in the hands of our players right now, and the mics are on the faces of our two wonderful casters, the duo. It's going to be Onset and Bravo. Gents, it's over to you guys.
Now G1 had anything yet, but now 61 to Optic. Oh, 47.
Preparation, Frosty with a sniper. Yes. Look at the ball. Triple kill.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's
He
there.
gets 2. He gets 3. Trippy the ghost.
This is now really starting to heat up with the heat wave. He's cooking. Might still go on.
Yes! Overkill. We switch.
Now goes down 47-47 here.
Oh, they're posting the grenade from Snakebite.
Snakebite is the man to do the job.
This weekend, we touched down in Charlotte with hundreds of the best Halo players in the world, with one goal in mind: to set the pace and be the best. It's now that time for your grand finals. Charlotte, you ready to get this started? Coming out first, make some noise for Optic Gaming. The first player coming out, one of the purest Slayers we know, it's APG! Followed up by the main Slayer himself, it's Lucid! Coming up next, the GOAT, Formal! Now the X Factor, give it up for Trippy! And last but not least, the man with the plan, Coach Lunchbox. Now Charlotte, help me make some noise for the 2022 World Champions, Optic Gaming. All right, now it's time to bring out their opponents. First time decked in red. Help me give it up for FaZe Clan. We got the iciest player I know. It's Frosty. Followed up by the man on a revenge tour. Give it up for Renegade. Looking to put his opponents in a bind. Make some noise for Snakebite. And last but not least, the duo, two of the best sharpshooters I know, Royal 1 and Royal 2. Now Charlotte, Show some love for FaZe Clan! All right, Charlotte, let's blow the roof off this venue. You guys ready for the grand finals? One more time, are you ready for the grand finals? Let's get it going. On set, Brav, take us away.
It's a Sunday night here in Charlotte, North Carolina, and that can only mean one thing. It's time for us to get into a grand finals. Onset and Bravo with, again, the pleasure and the privilege of calling the action here. And this was the matchup that we were thinking about, that we were dreaming of when we were building into this season, into this tournament itself. And now it's just a matchup we can't take our eyes off.
That's it. This is the matchup we've been waiting for. We waited 4 months for this matchup, and FaZe waited 4 months for their chance to take down Optic Gaming and try to dethrone them. And let's not forget, they were essentially just a flag or two away and 8 or so minutes away from 3-0ing Optic Gaming earlier today. However, Optic Gaming in true Greenwall fashion, they rally back and they reverse sweep FaZe Clan to send FaZe to the elimination bracket and set up what we knew would be the grand final we would find ourselves with here in Charlotte.
And speaking about rallying, let's talk about FaZe themselves, right? Because they've had to rally back. They just went into that elimination finals and they dealt with Space Station, who historically been a little bit of a bogey team for them, that lineup. But Renegade been the difference maker in that matchup. The question is, of course, first job first. Can FaZe reset the bracket? Will they send this one the distance? Or have Optic got a mental edge coming into this series after what we saw in that winners bracket finals?
That's right, you heard Clutch and Gaskin talking about looking at the series layout, that maybe they thought a series reset was on the way, and certainly sign us up. We'd love to see 14 games here in Charlotte tonight. Here's a look at your first 7. As a reminder, if Optic Gaming closes this out in one series, they will be your champions here in Charlotte. However, if FaZe Clan wins the first best of 7, it will send us to a second grand final best of 7.
The fact that we get best of 7s as well always gives us the right result. It means that every single player on every single team cannot afford to have an off series, an off game, if you want to call yourself the champions. We can see here in the crowd, you got the Optic fans kind of mingling in with the FaZe fans as well. Maybe just trying to make a little bit more noise than each other, a little bit of a friendly rivalry going on there, but certainly nothing friendly about what we're about to see in this series. It is going to be an absolute slobber knocker.
It really is. It's been an unbelievable series so far between these two, and as we said earlier, you could not have written a better script for our first winners bracket final between these two teams. Dramatic fashion. The Greenwall climbs back. It required an overtime win. It required digging deep, Trippy staying alive in miracle fashion on live fire strongholds, waiting for the support of his teammates. And he did it when it mattered most, brings the Greenwall back into the series, and then they have a dominating Game 5 to close it out. As you say, perhaps a mental edge for Optic in our grand finals.
A couple of things to focus on, a couple of players to watch in this series as well, kind of basing on what we saw in that winners bracket final. First of all, on the FaZe side, Renegade came out of the traps like a whippet. He was absolutely dominating, but maybe the momentum and the adrenaline got to him a little bit. Some rash decisions, maybe in those first couple of games, a little bit of teabagging that we saw going on, may have come back to bite him. A chance to put that right. But on the other side of the stage, Trippy, a man who grew into the series game after game and ended up the man who took the series home for Optic.
Just to give you an idea, Trippy in maps 1 and 2 was a 0.75 KD. In maps 3, 4, and 5, he goes to 1.18. But hold the phone, in map 5, he goes 19 and 9, a 2.1 KD to send them into the grand finals. Can he and the Greenwall do it again? That's the question. Game number 1 going to be on live fire.
It's a Sunday night here in Charlotte, and you know what that means, everyone. Make some noise for Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. Our grand finals is live. And speaking of live fire is where we go first for some strongholds.
Strongholds, 250 points to win, 12 minutes on the clock, and this will be a very, very fast-paced way to start off your grand finals. As we said, it was written in the stars. It always had to be Optic versus FaZe Clan, and we are underway with Formal.
Mr. Championship Sunday on our screens right now. The perfect POV to start with, and almost perfect shots out with the battle rifle to start as well. A great start here for Optic Gaming. 2 dead already, 2 FaZe Clan members in the death screen, 10 seconds till that Ovi.
3 dead there, as I'll get the 3rd kill. Only 1 player alive. As you said, an overshield grab as well. It is a picture-perfect start for Optic Gaming and complete control of the overshield side.
Formal trying to push past that overshield. Most importantly, to create the space for his teammates to come and pick that up. 2v2 momentarily on the map, but Lucid does have that sniper rifle, and a 2v2 can change very, very quickly, especially when you give him an OS. Leaves that one to a teammate, tries to take out Renegade, has to turn back to finish off the job himself, but FaZe find themselves 3 dead. Frosty and Royal 2. Frosty gets a little bit fortunate with Royal 2 spawning behind him there, but a trip cap off the break. First points come in the form of a triple cap here for Optic.
Lucid just painting by numbers, taking his targets as he pleases, one at a time. Also hits the body in the tap and lives to tell the tale. As you say, trip cap early on. 20 points already on the board for Optic Gaming.
Good job though from FaZe, just to at least kind of level the numbers a little bit in the game. They get control of B, they get a couple of kills. Formal though keeps hold of the sniper rifle. Frosty manages to pick up a kill on Trippy before he takes himself down, and now there's going to be a play made on A and C by FaZe. So let's put this in perspective. Let's roll things back. Forget the triple cap, because Formal's still on the map, and he's still got a sniper rifle. Finally going to be taken down, but FaZe in that position momentarily were under a triple cap. 4 dead, they fought out of it. They managed to get control for just a few seconds, but now Optic flipped that back on its head.
Look how fast it flips, just like you say. World 2 does well to take down Formal, but loses map control yet again. He'll get the kill on Lucid, now rotate to Bridge.
Has a chance to hit some important shots here onto APG. Line him up, Royal 2. Trippy, you might be next. Trippy, though, wins that fight. Confidence from Trippy, re-challenging after what he just saw his teammate experience.
Absolutely, and like you said, lining it up. By the way, all eyes on that overshield. Lucid might get his second in a row. It looks like he had the time. You already heard the pop-off screen. Guess what? Here comes Lucid once again. Gonna take the same exact route off of the overshield and continue pushing in. It looks like a little bit of deja vu as he picks up another one on Frosty at scoreboard.
And that's gonna be 4 dead here for FaZe Clan as well. Royal 2 goes down. That's gonna be B and A getting flipped. FaZe already dipping their toes into C, and that's just going to give Renegade's position away. It's an easy transition here, and this is another triple cap now in the hands of Optic, and it's the overshield again. That's been the story here on Livefire. The separating element has always been that power-up.
And who else but Tommy Wilson? Once again, he's the right place at the right time. He picks up that overshield off of the support from Optic Gaming, and as you said, it's been the difference maker. Also, Formal the difference maker. He's 8-2 in game 1.
8-2 from Formal, Mr. Championship Sunday. Nobody knows how to get a ring or a trophy lifted better than he does at the moment. Trippy with the heat wave is certainly going to have more power for Optic to play with, and he might be able to steal this sniper rifle away. Formal, again, first in the kill feed. And now Optic can just hold. B and C in their control, and they're about to cross 100 points here without really seeing FaZe respond.
Look at Trippy, the gatekeeper on the dummy door. You shall not pass, heat wave in hand. He knew exactly the sideline he needed to hold, and now he knows he needs to also hold down the nest, and a little bit of deja vu for him as well. He's still absolutely destroying with the heat wave.
Trippy loves this weapon. And Optic at the moment loving this game. They are dominating FaZe. They're going to be able to flip B. Oh, what on earth did I just see him do?
Oh my God, we've seen people pre-nade the bridge with the spike, but how about to get the stick on the bridge as well? Trippy is firing on all cylinders, and he is getting scarier and scarier as Championship Sunday goes on.
Doing so much damage as well. Finally, it's going to be slowed down, but not after putting 10 kills on the board, plus 7 assists, 17 contributions to kills already in this game from Trippy. And FaZe is really struggling to get any sort of foothold. The overshield has got to be going into their hands if they want to. Finally, it does. And from the back of that, AC, they can control those now. They can make a push where they need to, led by Snakebite here with the OS.
Snakebite, the captain. We call him the general here as well. Knows what he needs to do for this team. First of all, needs to make sure he doesn't get repulsed off the back of this map. It's a clean double for Snakebite. And as you say, the overshield, the difference maker for them. FaZe finally with signs of life, and they rally back here. They've tripled their score in the last few moments, and we'll see if they can keep this up.
And Snakebite had a little bit of a slow series in comparison to what we've seen him do up until that winners bracket final, where he was pretty much just destroying everyone, doing everything right. He's a player to keep your eyes on in this series. Can he match that kind of form? Because we've already seen you can't afford an off game if you want to be coming out on top on any of the game types we're about to see in front of us. And FaZe are starting to rally here. FaZe starting to claw back that lead early on that was established by Optic.
Snakebite going to stay alive here. Repulsor in hand as well as he makes his way to A. It's going to be 4 dead for Optic Gaming, and FaZe is back in. Let's not forget, this was 108-10. Now it's 81-111. This is a massive comeback from FaZe, and although it was a slow start, they are in the game and on the board in a big way.
Every single player from Optic spawned in at B as well. So Snakebite has a chance here, if anyone peeks, to do real damage. Royal 2 goes in. Frosty will pick up a kill as well. Frosty actually manages to get 2, and you can still see this might be a back-to-back 4 deads here. It will be back-to-back 4 deads here as FaZe Clan turn over B. The triple cap keeps going, and off the back of it, FaZe will go into a lead.
And FaZe reminding us why they are the threat to the throne. An unbelievable set of plays. As you say, back-to-back 4 deads, not easy to do against the current world champions. They will now take the lead on a 110-point run.
1 bullet to work with here for Snakebite as well, and it was the overshield once more. 10 seconds till that comes up again. 3v3 on the map for now. You can see Optic aren't worried about control right now. They're not worried about strongholds. They know the power in this overshield. As APG jumps onto it, APG might be able to pick this one up actually. I'm not sure if there's any pressure on him.
He's got it.
Snakebite says, I'm out of here.
APG there, Trippy with a great job to distract on the key door as well. It's a great team effort from Optic Gaming. It's their 3rd overshield of the game.
Gonna move towards his teammate Trippy here to help secure C. FaZe at the moment kind of trapped at the back of B, although they do manage to take Formal down as well. Note as well, for you to be aware of, Lucid has that heat wave, so all the power on the map is in the hands of Optic, and that's why you're seeing this swing. But a great rotation actually coming out here from FaZe. They go into A, they manage to get the damage done they needed to flip A, and the attention is still on taking back control here for Optic Gaming.
Ooh, it's a great play from Renegade in the 1v1 there with APG. Renegade stays alive, and he goes back tower as well. Off of that, and it's 3 dead for Optic.
3 dead still. Frosty is going to get the reset on A by the looks of things as well. He's in a great position to do so, and now he has the sniper rifle. Lucid,
wow.
Forget about that heat wave. APG is going to be able to convert, but the cavalry is now starting to arrive here for FaZe, so they can keep them trapped. All of the big door.
Here comes Frosty. Ooh, and based on, let's see, we'll have to see if everything's normal. They'll do it a little bit funky over there, but now back over here. Frosty's POV over at A, gonna stay alive. Trippy, by the way, 15 and 13, putting the kills on the board. However, what a run from FaZe. 193 to 116, essentially a completely uncontested run from FaZe for the last 200 points.
Frosty whips a body shot into Formal, cleans it up immediately. C and B, though, have been flipped for Optic, but Trippy's the last alive here, and FaZe won't make this mistake twice, surely. They're going to clean Trippy up as quickly as possible. You would imagine, finally it gets done, a killing spree here, as well as another one, make it a double. They will be able to get the reset, overshield up in 8 seconds, and Frosty starting to take over a little bit himself, 17 and 14.
Unbelievable, 3 dead again for Optic Gaming in an incredible run. By the way, FaZe has put 200 points on the board in the same time that Optic put 8 points on the board. But finally, it's the man they need, Formal, with an overshield for Optic Gaming.
Frosty trying to bait it out at the moment, but that's a great grenade. That'll deal with him. There's a blue hat for you. Lucid comes in to clean up the kill, and all of a sudden, overshield equals triple cap once more. It is complete power flip on the map, and Optic now have their chance to rally. Renegade picks up one at the back of B. Formal's trying to hunt him down at the moment. Renegade with a big win at the back of B. Might have just saved things here for FaZe.
Formal gets to reset momentarily, but Renegade wins the 1v1 in the end. Like you said, that's reset BC control for FaZe and still 2 dead for Optic Gaming. That was a pivotal 1v1.
First time we've seen the overshield not have a big swing in the game as well. FaZe do a really good job of neutralizing that. Formal trying to challenge on the cuts. Great grenade to take down Renegade as well. But the problem is here for Optic is they have to fully commit to a stronghold. They have to try and flood in at the moment, and they are going to do exactly that. They do it perfectly. All of FaZe Clan fall into the respawn screen, and Optic aren't done here yet.
That was 4 dead, and they have them on split spawns. They're trying to push house as fast as they can to continue the split spawns as well.
Really, really smart this from Optic Gaming. If you can keep 1 or 2 players in the death screen, it means you're only going to be facing 1 or 2 spawners, and this is starting to look like an Optic Gaming comeback to me.
Wow, look at that. Imagine you're going key door, you see Trippy and Formal, and Renegade gets melted immediately. It's a great team shot there for Optic Gaming, and they keep 2 dead yet again for FaZe. They keep the spawn kills going.
FaZe can't get on the map at the moment. Renegade falls off of the map after Formal finishes him off with that battle rifle. Still a sniper in his hands, and now they're looking to rotate, and maybe he's looking to make mincemeat of Frosty as well. Narrowly misses the opportunity to take his head off, and it's the triple cap continuing here for Optic Gaming.
FaZe now at B. Snakebite's trying to get the stop, but he's in a 1v2.
FaZe just can't get on the map at the moment. Overshield coming up. They need to win this. Royal 2's making the move towards it, but they're still 2 dead. Formal's got a sniper rifle just traced on the dummies. Trippy's going to push up on this one as well. And all of a sudden, Look at that score at the bottom of your screen. Look at that score. It's getting closer by the second. 197 to 225, and now Optic get another overshield.
Look at the patience, look at the resilience there. Formal does not panic. He takes his time on the overshield grab and picks up another sniper as well. Big credit to Trippy. He's the one who pushed past the overshield into cuts to clear out the way for Formal to get the grab.
Formal now taking the damage, making the push. 2 players from FaZe fly in. Formal gets taken down, but Trippy does the damage you would imagine. But again, Renegade somehow a B does something miraculous.
Another huge 1v1 win at B. Renegade is not losing battles at back B. That is heartbreaking for Optic. Now FaZe will continue scoring at the 235 mark.
And again, it's the story of a player doing something ridiculous at B between these two teams. This time it's Renegade, and now it's just the run home, it's the road home.
That's it.
A and B in their control, and FaZe Clan flipping C. Optic make a last second stand though. Not enough. FaZe Clan close things out. But it was all Renegade at the back of B once more. And if you thought you might be in for an early night here, change your plans.
Think again.
Change your plans, because this one feels like it's gonna go the distance.
In the end, FaZe get outslayed 72 to 65, yet close the game out off of back-to-back pivotal battles from Renegade at back B to continue scoring at a dangerous point in the game. Let's take a look at some highlights.
It was a really good start in this game from Trippy. Made some really, really good plays in and around B. And that's, again, the story. It's all happening around B. The ability and the survivability, by the way, Renegade just explodes on that bridge. But it's such a difficult place to kind of flush people out. I mean, we've seen it numerous times. But it's so important to do it as quickly as you can, because otherwise things like this can happen. You think you're converting it, you get 95% of the way through, you lose a 1v1, and all of a sudden the reset comes in and you've got another 15, 20 seconds until you can even consider turning that back over.
The games between these two teams have been unbelievable. It feels like every single game has had massive swings. Let's not forget, Optic was leading 108 to 10 in this game. FaZe brings it all the way back. Optic answers back with a comeback of their own, and it comes down to the final moments with both teams right around that 220 mark.
Really interesting moment for me as well in that game. We were saying like the overshield was a power swing every single time, and both teams would take advantage of it. We'll talk about that in a second, but this is the play, right? You see, Trippy's just focused, unfortunately, on another player on the sandbags. That gives Renegade the jump on him. He gets that first beatdown, and then he manages to survive and get that reset. Massive play from Renegade, which leaves us where we are in the series. First game done, in the books. History has been written. 250 to 205 in the favor of FaZe Clan. And now we move on to Empyrean Slayer, which I don't really know how this is going to go. Optic like to play with a bit of control. FaZe don't care about control. They want to put you on a spawn trap.
That's right. Let's not forget how these two teams match up on this game type in the qualifier. FaZe pushed every advantage. Optic tried to maintain control. Not easy to do when you're playing up against a team like FaZe Clan. As we said, FaZe is outslayed in that game, and they still take the win by 45 points. It's quite a statement. But I have to say, based off of the matches that we've seen so far between these two teams, I think it is so safe to say that individual pivs, those battles, will be the deciding factor. Renegade winning those two battles wins them the game. And I think as we go, we have a lot to look forward to, because it will come down to 1v1s between some of the best players in the world that might decide not only the game, but the championship.
The difference between the crazy Empyrean game that we saw earlier as well is that it's a different game type, right? So you're not going to be afforded the deaths that we saw before from a few players on Optic that happened early in the game. If that happens here, FaZe get out to a hot start, Renegade gets an overkill off the break, then that could be game over, as crazy as it sounds, because they are so good at getting you in that chokehold, that spawn trap, that it's almost impossible to fight out against. Optic have got to be so careful with every decision they make in this game, but if they do it, then Optic have as good a chance as anyone of making sure this series is leveled up at 1-1. Renegade's a POV we're going to watch. No surprise, last time it was 4 in a row for him.
It's a clean rocket grab here for Renegade off of the opening. Everything to play for here. Trippy's going to grab the overshield off screen as well. So the power, weapons, and items exchanging hands. Here comes Trippy runway.
Royal 2, I think he's trying to protect Renegade at the moment. Trippy goes up. Royal 2 sniffs out the danger though, rotates back to his flag. Looks like Optic are trying to be aggressive here, and Trippy does take down Royal 2, so that's the sniper rifle out of the hands of FaZe here. And Lucid still has it inside of Sword for Optic, so Renegade has to make a play. And if he takes out anyone, Lucid might be the player to play.
As you say, very wise play there. He knew that that was a priority kill. He at least gets one of their snipers back. He'll also ping the Heatwave. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Great patience here from Renegade. Of course he hits that shot on APG as well. He clears out the back of his base, and he's got way too many weapons to play with in the sword.
Rockets and Sniper. And I wonder if he's going to juggle it back or if he's going to ask for a teammate to come and collect them. Let's just remind ourselves, Optic got out to almost a perfect start, 4-0, no response. And FaZe brought it back, but now you can see, even with the weapons in the hands of Renegade here, Optic are just concentrating elsewhere on the map. They're flooding elsewhere on the map, and Renegade's completely isolated here.
Renegade unable to help with those angles. He's your last player alive, and just like that, Optic Gaming is now up 10-4. Renegade trapped here with only one rocket left.
And the tough thing here for Renegade is he can't afford to die without... You know, he can't be traded, because that means Optic is going to get the weapons as well. So he's got to play this slow. He's got to play it considered. But Trippy's going to sniff him out, and combining with Formal, that will be that sniper rifle down.
It's a big start here for Optic Gaming, even though they find themselves 2 dead right now. Trippy picks up another one, and they're up 12-7. Wisely backs down, and will wait for help from teammates.
Trippy 5-1, by the way. Once again, showing his incredible value to this Optic Gaming team. Little Repulse coming in as well. Formal there to back him up. And I love what I'm seeing here from Optic. This is what we criticized them for when we were VOD reviewing. We were saying they're a bit too passive. They're not willing to take risks. They're changing that up now, and I think it's catching FaZe off guard. A killing spree here for Trippy. He's 6-1.
Killing spree for Trippy. He's got all the weapons, all the control as well. Let's get into a listen-in now with Optic Gaming.
I'll get Obi. One rocket.
That's by himself.
That's the rest of you. That's the rest of you.
Yeah, I got Obi.
I got Obi.
Watch on the green, John.
Absolutely, they're green.
Come in. Bringing Obi back. I'm not popping this right away.
Nice, man.
Rockets, I'm bringing it back. I'm gonna die.
Okay, I still have Obi. There's a guy.
I died. Rockets on max.
Those rocks, guys. We have everything.
Green.
Is there Pulsar out? They're training. Roll 2.
I'm watching a long haul, guys. Listen, I have Obi. Can I play through long?
What's their sword?
Yo, play long. Yo, play green.
Sword where? Play where?
Play long on one shot.
On Obi on me?
Nice, one dead.
Play long, guys. Second.
Look, listen. They're runway and under bridge right now. Last 2. Watch under bridge.
Yo, play 4.
Watch out over the west.
Okay, we gotta get out of here, Brad.
Yeah, get their snipe. Show it off the map. Nice. Huge.
Somewhere under bridge hill.
I think one's our core, Joy. Yeah, he is. After the core. Here.
They're top turret, guys.
One shot top tower. There's snipes off the map.
Nice shot.
Yo, watch our sword. Watch our map.
Guys, I have snipe. You guys are green.
Let Joey snipe for a second, guys.
Watch our long haul.
They're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, shield.
I'm not long. Joey, watch your own sword,
guys.
I'm giving up sword, okay, Joey?
Yeah, I hear that.
I'm just gonna play long with them.
I'm watching runway then. I'm just gonna
Yeah, that's fine. Just play sword side.
You have sniper?
Here, Tommy?
Yeah, I have snipe.
No, they don't have a sniper.
They don't have
They're trying to play for combo.
They're training.
Possibly with the sword. Might be trying to go our core under 3.
Yeah.
To the sword. One's on bridge.
They're inside sword here.
Can we like double up green and long maybe?
Yeah.
Repulsor
Hey,
still
Joey,
up.
They're green. They're training one shot.
Yo, they're second. They're
Training absolute.
They're
second, guys. They're first. They're second.
Watch out the green.
He's seeing their wall.
Back up.
Yeah, watching our
Watching
sword.
sword.
Yo, could somebody change with me? Could somebody go RS too?
Yeah, I can.
Make sure we're watching our runway.
I'll go, Matt. Just say
They're sword ramp.
Yeah, let Brad go.
Could come long right now.
Yeah.
Wait, watch my long.
These guys are probably gonna. Yo, two guys green.
They're gonna send it.
They're
I'm watching it. Watch his green.
Watch training as well. Somebody's gotta watch training.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to training.
Long. One's in long.
I don't see anybody.
Under bridge. We could have nades. He has repulsor.
Yo, shields up.
One's long right now.
Yeah, ones are long. You saw me.
Yes. One guy there. They're sword ramp.
They're green, John.
Keep rotating around, Joey. Just keep rotating around.
In the west,
Yeah, 3 sword. 2 sword.
Our runway guys coming across here.
I don't think
you
come long right now, Joey. They could come long.
Weapons are in 30, guys. Weapons 30.
He's trying.
Yeah, one guy. He's one shot on all the B. One shot runway. One shot runway.
They're training.
Yo, you guys can flank if you want. Going through. You guys can do 2 green.
We're all training.
Yeah.
Top yellow, think.
On OS with a heat wave and repulsor, guys.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, careful. There's waste for this.
They're green. Probably in sword too.
Weapons coming in to 15. What are we playing for?
On OS, absolute. On OS.
I'm gonna play into sword then.
No, he's pushing.
I'm watching the runway for you, Joey.
3 green. Watch the training. Watch me. Look at the green.
Inside sword. He's inside sword with heat wave. Repulse. He's back out.
Sword now.
He's watching over Ovi. He's gonna play for Ovi with heat wave. Nice. Get this Ovi.
On OS. There's sword
They have OS. They have rockets.
Okay.
Two there.
Off the back of that play from Trippy and APG, Optic Gaming secure another overshield. Now they can make the play, and APG, I mentioned how he's probably played more games of the pit in Halo 3 than anyone, and across various iterations of Halo over the years. He knows exactly what to do with this. This is your chance to push. This is your chance to be disruptive.
Unbelievable tactical play from both sides. There was only 2 kills during that entire listen and all the coordination before the power-ups, but now it's an 11-kill game, making a 10-kill game, 28-18 in favor of Optic.
Frosty trying to sniff out APG at the moment. Got damage done, but APG once again tries to survive. Frosty wise to it this time. FaZe struggling to find any kind of momentum at the moment, and I think it all goes back to that listening, right? Communication, Lucid, just throw their snipe off the map.
Yep.
You saw him. Tommy put his head down, grabbed that snipe straight off the map. FaZe haven't been able to play out anything else.
Even though he wasn't under pressure. That's a veteran move there. He gets the call from his teammates and his coach to say, toss their sniper off. Lucid throws it off immediately, then the pressure comes. They would have lost that sniper rifle. Undoubtedly, one thing that you and I were talking about before this game is Optic needed to play their opportunities, play their aggression, and they're doing that. In the qualifier, the exact same scenario we saw unfold. The overshield was popping up and they didn't play their advantage. This time, however, they do. They maintain mid-map control. They got that last overshield, and it now leads to a 9-kill lead.
Formal still got a sniper rifle here as well. Plenty of ammo to work with. The question is, what have FaZe got? FaZe want to push. FaZe want to make the difference, but they just don't have anything to do it with at the moment. So they're trying to use manpower, but the important shots are being hit by Optic Gaming. And when they try and overload a side of the map, Optic have a sniper rifle to deal with it. It looks like Frosty has got the sniper rifle now for FaZe Clan. It's interesting to see if he can pick off a player here and get his team back into the game.
10-kill lead once again, 30-20 in favor of Optic Gaming. Look at Trippy. He's more than triple positive. Now goes 10-4, still incredible numbers. And we said maybe losing the qualifier was the wake-up call that Optic Gaming needed. Talked to Lunchbox about that, and he said, you know what, I think maybe coming in with the 2nd seed was the spark that we needed.
Snakebite gonna push. Big play coming in from FaZe Clan. They've made the play call to push through here. They want to try and get onto the Optic side of the base. APG having to back down. Snakebite's trying to finish it off, but APG does so well, but at the same time, Snakebite has provided enough of a distraction now for weapons to be turned into FaZe's hands.
That's right, as we said, this game is never over. You could say that about Halo Infinite's entire suite of game types. However, it could not be more true than on a game type like Slayer Imperium. We have seen Halo 3 comebacks on the pit that have been some of the most historic MLG comebacks of all time.
Oh, he repulsed it!
Repulsed the rocket!
Oh, Formal with the play! Royal 2 thought there's no way I don't pick this kill up. He sees an overshield, he's like, maybe there is a chance I don't pick a kill up. Then he sees the rocket coming back at him, he goes, well, I'm definitely not getting a kill anymore.
And what did we hear during the listen-in? We heard the timing of the repulsor as well from Lunchbox, making sure the team is on top of the repulse, and it has made a difference here. Now it's 41-25 in favor of Optic Gaming as they look to tie the series.
And Formal's on top of your tower, and that is not where you want him. APG, by the way, is doing so much work with a sniper rifle just off of screen as well. Snakebite manages to survive long enough, and FaZe are holding 3 dead here for Optic. And as crazy as it sounds, as wild as it sounds, with only 6 kills to go here for Optic, FaZe, if they can get a 4 dead and get across that halfway line onto the Optic tower, good enough to pull this back.
Great nade from Frosty, and honestly, it feels like Game 5 of the last series, doesn't it? It's a very similar scoreline. 45-31, have FaZe yet again let it go too long before they start the comeback.
Frosty needs to do something here with his sniper rifle. He needs to hit some shots. Lucy gets taken down. 5 deaths to play with. Doesn't connect. And that's going to cost Royal 2 his life. Renegade tries to clean up the damage, but I think it might be too little too late. Like you say, Frosty now just has to try and escape with a sniper rifle. They do have 2, though, so they can afford to play a little bit slower, but 2 minutes 30 is going to start to haunt them.
This would be even more historic than some of the craziest comebacks we've seen. Make it 48 for Optic Gaming.
This is it done now. Optic, oh, I'm going to throw this one away. The win condition was in the hands of Frosty. But Optic Gaming will tie up the series here at 1-1. They take Imperium Slayer.
And what did we say? It is going to be back and forth between these two without a doubt. And Optic Gaming with an unbelievable start to that game number 1. They win the early game and they win the mid game in such dominating fashion that even when FaZe starts to mount the comeback, it is once again too little, too late in the slaying department there. A live look at Snakebite, lots to think about after that game. As they let it slip away yet again, Optic Gaming wins their 2nd Slayer in a row in our overall matchup, and we gear up for game number 3 with the series tied 1-1.
It's fascinating to see that. Picture of Snakebite said so much without saying anything, right? You could see the grey matter starting to work. The cogs were turning in between his ears. He's thinking, okay, That's the counter blow. What do we move on to next? How do we try and play against that? And that's the wonderful thing about this. It's not just what's happening on the stage, it's the counter strat to the counter strat to the counter strat, and that's what you're going to see evolve. And I think, to be honest with you, FaZe were very much caught off guard for what they saw from Optic. That was very different from what Optic showed us in the qualifier for this event. That was almost what FaZe were doing to them.
I think we can say without a doubt, we know that Optic spends so much time in film review and reviewing their strategies. If you look at their qualifier match, as you say, compared to what we just saw on screen, that was a night and day difference. Optic Gaming clearly spent time in the lab on Escalation Slayer, and they looked so good on that game time, prioritizing everything they needed to. Baiting and switching, moving their sniper to first BR. Lucid, as you see, playing that lane in long haul with the AR overshield combo. Amazing sword and runway control here for that overshield pop. Overall, a fantastic display of coordination and talent from Optic Gaming.
I think that was a really good example of Optic actually outthinking FaZe as well. Numerous times in that game where you just thought Optic had the upper hand when it came to what was going on the map. Let's go back to that green play, right? They get the overshield, Royal 2 gets the rockets. FaZe think they made a great play. Snakebite gives up a death almost, just so Royal 2 can secure the rockets. Maybe take the attention away from him. Royal 2 goes to green, he's like, I'm gonna sit here, this is a classic place to sit. Fires a rocket, overshielded players there to take the brunt of it, and Formal just sent it back.
I mean, an unbelievable play. Like you said, prioritizing the repulse and the overshield as a counter to the rockets, it was perfect. On your screen now, oddball stats heading into game 3. FaZe is undefeated, 3-0. Optic Gaming looking strong as well at 3-1.
3-1, really not too much to separate the two teams, as you would imagine. There's nothing to separate them at all in the series at the moment. Tied up at 1-1. It's crazy to say, but I've never felt like a reset is, we could go all the way to a final Game 7 and then have a reset more than I have in a series. Optic are looking very good. FaZe looking very good as well. And I think game types are going to play a big factor in this.
Game types are going to play a huge factor, and as we've seen, it's going to come down to these individual battles. For example, like you said, that Formal play at green. The Renegade plays at back green on live fire in game 1 as well. Those are going to decide these matches, and that is the finest, the highest level of competitive Halo. When it comes down to these 1v1s, I think that's what we're all here for, and it's a real treat here on Championship Sunday.
100%, and I'd actually like to bring up the series layout if we can, just to have another look at that, to remind the people at home as the players just step off for a quick break and to refresh where we are going to be headed and what we've got left to come in the series. We'll get there when we need to, but there's no rush whatsoever. But I think it's going to be fascinating because, like I say, oddball recharge. If you were to ask me last season, if we had Sentinels versus Optic game type all day long, this is probably the worst game type that Sentinels have, but boy, have they changed that around. FaZe Clan are now absolutely disgusting on this game type, and Optic have got to find a solution to that now.
They really do, and I think, as we said earlier, not only is Renegade fitting in so well on this roster, but every single other member of FaZe has been bettered by the addition of Renegade. They're all more comfortable on the map. Royal 2 and Frosty know exactly how much space they have. Renegade can go completely unleashed, be wherever he needs to on the map, and Snakebite, as we said, the general, calling the shots, running the objective when he needs, but also picking up the running riots when he needs as well. It's been a fantastic display from them. However, they find themselves on the receiving end of a pretty serious beating in game number 2, 50-34, so they will need a mental reset as well.
They certainly will indeed, and game number 3 will get there as soon as we possibly can, but I want to get your thoughts on this series. Where do you think it's going?
Oh, I think we got to go
I'm
reset.
not going to ask you that.
I think we got to go reset.
That's unfair.
It's okay. I think we got to go to a reset. I think, as you and I said, when we walked into the venue this morning, we said, I'm ready for a game 14. And I would love to see this series go the distance here. I think everyone in Charlotte would as well. It's been a packed house. Back-to-back Optic FaZe matchups, and it's tough to beat. Now tied 1-1, and it feels like they're going to continue to go blow for blow every game, and that's what we're here for.
I'd like to make it a public apology to Andy as well, because that was not the question to ask someone after 2 games of series. Which way are you thinking it's going when it's tied up at 1-1? But we do have a little bit of a story to tell you. We have some stats to share with you at home for 2 of these players. And this is going to be Optic versus FaZe only stats from when Optic have played against FaZe, which gives us a real indication of the impact these 2 players are having. No surprise to see Renegade and Lucid on our screens, the 2 players who have been at the top of the leaderboards for kills the whole tournament long. And you can see those stats on your screens right now. There's barely anything to separate them.
This is the head-to-head matchup that we came for. If Optic FaZe is the series we wanted, Renegade versus Lucid is always the 1v1 we wanted, and it feels like so many times at pivotal moments in the game, it's these 2 jousting, facing off against each other, and as you say, unsurprising to see their stats so close neck and neck, and it will be small margins once again. That decides the championship here in Charlotte.
It's fascinating, this matchup. I absolutely love it, and there's also that thing in the back of my head as well. It's only going to get better. Because FaZe Clan, you know, 3 of them, core 3, been together for ages. It's not like this is a completely new lineup, but there's still those things to be worked out. Time is going to certainly help them get better and better. But is that just going to help Optic get better and better as well? Because they know it's not just a case of playing at the level that won your World Championship last year now. You have to find a new place to ascend to if you want to be consistently winning championships this year too.
It's true. This one is close, and it's going to come down to the wire, as we said. One of the most incredible pieces of this too is the mental fortitude of the veterans on both sides of the stage. Sometimes we say things like, Optic Gaming, too much LAN experience, their opponents may not stack up. Completely different in this series. These players, all 4 of them and both coaches, are no stranger to the main stage, and even when a team feels like they're out, they can rally back in. And we've seen that already so many times between these two teams. Even when you have a team doubling, tripling their opponent's score, they find a way to get back. And this has been truly quite a display of the highest level of professional Halo.
It's fascinating, isn't it, to see that happen as well consistently. Like, one team got a 100-point run, it's just because they aren't making a mistake. And it's just taking something to boost one team, like an overshield, a sniper rifle, whatever it might be, for them to then turn that power back in their favor. Then it becomes a 100-point run for them. It's not a scrappy game anymore. No. It really is just precise, almost perfect Halo for extended periods of the game where one mistake can cost you not just 1 flag cap in a game, maybe even 2, 100 points in a stronghold, and maybe a lot of ball time as well. It's time for us to get back into the series. The players are settled and ready, and I tell you what, my patience has run out as well, so let's get back into the gameplay.
Ready to get right into this one. Map number 3, as you say, recharge between FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming. If you're just joining us, welcome to the grand finals here at the HCS Major Kickoff in Charlotte, North Carolina. FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming are tied 1-1 in your grand finals. It will be 2 rounds to win of oddball, 12 minutes in total, 5 minutes per round, and we'll see which team comes out ahead after this game number 3.
Who's going to take the momentum away then as this game starts? Well, certainly not going to be FaZe, because they've only got 3 players in the game, so it will be a little bit unfair for us to ask them to carry on. But we'll get that game back and sorted and ready to go in just a few moments' time. Hopefully we can have a full 4v4. I think it's only fair.
Only fair. I think it would be the right way to handle things here. But as we talk about the teams in this map, as we said, FaZe 3-0 on oddball, so far undefeated, and they look so good at the qualifier. However, it is worth noting, if you didn't catch Optic earlier this weekend on days 1 and 2 in oddball, their rotations look fantastic. The way that they're playing oddball, oftentimes, maybe it's Lucid or APG as the last player alive, but they are still rotating and picking up tons of time, long enough for their teammates to respawn and continue the hold. So the objective gameplay from the side of Optic Gaming has been nothing short of incredible.
And that's what they're playing for. That trophy on the stage right there, glistening away. And it's the perfect thing just to look over to, maybe when the momentum starts to slip away from you, maybe when a few points and games start to slip out of your hands. That's why you're here. That's the hours, that's the practice, that's the VOD review, that's the tough conversations, that's the good times as well. When you look over at that trophy, and that is what it is all about for these 8 players on our stage. And I think the Optic right now, after that bounce back win, it wasn't just a bounce back win, I think it was the way they won that that's just gonna remind them that this is their tournament to win. This is the one where they could pull off the 3-peat too.
Right, a 50-34 win is nothing short of incredible. Like you said, against the players like FaZe Clan, it is a margin to win that game by 16 kills. They close it out and now maybe have the momentum heading into game number 3. But as we said, that can only get you so far up against a team like FaZe. They will need to have 2 or 3 fantastic rounds of ball if they want to go ahead in the series. And we are geared up for a long, long night here at the grand finals, tied 1-1 heading into oddball on recharge.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad I wore something comfy today, because we are going to be here for quite some time. As we do finally get into map number 3, it's going to be oddball on recharge. First team to take home 2 rounds will be your victors and go ahead in this series. A massive opportunity here for some pretty nutty plays as well. The grapple has certainly been Renegade's best friend, but Lucid with that shock rifle is as fierce as anyone.
The key thing we're going to be looking here as we jump right into the gameplay in game number 3 is how do these teams get their breaks? That's what will decide this game when the other team has a full setup. Who's able to make the hero plays, get the damage, get the double kills to break the setups?
3 dead aside, it's a 1v1. Royal 2 versus Lucid.
No!
2 comes out on top. Big win coming in from him, and you have to wonder if they knew where the camo went. Maybe it got burnt, maybe it's still down bottom middle, or maybe it's kind of been lost track of by both teams.
Yeah, theoretically, a little stick here from Trippy as well. Good damage onto Frosty, but how about starting things off with a little 1v1 bottom middle? Feels poetic to start game 3 off in that fashion. No points on the board just yet, off of the opening minute of play. Oh!
There's another 1v1. This time Lucid wins it. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. FaZe Clan with more members on the map, but nobody being able to pick that ball up yet and get any time on until now. And that's the grapple, and that's the effect of having it in your equipment pool as opposed to your opponents. Another 1v1. Gonna be won here by Lucid as Renegade tries to make the flank onto Optic, but FaZe Clan, they've just got to watch right now. They're all dead, and Optic make that break.
You got to wonder at what cost. Snakebite with a really great grab of the grapple, but that opens up pipes. That exposes pipes from the side of Whirlpool, and that lets all of FaZe all of Optic just close in on FaZe, and that hold doesn't last any more than 12 seconds.
Lucid shooting incredibly right now. 3-1 in this game, but it's the pivotal battles that he's won. The first one, Royal 2 kind of cheated a bit by beating him down. Come on, it's a straight 1v1. Let's have a pure gunfight. But apart from that, Lucid has been pretty much perfect in his shots. Decides to get out there at the moment. FaZe have control of the long haul. Doesn't want to challenge those 2 players who are up in the attic.
Lucid's so wise to know exactly when to disengage. Sometime, K's gonna get that as well. And the ball carrier as well. And this man is just playing big brain Halo, and he helps out Formal as well on the sneaky. And what was just a 1v4 turns into now a 2-man advantage for Optic Gaming off of the solo effort from Lucid and a camo for APG.
That is a play that Lucid learned from Pistola. That's all I'm saying. We miss you, by the way, Ola. But only players like that can create something out of nothing. Just throws a sticky grenade long haul, kills one, gets more damage, survives. Ola-esque from Lucid. As now you've seen Optic Gaming go into a commanding lead. 36 points and rising, and APG still with this camo.
APG goes for the remote detonate, which could cost him. However, good damage on Snakebite will keep him alive. He has help from Lucid as well. Camo will finally dissipate.
Frosty's got that shock rifle as well. Little flank coming in here from Trippy as well, but not in time. And now Renegade's winning these 1v1s. Optic Gaming 3 dead, and this is a chance now for a hold for FaZe. I'm interested to see how they actually hold this. They're going to try and hold it in long haul, try and rotate to blue, or maybe take it back to pipes.
As we said, it will come down to 2 things, the rotations and the breaks of those setups right away. Optic jumps on that setup from FaZe, and FaZe will find themselves 2 dead. Frosty, though, with a chance to even things up with the shock.
Tick damage done to Formal. Formal just shouldering, though, and buying time for Trippy to get the shock rifle out of their hands. That was brilliant from Formal. It might not have seemed like a big play, but it was big enough to create the opening and the bait opportunity for his teammates to get back into the game.
Also, what a play there from Lucid to tank the damage in Hydro. He knew the ball was being rotated back, and he flies right in the base. He knows that Royal 2 is down low on the quick jump. He will get 3 dead. Renegade is your last player alive. This will mean more time on the board for Optic Gaming.
Strange to say, but it's a slow start here for Frosty and Renegade. 3 and 7 for Frosty. Renegade 4 and 8. So the 2 players who individually have so much skill and so much ability and the numbers to back it up. Optic are kind of stifling them right now, and that's a pattern that you really want to keep up if you like Optic.
Lucid stays alive as long as he can. Not easy against a player like Frosty. The shock rifle will trade hands. By the way, Optic outslaying right now by 7, 30-23. However, 3 dead for Optic.
Check your corners. Always got to check your corners. And Frosty almost made the mistake there. Trippy gets the trade in that position. To be fair, Frosty probably takes that. As now you're going to see the ball brought back to pipes once more. Snakebite will pick that one up. And he drops off a present to Renegade. He's got camo and he's got shock. And he's ready to add to his tally.
2 grapples as well. They don't know he's there. He gets 1, isolates the battle, and stays alive. Still has 2 grapples, shock, and camo.
Royal 2 versus Lucid. He wins that one. APG still alive, though. APG gets dealt with, and that is just brilliance from Renegade. That was just prioritization of every kill timed to perfection.
This man has taken his time. He's playing chess. As you said, everything he needed to do, he knew the exact timing that he had, and he picks apart the Optic Gaming roster. As a result, FaZe Clan now only down by 20 points.
Good damage onto Renegade, though. He's going to slow down the hold here from FaZe Clan. Nice rotation coming in towards Elevator, though. Lucid should be dealt with by Renegade. He is. It's a killing spree now for Renegade. Trippy last alive, and he's all the way over at Tower. APG just come off spawn, and Optic at the moment split on the map. They have to bide their time here before they formulate a push, and here comes the comeback now from FaZe.
Finally, he's taken down, but not before the game is now tied up right around the 60 mark. It's a fantastic run from FaZe off the back of the control from Renegade.
Great angles being taken here by Frosty as well. Watching that cross. Another player almost gets taken down by him as well, but that's APG as last alive. And you're about to see a lead change in round number 1 here. Optic Gaming had such a considerable advantage, but FaZe are right back into this. And now they're looking to out-rotate as well, take it back to Pipes.
Snakebite tries to get the cross on bottom gold. He can't do it. Royal 2 was your last player alive. Needs to be careful here in Pipes.
Plays it well enough to get a spawn by him though, and Formal decides, you know what? This is an oddball game. I don't need to kill you. I just need to keep the ball away from you. Oh! God bless you, Lucid, excuse me, for challenging. Royal 2 just disperses very quickly of him. There's another one. And Royal 2 starting to warm up here, starting to go to work, and he's been a little bit quiet in the series so far.
Not even Trippy safe in the Trippy spot. He'll get taken down, and now 3 dead. Royal 2 is your last player alive, though. He needs to defend this ball at all costs, otherwise it could be the game.
Again. Oh! Takes down Formal. And that creates space enough for FaZe to get back on the map. One shot is all it takes. But at the moment ahead of him, FaZe just losing those individual battles, or the team battles, I said to say, the 3v3s, after Royal 2's getting his pick.
3v3 now, and Royal 2 absolutely had to hit that shot. If he didn't, this game could already be over. And we will see the ball. Not held just yet. And these next few kills will decide it.
Lucid stays alive for now. Optic do have a narrow lead at the moment. Lucid finally taken down. Renegade with that grenade across map is going to help. Royal 2 knows so much information right now, but uncharacteristically just misses a couple of headshots you would expect him to hit on APG.
33 seconds left on the clock. Ball will be taken here by Optic and just tossed out bottom middle. 2 still dead for FaZe. Great play.
They're just saying, come and get it. We've got control of tower, we've got control of long haul. Come and get it. You've got to kill us, you've got to come to us. Royal 2 will get 1. Can he survive though? That's the question. Snakebite gets another, which is going to give him time to get those shields back. Where is that oddball though? It's down bottom middle and it's still rolling towards FaZe Clan members. Royal 2 has got such a big job to do here. Such an important impact player. If he hits a couple of shots, then FaZe have a chance. Snakebite's trying to get away with that oddball. Manages to do so. There's only 6 seconds left. Royal 2's got to do it all though. He gets 1, but the break now comes in, but where's the oddball? It doesn't matter because Optic clean up FaZe. And will take home round number 1.
Talk about the patience from Optic Gaming. They're on that control push into Hydro, into long haul. They didn't panic. There was only 7 seconds left, but they knew exactly what they needed to do. And in true Optic Gaming fashion, they close it out very calm, very collected. And they will take the first round of the game, and they'll get 2 dead as well as the camo, picking up where they left off. This is dangerous from Optic.
It's another example of how a game can change by 1 play. Royal 2 hits 2 headshots there. FaZe win it.
Right.
It really is that simple. But it just isn't that simple in these scenarios. 3 dead, by the way, for FaZe, and Trippy's having all sorts of fun. He's got camo, he's got shock. Now he's on the flank. Renegade gets dealt with. 4 dead here for FaZe Clan. A full map setup and map control here with the oddball for Optic.
Look at Trippy. He's already 21 and 14. The highest kills on FaZe Clan is 14, and Trippy is 21 and 14. Amazing game from him so far, and already leading 30-0 as well.
Nice little swap out of the oddball as well to Lucid. They've got a lead now, they're happy to play around kills with. 3 dead here for Optic though, a really strong push coming in from FaZe. Alley-oop!
Nice toss.
Safe hands from Frosty as well. And with the shock in their hand here, Frosty now has to do what Royal 2 couldn't. Get a couple of picks with his shock rifle and hold Optic at base.
You gotta think, not only does FaZe need a few kills here, Trippy with a really heads-up play to challenge Whirlpool. However, Frosty was aware of what the game plan was. But you gotta think, not only FaZe looking for kills, that'll help, but they also need some fire. This is exactly it. It's 4 dead. It's a perfect wipe for FaZe, and they will likely take the lead off of these points.
Frosty trying to be aggressive as well. Oh, Formal. Trippy challenging bottom middle, gets stuck as well. So 3 dead again for Optic. All of the kills contributed to by Frosty as well. APG lost life, but look at this spawn coming in from Formal. They forgot to block the elevator spawns, and now you're going to see FaZe Clan have to make a play off the back of that. They rotate to long haul. It looks like they've read the play well.
Undoubtedly great communication from Optic Gaming, knowing exactly where that player was weak. Formal gets the top LE right away to clean up the kill, and now here comes Trippy. 3 grapples in the pocket as well.
23 kills for Trippy. Formal pockets the camo, and Optic might go into a lead off the back of this as well. Ball is down at blue. As Formal now is left just with Lucid to help. Snakebite gets spotted out. Formal trying to escape right now. He gets chased down. 3 dead for Optic. Brilliance again from FaZe. Snakebite Even though he's getting older in years, the eyes are still pretty good.
The eyes are good. He eagle-eyes the camo. They're Formal not able to make a play. Snakebite also going to go for the safe, cautious play. It's an early play ball. Love to see that from Snakebite. He's not going to make that mistake. And even though FaZe find themselves 2 dead, they do have a 13-point lead.
Optic straight on that oddball though. Little trade comes in on the batteries, which means that there's not going to be a huge amount of time to be picked up. Whatever happens here, Renegade's going to aggressively push and Trippy gets dealt with. First pick goes in the favor of FaZe Clan. They're trying to force this back to blue, maybe just to get a play ball. Really smart play actually from Optic just to make sure they got that ball off the map and have time to get back on it themselves. Renegade with the grapple. Is he going to go to grab that ball or is he just going to try and pick up the kill here on Trippy? This is confidence personified, by the way. Who does that? Who does that?
Love that play. He knew the Pipes push was coming in, so how about he grapples around Whirlpool and actually flanks the flank to get the kill. That's a little bit of a mental game there between Renegade and Trippy. Renegade winning that battle, but it's good pressure yet again from Optic Gaming. 2 dead here as they collapse on Pipes as well.
Grapple collected here by Lucid as well, and there's another little transfer of the ball back into Pipes through that bat ledge. Optic about to go into a lead here. It's extremely close between these 2 teams, but Optic have managed to scrape a lead out. 2 dead though for them, the ball is down. Should be a trade coming in here. And it is indeed. The shock rifle once again transferred over, but look at the difference in this game, Andy. It's become extremely scrappy.
Trippy blowing the game open though with that kill on a nice little grapple as well. Here at game is tied right around the 55 mark. Let's get into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
One double second.
They're baiting this camo, we gotta be careful.
One shot C-Plat, one shot C-Plat. Yo, Nate, grapple weak Frosty, grapple weak Frosty. One shot either, Frosty.
C-Plat, guys, going tower, C-Plat the tower with combo. Guys, get this camo, get this camo. Guys, still tower with camo. We have it. Let's get out, Joey, get out. One shot C-Plat, don't get out of the elevator. Get out of the elevator.
Roll 2.
Yo, caution, guys, caution.
Turbine, chill.
One shot up, top one shot. One top tower half, Renegade. Top tower half, on the staircase right now, Joey. He's going to the ball. Yeah, good shit, Joey, good shit.
Ball guys weak. Watch out the ball, chill.
Yeah, Frosty.
Yo, sneaky.
Go to weak Frosty, go to one shot Frosty, in gold.
Sneaky.
Alright, just live it. We have tower control, Tommy, you're by yourself.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yo, caution weak, roll 2. Caution one shot, roll 2. Absolute caution along.
Batteries. They're pushing on you guys. You guys take tower. You guys can't take tower.
You guys here, two guys top A.
Ball up.
Yeah, keep going, good job. 2 guys top A, good shit, Joey, get out. Nice,
Joey.
Top A cat.
Top cat one, bottoming.
Last 2, nice, Tommy. Try that kid, Tommy.
Let me talk to you about Trippy and what he's doing on the map at the moment. The trapeze artist, the shock rifle, the back smack, they cannot get near him.
And how about that one? I think we were all thinking the same thing as Trippy flies out of top A and someone's on mid-bridge. You're thinking to yourself, I hope he's gonna go forward and he hits the back whack. It's a highlight reel play as Optic Gaming looks now only 15 points away from closing out the round and the game.
With those kills, that might be enough to do it as well. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Ball being picked up here by Formal, brought back to the safety of his teammates in Turbine. And if they can get this one to Elevator, if Formal can survive, maybe this would be game, but no, FaZe have something to say about it. They break through.
2 dead here for Optic. Now make it 3 dead. It was 1 spawner. They need to be careful here. Lucid with the game in his hands. He gets taken down. That's a clear burn on the camo. So an opportunity for FaZe to put more points on the board and maybe mount a comeback. Optic Gaming is on the spawn trap. However, Formal answers back to even things up.
Rotation coming in, but cut off at the pass once more. Renegade has to pick up kills of gold here. He has to clear the way for Snakebite. Snakebite's forced to play ball as well. Formal picks up another. FaZe 2 dead. And FaZe, after doing so well to break, just couldn't find the time to get set up around the map and get a consistent hold together.
It is once again a great play call from Optic Gaming to keep the pressure applied even when there were only 2 alive. You just saw Formal doing that from control, and his teammates come in at gold as well as Whirlpool to help out. Ball will be down. 65 seconds left on the clock. Only 1 hold required for Optic Gaming to close this out.
Such tension in this game at the moment between the 2 teams. Because they know one mistake here and that could be the game going either to the hands of Optic Gaming or into the hands of FaZe. Royal 2's gonna grab that ball. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead.
Wow.
APG has managed to sneak his way up to the attic and do some damage, and Royal 2's in a really tough position here. He needs help from a teammate. There is Frosty to take down APG. He was the most important kill there for FaZe.
2 fall though for FaZe. It's just Royal 2 and Snakebite together. They're in pipes.
Same
Needs
by
to
Falls.
rotate now.
Formal, he breaks in. Optic break in as well, and even though FaZe went into a lead, Optic have the hold.
That's 2 dead for FaZe still. This could be the final hold here. Lucid just has to hold gold.
Frosty's the only player forward at the moment. He has to break in, and he has to break in now. The nades rain down. FaZe make the play, but it's not enough. Optic holds strong, and Optic will go up 2-1 in the series.
Wow, smiles on the fans here in Charlotte as they love what they see. APG's dad is in the building, folks. And he loves what he sees from APG. He's absolutely killing it. Hard not to root for the guy.
That's
and
APG,
truly,
by the way. A pure dad.
And that's APG. A pure dad is front row. And he is proud of what he just saw from the green wall. That's a 2-0 win in game number 3. And the Optic Gaming momentum continues.
Just clutch moments being won by Optic at the moment. Take yourself back. Royal 2, shock rifle. Tough shots to hit, of sure, but a player of his caliber, you see him make those plays so often when FaZe or any lineup he's on win championships. That one didn't connect. Optic in those final moments, they win the pips. And that's what leads to them scraping away that final round and, more importantly, securing that game. Here's some of the highlights.
Unbelievable game yet again. As we said, we knew this series would be back and forth, but it feels like every single game has its own story arc of big swings, big comebacks, and truly a test of the best Halo players in the world. You see 3 dead for both sides, back and forth. In the end, it's Optic outslaying FaZe 103-90.
Pretty considerable, to be honest, all things considered. That game went on for quite some time, though. Every single round seemed to go right down to the last few seconds. Nice little plays here coming in from Royal 2. That led to the situation. If he doesn't make this, he doesn't have the opportunity to make that maybe round-winning play towards the end. But after hitting these shots, this is that moment. He gets the chain damage, but those 2 headshots, he get it. Snakebite gets away, he grabs the ball. And he probably wins the game there for FaZe.
That's the first round, as you see.
The round, I should say, not the game.
End of the round, as we see in the second round as well. Don't forget, this game was tied at 50, and he wants to play forward. Trippy just hitting shots like this. There's 2 things that I have to... Here's the play. Here, oh my God. One of the best grapple highlight plays we've seen truly on the HCS main stage. It was particularly important because that player on the mid-bridge was the biggest threat. But it's Optic Gaming now leading in the series. 2 wins back-to-back to take a 2-1 lead. King of the Hill Streets is next, and here is your records for both teams.
Not looking good for FaZe. Not looking good at all for FaZe. 4-0. Optic are perfect. FaZe kind of look very shaky for a roster of this stature, and this might be the opportunity here. If Optic Gaming can take this game, can put themselves 3-1 up in the series, that might put the dagger into FaZe. I think they might not have enough in the tank to come back from there with how well Optic are playing.
We talked a lot about how we'd love to see a Grand Finals reset here. I think we all got pretty excited about the idea, but Optic Gaming has a very different idea for the evening. Now just 2 games away from closing out your Grand Finals. Here we go, King of the Hill on Streets.
And this man right here, he's my Grand Finals MVP right now. As it stands, Trippy has been absolutely impeccable at times. His decision-making has been on point. The big shots that he's had to hit, he's hit. And just remember, it's Trippy's performance in that Game 5 that sent them to this Grand Finals against this very same FaZe Clan roster. FaZe, however, are going to get the Rockets, and Royal 2 is inside of that hill.
There was a Let's Go Optic chant breaking out in the front row. However, Optic find themselves 3 dead, now 2 dead still off of a great round of slays coming in from FaZe as they pick up the first kills. However, no points on the board just yet.
Frosty's hunting for Trippy at the moment, finally locates him. 2 dead here for Optic, but 2 dead here for FaZe Clan as well. FaZe spawning close to the hill. And Renegade trying to secure a kill for himself. He manages to do so by so much time for the rest of FaZe now to get out of tram spawns and into a position to contest and support on this hill. Bulldog Stalker in his hands. Renegade is looking dangerous.
Look at how little time is on the board, and it's such a treat. As you said, these teams are playing for pure control. There's not mistakes being made. This is not scrappy Halo. Here in year 2, you can tell that these players are playing control-based Halo. They want to have the slaying control before they put the points on the board, and that's exactly what FaZe has begun to do off of this last run.
Really nice flank this coming in from Renegade. That's a killing spree for him, 5 without response. Steps inside of that hill for a second, just before he gets the opportunity to fire the Bulldog. His teammates clean that one up. 5-0 at the start of this game for Renegade. A much hotter start.
A much harder start, and I think it's the bounce back that Renegade and the entire FaZe roster needed. This first hill looks great. And if you're just joining us here, you might be wondering exactly how it's 2-1 in favor of Optic Gaming with the way FaZe is opening up game number 4.
I mean, the Shroud screen is coming in Season 3, but looks like Renegade's not going to have a problem with that as he fires through the smokes with the Stalker rifle to pick up yet another kill. APG has got no shields inside of that hill. He has to back out. Trippy will be dealt with as well, and the sandbox is reigning supreme at the moment. And just to add injury to insult as far as that statement is concerned, here's a rocket launcher for Frosty.
Here he goes. He's going to pick up the first one. The first point is on the board for FaZe. It's another kill for Frosty. Great use of the rockets. He'll swap that out as well. Here comes the rotate from FaZe.
Perfect from FaZe. Not only do they win the first hill, they also rotate, and they have complete control for the second as well. So even though the King of the Hill stats tell us somewhat of a story, the Grand Finals is very, very different. All of a sudden, the things you've been working on can click. And it needs to right now for FaZe.
That's what you gotta love about these veteran players. Doesn't matter what their records might be coming in here. These are all Championship Sunday champion players. Renegade just behind him. Look at this. He's out of ammo, so he's gotta go Bulldog here.
Oh!
Picks up the stick. What? Somehow finds it. And the first double kill as well.
Brilliant again from Renegade. Just patience, trigger, discipline, and then just a little bit of magic. It's pretty much what Renegade is about. He's 9-0. One more kill here.
Does he do it?
And the man's on a frenzy.
This is unheard of here. Let's see if he can pick up number 10.
Lucid, frenzy for Renegade!
Unbelievable. Finally, he's taken down. But based off that last play, I swear you could give Renegade a plastic fork on streets and he would find a way to pick up a few kills as he does the job. No Stalker ammo, one sticky, and a Bulldog, and he still gets the frenzy.
APG challenging Frosty. Frosty gets the trade there, so 2 dead again for Optic Gaming. But even off the back of this brilliance from Renegade, it's still a 1-point advantage. And FaZe, with the control they have, haven't really turned it into too much of a progression on this second hill.
That's right, Optic has really answered back here, and I know we're getting excited about what we saw from the side of Renegade. By the way, and fantastic shots from Snakebite. Royal 2 now just going to try to make something happen on the dumpster, but really all eyes on bottom middle on Rockets.
Trippy sneaks him out though. Trippy just knows. Trippy knows. There's a corner that's going to be held down. Snakebite managed to just deny that rocket pickup for a few seconds. 3v3 on the map, and it's just both teams laning and prioritizing that weapon right now, but Lucid's on a flank. And Lucid might get 2 here, and that's going to open the map up completely for Optic to maybe think about making a grab on that rocket.
Question is if those rockets are still down bottom middle just outside their spawn. It looked like that was the case, and that really could determine. Here's Formal. We've seen this before. Formal with the rocket on streets.
Is it going to be the same story, though?
No!
No, it's not. He gets 1. But is the damage enough here for Optic to take advantage of? 2v2 on the map once more. Lucid picks up 1. Renegade's desperately trying to finish it off. In the end, just goes for the brute force way. Frosty in the back of the base versus APG. 1v1 either side of Tramp. Nades flying in from all over the place at the moment. But neither player goes down here. The amount of respect you see from these two teams at the moment, it's honestly such a pleasure to watch it.
It really is. You can tell, once again, this roster on FaZe was built to dismantle the Optic Gaming roster, and you can tell that you likely have the best 8 players in the world on the stage here, facing off against one another. Still such a battle for this second hill.
APG still here. APG versus Frosty Part 2. Snakebite ruins that sequel. Comes in and picks up the kill himself, but FaZe, both players now trapped. Lucid tries to flank, but again, they prioritize that kill most importantly. But look what Optic are doing while they're trapped here. They are scrapping up time. They are taking advantage, and now they're about 2/3 of the way through, maybe even 3/4 of capping this hill.
Looking at FaZe now, as you said, a lot of time to go still as Optic looks to rally back, but Lucid pinching in here. And we'll see if Optic can continue holding, but as we jump back over to the FaZe side, we'll get into a listen-in now with FaZe Clan.
Trash. Nice, man.
Yo, Rocks in 5, Rocks in 5.
Trash and shit.
Okay, they're staring right.
Shotty down,
Where's P1, guys? No, 5v1 it, 5v1 it, and Hill guys B. Yo, on Rockets right now.
One hit, Formal's one hit, C.
All good.
We're gonna cap this. What's the deal with Rockets? They have them?
These people
They do.
Drop it, Rockets!
One hit. No, dude. Dude B. Yeah, 2 going driver. Help me, man. Help me.
I got one. Yo, Rocks are down.
Vector on me, B. They're down basic.
One shot at PD. One shot PD.
Just want to see you guys. Rocks. He's Stalker staring at you, John. Staring at you.
Back this guy goes back to me.
Yeah. He's weak tires.
His shot as well.
Yeah.
We're still spawning.
Yeah, there's 3 PD sides.
Yo, take your time. We need to trap him in.
Yeah, I'm doing damage. Yeah, let's go.
Guys, tires. Weak. 1 hit 1-3. 2 weak. 2 dead.
Agent. I don't see anything.
He went Chinese, I think.
Agent, dude.
Yeah, 2 agent.
APG one hit.
Yeah.
Two agent.
Wrap the map so we can contain them, okay?
Okay.
PG needs help, guys.
I'm back to down.
Yeah, you just keep Indy?
I left
I'm here, PG, I'm here.
I was talking.
Yeah, I can maybe kill this kid here.
Evan me.
2 agent, both for half. 2 agent, both for half.
Yeah, 2-1.
As we jump out, they listen in and back into the commentary booth. One thing that stood out for me there, it sounds a little bit frantic on the side of FaZe. There's a lot of individual plays being made. Nobody really saying, hey, come on, let's do this with me. Snakebite a little bit quiet in the comms as well. I think he needs to step up as the leader, be the clear voice of what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, it was interesting there. You saw Snakebite trying to go neons, but before he can even communicate it, Optic sends 2 there. Finally, off of a lot of control from Optic, FaZe will eventually regain control of back PD and back A, and they stop Optic from scoring that 3rd point. We'll see if they can hold this down. Oh, nice shots from the captain.
Might clean up APG here as well. APG taking down to no shields, but Rocket's coming up as well. Optic have control of mid-map. Former's gonna poke, he's gonna prod, and unfortunately, Snakebite gets taken down there, just didn't have the weapon to play with in order to finish off that kill.
Does all the damage he can, as you said, but needed all the help that he could get. APG picks up another one. That will be a free rocket grab. Gonna try to just wrap the corner, and he does. He stays alive and escapes back A. 2 dead and has a drop shield.
Yeah, really bad news this for FaZe, because Optic are starting to really take control. They should be able to cap this hill. They've still got 2 rockets to work with, and we know how easy it is to transition from this hill to the next one on the Neon Street. So Optic in a great position here. FaZe falling player after player at the moment, and APG hasn't even fired a rocket.
He hasn't, and it's scary because guess what? From the back cafe rotation, he has 2 rockets to clear out the street as well. This should be continued Optic gaming control as long as they play this well, but look at the clock. 3 seconds left.
They say, FaZe, you gotta get in the hill, and I've got a rocket launcher.
I don't think it's over. Not again on streets now. We can, once again.
Still not over.
It feels like it every time.
Still not over, by the way.
Will be 0. FaZe is still on the hill. Still not over. Something about Optic Gaming on streets king of the hill. Don't you dare count their chickens before they're hatched. 0 seconds. FaZe has to stay in, and it's 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Wait.
It's 2 dead for
Not
Optic.
again.
There is no way this is happening. There is no way this is about to happen.
Here he comes. 2 dead still for Optic. Will it be 3 dead? Will it be 3 dead? It's going to be 4 dead!
It's 4 dead!
FaZe does it! They're going to get this hill. Not over yet at 0 seconds left. I can't believe it. Not again. They're tied 2-2, and that will be overtime. They jump in right away. The clock won't go. Okay, now if anyone steps out of this hill before a 3rd point is scored for either side, then the game will end. Let's see
It's
right
sudden
here.
death. Next point wins.
2 minutes on the clock. Next point wins. Unbelievable. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. 1v1 between Trippy and Royal 2.
3 dead for Optic. On the other side as well. Trippy gets control of the weapons though. But Optic, what are they going to be thinking right now? We had 2 rockets. We had the game won.
FaZe.
And now they're 3 dead. 4 dead.
4 dead again. FaZe does the impossible. How FaZe Clan would this be for them at 0 seconds left to get back to back to back 4 deads to win this one here? They are still in the hill. They are still scoring and still have the man advantage.
I'm not sure if this is a comedy or a tragedy at this point.
Here they come.
Optic make the play. Frosty's still alive though. Manages to pick up 1 to even the numbers. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. And inside of the hill, again, is FaZe Clan. Trippy gets eliminated. And again, Optic Gaming are 4 dead.
This is unbelievable. And they force the tram spawns in again. FaZe is still in control. They have a minute 19 to get a few more rounds of slays before they jump on the hill. And it's 75% of the way done. However, it's 2 dead for FaZe. Look at the board. These next kills could decide it.
Frosty's trying to stay alive, not going to be able to do so. Had to pressurize the players inside a tramp. Renegade, he goes down as well. FaZe Clan lose 2. Numbers in favor of Optic. They can make plays. They have the space here, and Lucid, he's looking for bodies at the moment. FaZe Clan not showing.
58 seconds left. Optic is not stepping in just yet. And it's a pretty interesting decision. They need these kills first. Lucid gets it on Royal 2 and stays alive. That's big. However, 2 players for FaZe. They're in, and they're still scoring.
Frosty sticks Lucid. 2 players on the tram stairs, and Frosty's making the play here on them. Sneak behind enemy lines. Do they have any idea? Trippy, he'll be able to survive. Surely, Frosty takes him down, though. That's the Stalker down. And Renegade still has the Bulldog.
30 seconds left here. 2 dead for FaZe. Renegade needs to hold down this Neons and stay alive as long as he can. Now 25 seconds left. We'll see if one team tries to step in and tries to win it.
Need to get a round of kills here. If FaZe get a full round of kills, it's very doable. Formal's locking it down though. Frosty gets the first though. APG's making a play for the Rockets. The Rockets are now down. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal has to win this. He has to thrust away though, and the power weapon's going to Renegade. But unfortunately, all the Rocket connects with is concrete.
4 seconds left here. This could force another overtime. We'll see if anybody jumps in the hill just yet. 2 seconds left. Snakebite tries to get in. 3 dead. Frosty's your last player alive. 0 seconds on the clock. These two teams will tie. In the end, it's unbelievable result. FaZe Clan somehow stays alive on that final hill on Neons. These two teams will tie. We will have a reset, and I believe will be the first to 2 off of the next round of overtime between these two teams.
You'll forgive me if I take a second just to kind of process what happened.
I think we got to go. Luckily, I think our team in the back has the replay ready to see exactly what happened there, and I think a lot of people in the room thought it might be over. 0 seconds on the clock from the cafe. FaZe jumps in. Take a look at this. 3 dead. At the worst time, Formal can't get away. Back A either. Look how much time they needed to close this one out. And slay after slay, round after round, FaZe does it with 0 seconds on the clock.
I mean, talk about playing with your backs against the wall. That is just phenomenal from FaZe, almost perfect from FaZe, but Optic should win that game 99 times out of 100, even more than that. 0 seconds still on the clock. And I tell you what, the good news for Optic is that FaZe didn't win that game right there. But they didn't win that bottom middle hill, because that might have crushed them.
It absolutely might have, and I even say
it would have crushed me.
Optic certainly didn't try to get any extra time at the end. If you might have noticed, it kind of felt like Optic was ready for this game to just end in a tie because they needed to reset their mentals. And you can only imagine what it does to you when FaZe is not only tying the game with 0 seconds left on the clock, but also slaying you in what felt like 4 straight rounds of 3 or 4 dead. And if I'm Optic Gaming, I'm thanking my lucky stars that that one ends in a tie, and you can bet that they were going to make sure that it did. Because like you said, there may be no road back if FaZe Clan won that one in the 2-minute overtime period. Instead, we will head to a reset here. It's a pretty rare occurrence to see an entire King of the Hill played out, then see a 2-minute overtime, and I think this is the first time, certainly for you and I, that we've headed to a double overtime in King of the Hill, and the double overtime rules are the first to 2 will win.
I mean, we've seen some of the craziest occurrences of Halo Infinite on that map, on that mode, and they've always involved Optic.
And always Streets King.
Always Streets King. It's just, you know, the first event they won, you know, the Super, online, it was on that map, it was on that mode. The next one, Halo World Championships, again, we thought it was done. Wait a minute, it's not done. And now, once again, Optic probably think, we need to play Streets King of the Hill for 1 second longer, as a rule. Just play it for 1 second longer than we think we have to.
And as you said, Rockets in the back of Cafe, you think that that one was all done. They thought they had all the control, and look at that little smile there from Snakebite and Royal 2, the longtime duo. They've got to be feeling very good, and maybe that was the spark that they needed on their side of the stage.
FaZe needs to take advantage of this, though.
Yes.
They really do. Even though we're about to restart here, and just a reminder for everyone in the arena and everyone who's sat at home, it's double overtime, so it's the first to 2 hills will win this game. But if FaZe do all of that and then lose this overtime, they're 3-1 down in the series, and that's gonna hurt.
You're absolutely right. FaZe needs to capitalize here and now. They certainly have got under the skin of Optic after that last result, holding on at 0 seconds with
here we go.
What felt like 12 kills. Now here we go, sudden death overtime, first to 2 to win this map.
Optic won the opening break last time. I wonder if FaZe are going to be able to adapt. The answer is yes, because they're all dying very, very quickly. Lucid, the last alive with the Stalker, just gets out of there. Tries to survive, but he gets dealt with now. The Rockets are in the hands of FaZe, and they are not letting the momentum they picked up out of their hands. Royal 2's challenging Trippy with barely any shields. He wants to put him in the death screen. He does!
Even spike grenades himself for some extra style points. And as you said, FaZe won the opening hill so convincingly in our first round, and they're doing it again here as they put already 50% of the points on the board.
50% of the way there. Almost 50% of the way to winning this game if they lock down this first hill as well. Frosty's got that Stalker. Renegade's got the Bulldog. Lucid's got the death screen to look at, and Formal's gonna join him! All dead for Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan are more than likely about to close out this first hill.
Question was, can they ride that same momentum? And they've done exactly that. And they already have the rotate done. Everyone is already at tram. They already have C-Balk, and they have the Stalker rifle. This could spell disaster for Optic Gaming.
Optic can't get up the map at the moment. Snakebite's just holding them back with a Sentinel beam. Frosty picks up the first kill as well, and look at Frosty. He's just walking up mid-map at the moment. He doesn't care. He wants to really put the pain onto Optic Gaming, saying, you should have won that. 0 seconds is enough for us to be brilliant. It's enough time for us to make a comeback. And they're 50% away from winning this game now.
That was not just 3 dead, that was 4 dead. Trippy was your first spawner. They're all spawning PD, and they're split right now between Cafe and PD. This might be over right here, right now.
Done.
It's over.
It's
gonna be done.
Maybe it's not over. We should know better than that, Andy.
True,
we should know much, much better than that after what we just seen.
Now this time it's really over.
FaZe Clan win the game with the most miraculous, incredible, and quite frankly ridiculous comeback that we have seen on Streets King of the Hill.
What a start from FaZe in that overtime, and we have to say it was just like they played the first hill as well. The first time we've even seen double overtime on the HCS main stage. It will tie the series in what felt like it was going to be a 3-1 Optic Gaming lead at the last second. I can't even say at the last second. There was 0 seconds left on the clock. FaZe claws back. We're back in the game, and they reset us in double OT to a 2-0 win. And guess what? We are all tied up at 2.
I don't know what Optic is saying to each other right now, honestly.
You saw some shakes of the head on their side of the stage.
Just play the game for a second more. That's all you had to do. But FaZe, I mean, what a comeback. Talk about playing to the whistle.
Yeah.
Talk about playing till the game is done and dusted. And there's a lesson for everyone who's part of the HCS, is that Streets King of the Hill is never over until we see it say one team has won.
Truly the fact here, the game type that keeps on giving. Also, by the way, Renegade, how about starting off the first game in regulation, 10-0?
Yep.
On the main stage in a grand final against the world champion. We got to take a look at that. This was the run. And as you can see on your screen, at this point, he was 10-0, gets the stick, has the Bulldog and Thrust to pick up another one as well to get the double kill. This was the 9th. And he even gets the Frenzy. I don't know if anyone's ever gone 10-0 at the opening in a grand final on the main stage.
Yeah, absolutely insane. This moment here, turns around. He'll see Lucid in a few seconds' time, and he's like, oh, is this mine? Is this my kill? Lucid just finally moves in front of him. Luckily, he's not looking the right way. And oh, it was a little bit nervy, but seeing that purple medal on your screen is, I think, one of the most confidence-filling medals you could possibly ask for in a Halo game.
I mean, that is wild, especially if you're on the side of FaZe, right? Imagine you're Snakebite or you're Frosty, and you look to your left or your right, and you see a Killing Frenzy medal, and you think, we're doing something right here. 10-0 to start that game, and even though it came down to the wire, I have actually some insane stats as well as we take a look across. FaZe outslayed Optic in double overtime 20-3.
What? I'd love to know what they outslayed Optic from 0 seconds to the end of that OT.
It would be an even scarier.
Doesn't matter anymore, the game's done. So we'll look that up afterwards because we've still got a long way to go here. It's a swing game in the series. Who will go ahead? Forget about Streets for now, even though that game will certainly go down in history. It's time for us to head back to live fire. And this one, Optic are pretty good at it.
They certainly are. They have been the kings of live fire really since the beginning of Halo Infinite. However, that has been challenged, that has been tested as time has gone on. As we get ready to go in. As we said, this is going to be a long night, folks. We hope you're enjoying the gameplay here from the major kickoff here in Charlotte. We certainly are, as we are now into the game. It's going to be map number 5, as you say, the swing game of the series, Live Fire Slayer.
Momentum back on the side of FaZe, without a doubt. And Royal 2 is going to sneak in and pick up that heat wave. Manages to just about escape with it. Overshield going to be popping up as well, and that is going to be the story of this game once more. The Overshield is the influencer. It has changed games here on Live Fire every time we've seen it for both of these teams. But also a nice little flank from Royal 2 is going to do that. Oh, he gets cut short though by a sniper rifle.
Wow, 1 tap, 2 tap, but Lucid says no to that. Right now it is a 1v2. Frosty versus Lucid in 4-1 for a second. Frosty's gonna get the first one, likely traded out by Formal. Frosty somehow gets a trade. Not easy to do against two players like that, now on board with Renegade.
Optic 3 dead as well. Trippy last alive. Does he get away with that overshield? That's the real question here. It's still down. So FaZe are going to collect that. It's 6-4 in the favor of FaZe, and Renegade has Ovi. That is a terrifying proposition.
You can tell that Optic knows it. They're running. Tails are tucked behind their leg.
More importantly as well, Renegade not only got the Ovi, he's got the plasma pistol.
Right.
So there's no counter to this for Optic.
He's got all the tools to play with, as you said. No counter. And a 7-6, just a narrow lead here. However, Renegade does a lap around the map. This is intentional.
There is a counter. Run away.
That's true. There is a counter. You run away as fast as you can. Optic Gaming has just looped around the map twice to burn out this overshield, and it worked.
Not only that,
somehow they get the lead.
They're picking up kills as well, and it's Lucid with his sniper rifle. Green Gun doesn't connect. Lucid flies in to pick up another as well. Royal 2 will level things up a little bit with a double kill of his own. But there's Lucid once more. And as crazy as it sounds, so much happened in that few moments since the overshield got picked up. It's only 10 seconds till the next one comes up.
Unbelievable. Like you said, the counter to that was to continue running away. We just watched Renegade go from overshield to sandbags to bridge, all the way back to C, and Optic Gaming just kept playing Ring Around the Rosie, and they still had the lead, and now they get the next overshield. It is brilliant play calling by Optic Gaming.
Formal 5 and 3 as well as the overshield to play with 2. And now, how do FaZe play this? Do they have the plasma pistol to try and strip this shield off? Or are they going to get their skates on as well? Big flank coming in right now, but he's going to be met by every member of FaZe, and he just gets absolutely shredded on the cuts.
What did we say? Back and forth there. This time Optic gets the overshield, and FaZe has a great counter play as well. They're going to look to push it here on scoreboard, but he doesn't know there's a heat wave behind him. And Optic Gaming will now go into the lead, 14-11. Trippy holding here on scoreboard, and they have to retreat. Royal 2 can't get away.
Lucid's starting to heat up a little bit here as well. 6-1 for Tommy Wilson. He's got the heat wave as well. Sniper rifle popping back up on the map. And FaZe, they want it. They've got the drop ball as well, and they get it down. That's going to secure them that power weapon to play with. So 1 power weapon apiece now.
As we said earlier, brilliant play calling from Optic Gaming has given them now a 3-kill lead. Needs to try to stay alive at all costs. Now just a 1-kill lead as they find themselves 3 dead. We got to hear how Optic Gaming plays this. Let's get into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Green's pushing A plat.
Yeah, they're fighting.
Absolute window. Absolute window.
Reset.
Alright, I'm tight.
Sitting bottom of the
We gotta find their side. B big door, I think. A block.
Can we give up green?
They're A plat.
I spawned fucking dummy door.
Green now in the middle, Joey in the middle, weak, one shot.
I'm running big door, guys. I'm running big door.
Absolute, he came back. He's absolute. There's 2 there, Joey on both sides. No, guy here. Both sides, guys.
Training. Back green, Royal 2. Back green, Royal 2. One's nest, 2 on it.
Where was Sniper at? Yeah, we have 10 seconds for it.
They have snipe.
Sniper's going back to dummy door.
They might hit big door, guys.
We're gonna have to play through for this. They have snipe.
Fuck, dude, he's gonna be starting out with snipe. Look at it, look at it, spade. Clear left, right.
One shot coming.
Tires on.
Let's go.
She's running pillars. Slow this down. Nice shot.
I was spawning green, guys? Yeah, all green.
We still have a west for this week. Going pillar door. We're going pillar door.
Back green, weak snipe. Back green.
Push this. To there.
Raise on it.
Elbow.
Back green, launch back green. Take mine, absolute.
One shot, just guys. One shot green and nest.
Careful, 2 of us dead, guys. Elbow.
Training, Renegade.
Nice.
Out of the listening back into the gameplay. Optic trying to trap FaZe there, but FaZe did a great job to actually fight out of that spawn.
They really did. How about this? Look at this. 2-2 in the series. Tied 24-24 at the halfway point in your game number 5. Like we said, back and forth here it will be. Optic Gaming somehow bouncing back, and you heard the comms from the Optic Gaming side worried about that sniper picking them off during that overshield, but it's Lucid who pushes dummy door with the heat wave and does so well to dodge every grenade to not only keep the game close, but maintain the lead by 1.
We heard from Optic, and as the game is just 1 kill separating the 2 teams, make it 0 kills. It's only right that we hear from FaZe. Let's jump into a listening now with FaZe Clan.
2 players. Yeah, I'm pushing up my bro.
I'm proud. I'm A flat, okay?
Yo, it's one OV, I think. There's one. Nest, tower. I'm sorry. Hey, bud. I'm nice. Yeah, be back tower. Lots of damage. He waves in 30. Yeah, I see that. He waves in 30. Come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Let me spot. Yeah, I have a good idea.
Just go.
Nice, good kill. Top tower. Absolutely top tower.
Yeah, he's 1.
Nice. OV in 10, guys. OV in 10. We're playing for OV.
I'm hitting key door flank. I'm hitting key door flank. I'm going tunnel.
I'm going cuts.
Yo, he was
I'm
up.
saying tower. Yo, guys, he weave in like 15.
Yeah, listen. I have to anchor tower, okay?
Yeah, I like that.
I swear I hear one on me, mud.
Yo, they're white wall and 2 and A going small door. Yeah, they might try to come.
I got OV.
Two top mid. They're playing for me.
Live.
Trying to. Two top mid outside.
Guys, what a 2 and A. 2 and A.
Yeah, we can't really hit it.
They're
This time.
Yeah, they have heat wave.
It's like, yo, hit middle with me.
He's sniping white wall going A plat, I think.
Hey, probably. 3 to mid. 1 in A. You back me.
Yo, kill these guys back me.
Yeah. I'm pushing back me. I'm waiting. Max damage, bro. Back me. Kill back me. Yo, in A.
Lucid, Lucid, it's you. You wave in A. Lucid.
Shouldn't be this. I'm gonna get pushed.
Yeah, I have shots.
You C plot. Listen to my calls, bro. Listen. Elbow.
Watch out tower.
Alright, hold up.
Keep damage down here. Keep the damage down here.
Back B on map.
Yes.
Well, as FaZe go quiet, it's because Optic all of a sudden have come to life. They have taken the lead in quite some style, Andy.
They absolutely have. Look at Lucid. He's 13-2. Unbelievable run from a player that has often been called the best in the world. To break the tie break there, that was FaZe with the overshield on sandbags, and Optic Gaming with perfect baiting and switching to not just neutralize the overshield, and Lucid is not done yet. The man is heating up, and just like that, from 29-29, it is an 8-kill run. Now it's 37-29, Optic Gaming with 8 unanswered kills.
Lucid is taking them apart right now. Oh! Absolutely disgusting. From last season's MVP, and he's making a pretty good claim after just one event for the second year.
You heard the frustration on the side of FaZe. Oh
my God!
No!
Holy shit!
Just in case you forgot about Lucid, he is here to remind you. One of the best to ever do it. It's a 9-kill game.
He pushes on his own top middle. He gets 1, he gets 2. I'm pretty sure at least 2 got traded out, so 2 for 2 on the map. Overshield coming up. FaZe Clan need this. They have to get this. If they have a win condition left in this game, Optic know that. They're trying to trade out. They're trying to push forward. Trippy's got the repulsor, but it's 3 dead. There's a flank coming in. How is this series just on a knife edge constantly? The overshield battle keeps going down, and I'm pretty sure it's gone into the hands of FaZe.
Yeah, Snakebite has it. That's the player you want if you're on the side of FaZe. You want this overshield in the hands of Snakebite, and now somehow, unbelievably, it goes from a 9-kill game to a 5-kill game, and FaZe Clan with a crazy play call to go top mid. They lose the battle, but they still get the overshield.
And here go Optic again. They know where the push is coming in. The question is now, have FaZe read it? 3 players flying towards the scoreboard. Renegade gets 1. Trippy's gonna trade it out. Renegade gets 2 though. 5 kills to go for Optic. And again, the overshield does nothing.
It's in 2v2 trade once again, but however, Optic gets now 46 kill on the board. Is this the same story we've seen in every Slayer between these two? FaZe Clan brings the game back. However, have they left too little time on the clock? It's 46-40. Optic only need 4.
Take ourselves back to the qualifier. With the lead, Optic weren't afraid to turtle up together. But it looks like they're making a game-winning play right now. They only need 1, and Snakebite's left on his own. That will be it! Optic Gaming go up in the series 3-2. And you cannot take your eyes off this series.
Lucid just went 17-4, more than quadruple positive in a grand final. You heard that right, more than 4x positive from that man on your screen, and we talked a lot about Lucid. Guess what? Lucid not as much talked about as he was in year 1, and he loves that. He's happy to come back on the main stage and remind everyone.
I think he does like it. He's like, look what I'm doing to him. Those snipe shots, bro. Those snipe shots were just, the second one was just, it's special. He is a special, special player. And when someone does something like that to break the game open, to bring it back for your squad, on FaZe, it's just nothing you can do against it.
Optic Gaming is on a different level as the green wall has the Let's Go Optic chant ringing through the arena. We'll take a look at some highlights. But Optic is play calling on a different tier. They are making sure to waste that overshield. They are just isolating, baiting and switching. Perfect timing and just absolutely tearing FaZe apart, even when FaZe has the advantage.
2 overshields that went to waste. I think that's a big thing to remind ourselves of as well. But, I mean, one of my favorite ever sports commentators, Richie Benno, used to say, if something is so good that you can't do it justice with words, just don't say anything. That's how I felt with that Lucid Sniper spree. That was just disgusting. I got CTF next, Andy. More snipers?
More snipers, how about 2 of them? You're gonna see some of the best snipers to ever play professionally on the main stage up against one another now. Optic Gaming is 1 game away from closing out the title here at the HCS Major. However, on the other side of the stage, it's FaZe that needs to bounce back, dig deep, and win these next 2 in order to reset the series.
The 3-peat is on the horizon for the Green Wall. But they know this is not going to be an easy road. They know that they're going to have to play their hearts out and do something special once more to secure this championship here at the first event of the year. Here's your CTF stats between the 2 teams. FaZe Clan, 5-1. Optic, 4-1. Just a 1 loss on either side. And to be honest, there's nothing between them.
Both at 2.2 both at 2.2 captures per game. Absolutely tied, as we said, these 2 teams so neck and neck, but right now Optic Gaming has that edge. The 3-2 win there will give them the series lead. As we get into map number 6, Argyle CTF, a chance for Optic to take the throne, or a chance for FaZe to send us to a Game 7.
Well, it could be the last game here in Charlotte, and it could be the final game where Optic can close things out and call themselves the champions once again. It's just around the corner, but you said it, didn't you? You had to say Game 7. You had to just throw it in at the end. A man of much experience. Only a man of experience would say such a thing.
I think we could see a Game 7 here, but if there's anything that the Green Wall and the Optic Gaming side of the stage want to do, it's avoid that Game 7. We've seen these teams already play this game type back and forth between the 2 on Argyle CTF, and as we said, both at an even 2.2 average captures per game. It could not be tighter between these 2, but what's been the difference maker? It's been power weapon control throughout the entire series. In that last game, 7 power weapon kills with the snipe to only 2 on the side of FaZe. Optic Gaming once again wins the game by 7. It is the literal difference maker.
Bit of a different pace in this one. It's going to be a little bit slower, I think. A little bit more of a kind of control-based game types where teams are just constantly fighting for that 50-yard line.
Right.
Get the snipers up. If you can get a sniper up to that 50-yard line, then you're in business. Then there's a chance to push into the base and get that flag pulled. But this is an interesting one as well. When we were watching the qualifiers and we were kind of doing a little bit of prep for this event, FaZe came out of the gate so hot. So hot. It was 2-0 up in like a matter of minutes. And then they just destroyed Optic for like multiple minute after minute after minute. Game ended 2-2.
Yes.
So Optic's so efficient when they get that flag moving that you cannot count either team out at any point.
You can, and honestly, this is a fantastic Game 6 for the series, specifically because, as you say, you cannot make a mistake. If you lose a battle at mid-map, or if you lose a battle in the back of your base, that could be the difference maker and a flag. And as we said, on Argyle CTF, the flags are so valuable. Many of these games end 1-0 or 2-1. That could be all we need to see on the board for Optic to be the winner here in Charlotte, or for FaZe to send us to a series deciding game number 7, map number 6, coming up right now.
A massive moment here in Charlotte. Could be the last game we see. Capture the flag is the name of the game. Capture 5 flags. I'll be surprised with how close these 2 teams are. I think you'd take a 1 flag win. Maybe we'll see overtime once more. Maybe we'll see another thing we couldn't imagine seeing. We'll have to find out now in what could be our final game.
And one thing I'm absolutely looking out for that has also been a difference maker is the grapple control from the side of Optic Gaming. Think about how well they utilized the grapple in Oddball Recharge. It was so key to their setups, to evading battles, to their ball control. Look for the grapple to be a huge factor here for them in Argyle CTF as well.
And who gets the camo off the rip? It's going to be Snakebite. Optic Gaming 2 dead. Ooh. Formal has no idea, but just about manages to get away with his life. Waits just a second to try and bait that in. Snakebite's just gathering information at the moment. Optic know where he is. He's got a little bit of support. Now you're going to see the push coming in. Optic using all their nades defensively here. Means they're going to be trapped in the back of that base. A flank comes in as well. And there's a trade onto Snakebite. Had a repulse there. I wonder if he knew.
Look at the mind games there, right? Formal stays alive and he expects Snakebite to push it. Snakebite knows he's expecting it, so he doesn't push right away. On the other side, Optic nades, pre-nades it. Somehow Snakebite stays alive, and in the end, the flank is what takes down the camo player. 2 dead for FaZe for the moment.
Trippy's been such a hard kill this entire event. Every time I've seen him on the screen, it's like, Trippy's about to die, and he just lasts 5-6 seconds longer than you would expect him to. But early on in this game, I have to say it's been FaZe who have been the early aggressors, but it is that mid-map control that's still being scrapped for now as we start to really get into this game, and a couple of deaths have been exchanged between the teams. Formal, down on the coils, trying to do a little bit of work with that sniper rifle, but Renegade says, I see you have a sniper rifle, and I kind of want to go with it myself.
Yeah, FaZe has been the aggressors. Optic Gaming, though, answering the challenge right now, only being outslayed by 1 kill. And in the slaying department, FaZe slowly taking the lead here at 8-6.
All that work for Renegade to find the sniper, and it's only got 1 bullet in it, unfortunately for him. Picks up the kill, though, on APG. 3v3 on the map at the moment. Sniper's coming up in about 10 seconds. And he can't use that 1 bullet effectively. Now he turns his attention to the camouflage. If he can jump up top middle here and secure this, as well as this kill, that'll be 2 in a row now. And we talked about power-ups, how valuable they've been to swinging games. That's 2 in a row now for FaZe.
We've also seen how much, by the way, killing spree once again for Renegade. He's 7-1. What a start for him. We've seen how well FaZe prioritizes the top mid camo in their earlier matches on the main stage. A lot of times that came down to Renegade snipes. This time it's down to the teamwork. Renegade with Repulse and camo in the Optic base.
And look at the movement as well. Oh, he gets a bit of a surprise. The Repulse isn't good enough and it will be eliminated. And Optic will take that every single day of the week. If you can delete that camo player without taking too much damage, then you're in a pretty good position. But off the back of Renegade falling, the rest of FaZe Clan have done a pretty good job of just putting Optic on the back foot once more, picking up a few kills to trap them in the back of that base.
APG was your last player alive there. He gets the damage, and Lucid capitalizes by flying out of the bottom of the base and immediately gets the kill. That's the types of plays that you need from your last player alive, and it's great communication and coordination from the Optic Gaming side to capitalize on little moments and little routes like that. After 3 minutes of play, we are unsurprisingly still scoreless.
Look at this from Lucid, by the way. Shoulder peeking, having a little wiggle, moving that booty and making it look pretty good as well as he manages to take down Frosty and pick up the sniper rifle for Optic. Now they're looking to turn their attention towards Snakebite and Royal 2, who are on the other side of the map.
This is scary. This is all the ingredients, right? Lucid now in the vent. He has to drop down due to some pretty good pre-nades, but they're still picking up the kills. Lucid's going to rotate snipe back.
Just trying to hold down some angles at the moment is, again, just a perfect indication of respect between the two teams. They know a mistake will cost them. 2v2 split across the map. Lucid looking to fire some shots, get some footstep audio above him, so he knows there's a player in the vicinity. As Snakebite moves the Optic flag, FaZe might think about getting this moving, but a little bit of a trade coming in. FaZe have managed to force this one past the 50-yard line, but what's happening on the other side of the map inside of the FaZe base? That's the question. Frosty picks up the kill on APG. That was the most important one. Trippy slows things down, but it looks like FaZe might be in a position here
grapple
to cap the first flag.
Here's the grapple. He should get this very comfortably. He gets the flag right away. Going to put it on the stand. Maybe bait just a bit. Yes, he baits the snipe from Lucid. Then he goes and he'll get the
brilliant.
cap.
Absolutely brilliant.
FaZe is your first team on the board, and what did we say? We knew that grapple was going to be key to the runs, and not only was it key to the final grab, but you might have heard it, Snakebite also grappled all the way through shotgun to get the flag to the mid-map as well. It was used a second time. That's 3 separate grapples that led to FaZe Clan capping.
2v2 on the map for now, but we mentioned, we were talking about when we were discussing theory crafting, I like to call it, about how teams are going to approach these maps, what they're going to do. The grapple, I think we've only scratched the surface of what it can, how it can impact this map at the moment, some of the runs that are going to become available, and FaZe putting it on display there. Without that grapple, that flag cap doesn't happen. Renegade goes back to deal with Formal, knows there's a player inside of his base, knows there's now 2 players inside the base. APG thinking about challenging, Formal takes damage, Frosty's there to help, but APG's still alive and still such a nuisance.
2 dead for both sides here. Let's see what APG can do. Just a quick touch there. Needs to win this battle. Not going to be easy against Snakebite, who wisely just stays in the court to shut down that run. APG was your only runner candidate, and he's taken down.
Repulsor might be used here by Snakebite as well. Doesn't connect though. Again, just the shoulder peeking so good from Optic Gaming, and that's something that's been a real feature of their play. They don't want to give information, and if they do, they're going to make you work for it. Work around your shots so that they can hit theirs.
Halfway through the game now, just about the 6-minute mark. FaZe Clan outslaying 30-26, but much more importantly, The flag is on the board. Renegade is 13-6, by the way.
6 minutes left. Now, we saw a little bit earlier when FaZe went into a lead. They were more than happy just to win 1-0. They were more than happy just to take their time, hold that map and make you make a play, backing themselves to hold the map in an effective enough way that you wouldn't be able to really progress and do any kind of damage. I'm interested to see if they're going to continue with that theory or if they're going to try and mix things up a little bit.
How does he stay alive here? Renegade stays alive. He gets his shields back as well. This is wild. He's 15-6, more than double the kills of 3 players on Optic Gaming. 16-6 now. Unbelievable plays, peeking and shooting and jumping up to the grapple. He stays alive in the back of the base.
Still alive, by the way. Gets bodied, still alive. Creates such carnage inside of the Optic base. All the rest of the team fly in. There's one player to deal with, is Trippy, and now Renegade starts running the flag. Again, Renegade making the difference here for FaZe.
Oh my God, 16-6, and he's running the objective as well. If he crosses this line, it's trouble. He's gonna choose the screens route, and now likely cross this as well. There's not gonna be the guns on the Optic side. Renegade crosses it with minimal damage. He's going home.
2 dead here for Optic. Just gotta finish this one off. APG picks up 2, but it's 2 flags on the board here for FaZe Clan. The sniper is up as well. And with 5 minutes left in this game, Optic have to go, and they have to go now.
And what a massive flag that is. You might think Optic Gaming can easily get back in this one if it's 1-0, but that second flag with less than 5 minutes left is an absolutely huge piece of the scoreboard here. A 2 flag cushion for FaZe Clan with 4:35 left in the game.
Renegade with a sniper as well. That stop form was pushed for about 4 or 5 seconds as well while he waits for 3 shields. It's going to be even longer now as Frosty flies in. Oh, goodness me. How on earth can you react that quickly?
Oh boy, he's doing it again.
Renegade becoming Renegade, taking God form right now, and Optic have no answer. Finally, they get the sniper out of his hands as Optic look to overextend on the engine side, and they have to, Andy. 4 minutes left, they have to try and get this flag pulled. But Snakebite, the wily old campaigner, he's causing the objective dilemma for them.
Ooh, look at this play though. Nice shot from Formal to deny that sniper grab. Flag is still down though. As you said, Snakebite has that run started. 2 dead here. Wait a minute. FaZe needs to be careful they don't overextend.
Snakebite's still alive. Snakebite's gonna be last alive though. He gets taken down. Flag gonna be sent home. Trippy can get a touch on this as well. And manages to do so, needs to toss this off to a teammate. Maybe he's got the cover himself, he's just gonna force this through. And now Optic have the run going.
What a heads up play from Trippy there. They had no grapple, they had to do it the hard way. Trippy stays alive, gets his shields back at the perfect time. They need the kills though. This flag is not guaranteed just yet. 2 dead.
2 dead for Optic. Are they gonna be able to lane effectively enough for him to run this one home? Waits just a few seconds. Royal 2, he does damage. 2 players in the back of the Optic base at the moment trying to force this one home.
This one will go.
It's gonna go in. No, Frosty says no! He stops it on the goal line.
And the toss.
And Snakebite gets the toss as well. What is happening?
Frosty with the goal line stand. That's wild. Let's see if Snakebite can get this re here. Flag is going to be a little bit confusing in the back of the base. He tosses now to the flag stand. 2 dead for FaZe.
Might be enough though. Might just be enough for the flag to be returned here for Optic, especially with that snipe from Lucid. It's a 1 flag game now between these 2. Optic pull it back.
And what do we say? History repeating itself. In the late game, Optic Gaming putting the first flag on the board. Now they've got 2:37 to get a game-tying flag on. They need to go, and they need to go now.
And they're certainly starting to go. Formal's hitting some shots. Lucid's hitting some shots. There's another one of them. And that's another player in the death screen now for FaZe. 2 dead at the moment. Lucid wraps back to pick up a little bit of equipment to work with. Camouflage going to be coming up as well. 15 seconds until we see that pop.
Trippy needs to stay alive. He gets a kill. That's 2 kills, 2 dead for FaZe. They have all the ingredients here.
They're trapped. They're absolutely trapped in the back of the base.
Ooh, does he get the flag?
He catches it! He catches it!
From the mid-map, it's a huge grapple from Lucid.
Are you kidding me, Lucid? Are you kidding me? Now he goes into the vent. Now he sees Frosty in front of him.
Needs Trippy, should have stayed alive there. Frosty! No, it's a complete breakdown. It's a complete breakdown from Optic Gaming.
I don't know what... FaZe are running the flag. That's all I can say.
Optic Gaming has to push here. I cannot believe what we've just witnessed there. It's a complete breakdown from Optic Gaming. Here's the FaZe flag. It's on the flag stand. They're waiting.
Nothing but pain here for Optic, but Lucid's there. He's got a repulsor. And at the last second, no, he does get the re. And now they're running it again. 1 minute left on the clock.
This is unbelievable. Trippy now trying to run this flag back and forth. Both players on the elbow spawning. He needs to go. He needs to get this flag to mid-map.
What on earth are you doing here, Trippy? Trippy's doing it all himself. He gets the flagpole. He picks up 1 kill, but Renegade is good enough to make sure he locates the most important kill on the map, and that was Trippy. Flag is going to be returned here for FaZe. Big stick from Renegade as well to take down the sniper player on the side of Optic Gaming. FaZe 2 dead, but time is against Optic right now. 38 seconds for FaZe to hold on and for FaZe to send us to a Game 7.
What a Game 6 this has been. What looked like a guaranteed cap is stopped at the last second by FaZe Clan. 24 seconds left on the clock.
Trades are good enough, but he doesn't get it. Snakebite's there to pick up the pieces, though. 15 seconds. Snakebite takes down Trippy. That's going to stop all the momentum now. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. FaZe Clan might have just about done enough here. As a killing spree is going to be picked up. The time is going to expire. And don't get comfortable, everyone, because we're going to a game number 7.
What did we say? What did we say?
It's all your fault.
It's all. Hey, I will gladly take the blame for this one.
I'm on board with it.
We're going to a Game 7 here. FaZe with an unbelievable Game 6, but not just that. Lucid grapples the flag mid-map. He has the help with Trippy, and Frosty gets a 1v2 double kill from the height disadvantage to stop.
Triple kill.
A triple, you're right. A triple kill from the shotgun to stop what would have been a game-tying run and potentially a tournament-securing run in Game 6 to send us to a game number 7. And take a look at the series layout so far. This is a thing of beauty.
It's the best Halo I've ever watched.
It is.
It's the best Halo I've ever watched. If you're here right now and you're watching these games, by the way, you need to remember this, because this kind of series does not happen very often. This is truly one of the great series. And the greatest thing about it is if FaZe win the next game, we get to do it all again.
And what's incredible is there is a tangible and visible difference from year 1 of competitive Halo Infinite. We take a look at the fans here supporting both FaZe Clan and the Green Wall. Packed house here in Charlotte.
Thirsty work.
And as I was saying, just a tangible, visible difference here in the Halo that's being played. You can tell that these teams have worked on each and every one of these game types. Like I said, the grapple being a huge piece of that gameplay, and it's all about FaZe Clan. Oh, of course, here we go.
There's no point in showing these stats anymore. It's just
everyone's tied.
Just put something up in Microsoft Pay that just says they're the same. They're the same.
And they will exchange games all the way through. This is absolutely unbelievable. These two teams are both 7-3 in Slayers overall in the tournament, but let's not forget, in the past few, Optic Gaming has won the last few. We'll take a look at the Lucid grapple on that play. So Trippy dies here, and look at the immediate grapple from Lucid. Here's the play. Look at this. There's 2 dead. It's not an easy situation. Lucid's going to go ahead and trap the corner, and the help comes as he grapples up to the vent.
I mean, the crazy thing is here, I expect him to no-scope Frosty.
Right.
That's how good he is. They don't get the kill. Frosty somehow, some way manages to get behind Trippy, and after securing that double kill and a triple kill, gets the return. FaZe get the win, but if that one play was not synonymous with this series, 0 seconds, King of the Hill, 0 shields, triple kill to win the game. Lucid hitting some of the most insane shots I've ever seen on that live fire Slayer, and the great news is, everybody, we got another game of Halo in front of us. I need you to stand up right now, Charlotte, and make a little bit of noise, because this is a special feeling series right now. Optic can still close it out, but FaZe have a chance to reset the bracket.
One of the most unforgettable grand finals undoubtedly in HCS play is happening before your eyes, and we are all lucky to witness history. Renegade versus Lucid this series. Renegade at a 1.9, Lucid at a 1.2, everything to play for. Here we are into game number 7.
Here we go, game 7 time here in Charlotte, North Carolina. FaZe versus Optic. And Optic get the better of FaZe off of this break. 2-1 the difference. And it looks like Formal might have just about got away with the rockets. Wastes one, but still alive here. But wasting one is absolutely fine if you don't get them in your hands.
This has been an unbelievable series. 2-2 off the opening here. Optic Gaming, as a reminder, a chance to take Charlotte with this game. However, FaZe Clan, if they win, ooh, nice little rocket there, will connect with Formal. If FaZe Clan wins, we're going to a second best of 7. Optic Gaming, they want to end it here, and they want to end it now.
Look at this push coming in from Frosty as well. He's full of all kinds of confidence at the moment. He's trying to chase down Lucid, but maybe just took the bait a little bit more than he had to. FaZe Clan, I think they've just got to be a bit more patient in certain situations. The adrenaline is flowing. This is what we saw a little bit earlier on. The follow-up game, they tried to play a little bit too aggressive. They almost played into the hands of Optic Gaming. It's about recognizing the pace of the game quicker than your opponent right now.
Look at these teams slowing down, just like we saw in Recharge Slayer. You're going to see uncharacteristically slow Slayer from these two teams just because, as we said, any opening, any gap could be the difference maker in the series, and both of these teams know it. Making sure that when they make a play call, that it is the right call, that they have the advantage and the ability to push to establish a lead, tied 4-4 after a minute and a half of play.
Lucid's going to get a pick onto Frosty, though, just to give Optic a slender, the most slender of leads in this game. Snakebite now deciding to make a play alongside Royal 2. They're trying to catch Formal off guard here. Maybe Snakebite just gave things away a little bit there with that commando.
Hoping that he might come back towards Balk. Instead, he doesn't. They all rotate back. Kills being exchanged, though, and FaZe thought they might be able to get the advantage there. They don't. In the end, Optic Gaming is going to rotate through Neons back to A and PD.
All about the rockets, though. Renegade gets a pick, though. That's really, really big. That damage being done by Snakebite as well means that Frosty can move in and pick up the rockets, so that's 1-for-1 on rocket pickups in this game so far between the two teams. Formal gets one, Trippy gets taken down. As the kills get traded. Even though Optic did not get that rocket launcher, they keep a slender 1-kill lead.
Frosty does well, though. He was actually burning that rocket, I believe, and instead he also gets the splash damage on Lucid, which gets cleaned up. So that keeps the game now within 1 kill, make it a tie game at 9.
Snakebite trying to creep up. See if he can get a couple of toes into the cafe to get a few angles, maybe bait out a little bit of the map for someone else to make a push. Renegade again gets the entry frag. This is what he's known for. This is what he's so good at. APG has no shields, but Snakebite has no grenades. Frustration for him. He doesn't have any nades, but he certainly has a Bulldog. And now FaZe, off the back of that push, have Optic 2 dead. They have a 3, make it 4, make it 3. Kill lead.
13-10 here, as you said, 3 dead. And FaZe starting to heat up and gets the first sizable lead of the game. Let's get into a listen-in with FaZe Clan.
Drop shield. Hey, John.
They're not doing anything.
B-steps APG, B-steps APG.
Yo, I have soccer. I'm just gonna play it in a
Yeah, look, we have all weapons. Listen, we play to not die here. We just fucking.
Yeah, bottom middle.
John, we're staying P. We're not leaving each other.
Yeah. Also, listen. Yeah, shoot spikes, and they like to get mid a lot. They like to get mid a lot.
You're gonna be an arcade.
Yeah. No solo.
Where do you guys want me? You want me to just say heaven?
Just keep watching heaven. Actually, you should go PD to watch B.
Yeah, one driveway.
Because they can go cuts.
I got CTF. They're gonna try like
I kind of want to make a B play. Yeah, I'm.
Listen.
Average right now. Not before.
Pushing.
Yeah.
Two cafe. Yeah, I got shots of both.
Yo, B
cafe. Agent.
Rockets in 10, guys. Rockets in 10.
They're gonna be in PD, guys. In PD.
Teammate, kill teammate.
Two back there.
I'm coming right up. I'm coming in a sec. BJ, play for Rockets. Where are they? PD.
All right, all good.
PD going PD court.
Rockets up now. Rockets up now.
Rockets. Yeah, they have them. They have them.
3.
He's agent. 3. No, we on an 8.
One. He's
one agent.
I
got agent. No, tire speak. Yo, push this. Yeah. Back tower. APG, tower. Nice. Tower, APG, half. I got rocket. Where? Half. Somewhere. Zed. Pick your P1 to mid. Yo, I'm pushing this shit. I'm right down mid right now. Follow me up, Jared. Follow me the fuck up. No, I have every. Cuts going P1 right now. P1 weak.
I needed it.
He's still P1.
Someone P1, guys. Yo, watch out for C.
We're not getting
guys.
Chris, Stalker's on re. Yep, I got you.
Trippy at PD. I'm pushing him. I have shot him. Yo,
PD and pushing guys tower from cafe.
One fires.
There you go, there.
Nice. Back tower. One PD. Yo, that's you on your PD. He's agent.
I'm already push a B. Just don't let him push. Don't let him push right here.
All right, Stalker's in like 30, guys. Stalker's in like 30.
Just keep aimbotting that. Let's go.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we have the Stalker. They're aiming at C.
I'm here. Yeah, nothing P1.
We should play for Stalker here, guys. It's in like 20-ish.
I'm gonna need it. Listen.
Still 1 kill between the two teams. We've heard from FaZe. Let's jump into an Optic Gaming listening.
I have spikes. I can have.
We're not pushing it.
Wait, Brad, I need you to come to me with spikes.
Alright, I'll come to you,
On commando, trash. Watch out, John.
No, back up.
There's gonna be more. Real absolute. He might have to go cuts. Real might have to go cuts.
Here.
Commando half. Snake bite.
Cuts, still one shot. There's one shot here.
Yeah,
you have a nade. You have a nade. He's still hiding.
Commando.
Trash, commando, come in already.
We're gonna play for map.
Renegade, they're trying to push you up. Trash.
Joey, one shot.
Commando. Nice. Real one.
Pushing this.
To the right, Troy. Rocks in 10.
I'm watching you, Joey.
Rockets in 10, guys. Rockets in 10.
One shot red.
Cover it, alley.
I missed one shot.
We never kill Market. He's
Real
still
weak.
somewhere.
Two half.
Rockets coming now, guys. Rockets.
Watch out, Rail. Watch out, Joey.
I can't kill him. One rock.
They have him. They have Rockets.
Going cuts with rockets. Right away. Need a bad. He's pushing.
Absolute. One shot. He's one shot cuts. Stalker thrust there. You gotta grab it. Look at Brad. You're gonna run that.
Cut to me, real.
I swear.
Absolute cuts, guys. He's trap bottom cuts. Kill that guy.
Purple spikes. He's purple spikes.
I am out market. Cut still one, John. One top out, quick.
Two guys on me, bulldog. They're a bunch of
They're gonna come bulldog probably.
They haven't pushed it.
Okay.
I'm shooting there.
These guys are split. One guy. He's one shot.
Watch you push.
Watch Robbie for me, Chandra.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm hiding.
Nothing, Tommy.
I'm getting this.
Okay,
Hang on, I'm knocking up to the nest. Hang on.
Yo, make sure we get the shield too.
Cuts on me.
Yeah. No one's in market, right?
They've had two guys purple a lot. Just careful.
Might be red room, but he's got cuts.
One's Balk. I think one is just sitting cuts. One's top Balk right now.
We should play for these guys to push off me, if anything.
To push off you.
Cuts.
I go driveway too. I'm looking driveway.
No, somebody said heaven.
They're just gonna wait for spikes. Tom, be careful. They're just gonna wait for spikes to kill you. I'm sorry right now. Left side.
Spikes are up. I'm watching spikes. You got him. Top 5.
Back up. Get spikes.
Two guys. They might. Okay, they're gonna play up these spikes.
Cuts weak.
They're gonna play up these spikes.
They're going commando, I think, with spikes.
Michael cuts the mid.
I think we should make a dude. We might want to make a move. They have spikes.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I can start.
Cuts weak as fuck.
I'm walking this guy.
Are you ready? Arcade weak.
Still cuts at the backup.
You're good.
Sitting in.
Yo, cuts. ATM. One shot. One shot ATM.
Watch PD.
Careful, two of us. They're gonna push this.
Yo, laundry.
I'm pushing us. We spawn top.
Watch out, tires. Absolute Frosty. Going blue square. And what two there, Joey?
I mean, I'm
you guys on it.
Pushing Joey hard. One shot, PD.
Absolute PD. Absolute.
Green gen.
Cafe, one shot. Hold up. We
got a melee.
Guys.
We can push.
Rockets coming, guys. 5 seconds.
These are our rockets.
They have a stalker.
But you can hear the intensity and the communication from both sides of it. But the one thing that just stood out to me is the counter-stratting that's going on right now. The mental games. You heard it from Optic. The calls from Lucid. Let them see me. Let them get spikes. Then we rotate away. I'm going to make them use the spikes so that I don't die. It's the win condition. It's just brilliant to see these two teams going back and forth.
Speaking of brilliant, look at Formal also exchanging the favor there with the nades off of the TV screens. Trippy gets damage, but not a kill here. And still, unbelievably, a one-kill game between these two. Truly an unforgettable grand final with one of the most evenly matched teams we've ever seen at an HCS Major here. 29-28 in favor of FaZe. One rocket left for Trippy.
One rocket left. Is it going to be a kill, or is it just going to be damage they can push off of? Trippy's going to rotate here. Can't make too much noise. As soon as you slide, that audio cue is going to give information away to FaZe. Formal thinking about making a play here. Kind of a little bit isolated. Trippy recognizes it and decides to wrap straight back to him. Snakebite's going to spy out the rocket player, trying to bait it out, but Trippy wise to it. Trigger discipline, needs to make sure he secures a kill with this rock.
Both of those players there, as you say, trying to bait out the rocket. Does not fall for it. Might go bottom mid here. Has an opportunity to fly right into A-Gen if he wants.
Renegade flies past. Renegade tries to make a play. Trippy is wise to it. He watches it fly by. APG gets another, and it's a kill exchanged heavily in the favor of Optic Gaming, and they go into a one-kill lead now.
30-29, and as we said, every single kill in this series, in this game, is going to be a huge difference maker here. Kills coming in once again, 2 dead for FaZe.
Renegade trying to escape, Formal trying to escape as well. Trippy trying to rotate to help his teammate out to keep him alive. Formal having a hell of a game, by the way. He's 12-8 at the moment. As Renegade trades out kills, 33-32. The drop wall in PD has been synonymous with a couple of big plays so far in this tournament, but it's all about this rocket launcher right now. We crossed the 30 kill threshold. If you watch Halo for quite some time, you'll know that's when a Slayer really starts.
Will these rockets be any sort of difference maker is the question, or will they once again just be a 2-kill swing that get answered back by the opponent? Renegade with a nice angle, on P1 to shut down the rocket player. There's going to be 1 rocket left, 3 dead for FaceCan. That means that Formal is going to have a rocket left and a 2-kill lead.
Doesn't get the kill though. Does not get the kill. Trying to find Frosty. Frosty's going to re-challenge here. Tried to use that thrust to get away. As Optic have a 2-kill advantage, but it's still just completely and utterly on a knife edge. This series has been nothing short of Halo poetry.
And as a reminder here, if Optic wins this, they win the title here in Charlotte. However, FaceClan looking to reset the grand finals to another best of 7. 3-kill lead. Now look at the remote detonation from Formal. Gets a reaction from the crowd. Make it 39-37. 1 minute left, by the way. This game will not go to 50. Keep an eye on that game timer in the bottom center of your screen.
Difficulty here for FaZe is that Optic and Lucid held Tram just for enough time to get this Stalker Rifle. The Stalker Rifle holds teams back. It makes pushes so difficult as the Optic fans start to raise their voices in the crowd here.
It's also Lucid with that Stalker Rifle. This guy tends not to miss, as you saw. 17-4 in that last game, and now 38 seconds left. They still have the 2-kill lead. Keep in mind, the pressure needs to come from FaceClan. They have 30 seconds left, and they need to go ahead and push.
25 seconds, APG gets another onto Renegade.
Huge.
It's only a single kill, but it could be a tournament-winning one. Frosty finds a kill as well, and all of a sudden, FaceClan are forced to push. Snake by Royal 2! Somehow stay alive. APG gives him a 2-kill advantage once more. Trippy gets another, and Optic are closing in on a tournament victory, but Renegade comes in with 2 as well.
42-41, 3, 2, 1.
Optic are your champions. 1 kill. Game 7! And when one of the greatest series of all time comes to an end, it's a 3-peat for Optic Gaming. They are your champions.
Down to the last kill and the last second of gameplay. Optic Gaming cross over the stage as victors. And as you said, the 3-peat champions here, the world champions, defend their throne in an unbelievable best of 7 that goes the distance, and now Optic Gaming approach the trophy.
Everybody who's here, you'll witness something special, but Optic Gaming are your Charlotte Major champions.
Remarkable. It was 1 kill that separated the grand final and the qualifier for Charlotte, and it's the same exact thing here at the LAN. Optic Gaming wins Game 7, 47 to 46, a 1-kill victory in the end. Unbelievable. Smiles on the face of Formal, and how different it could have been in the final seconds of that game, but it is written. Optic Gaming with the 3-peat.
Wow, what a series. It was just an absolute pleasure to be a part of it. It was just truly incredible high-level Halo, the likes of which we haven't seen for such a long time. We've had some great series, we've had some brilliant series, but nothing, in my opinion, stands up to the level that we just saw between those two teams. But when it is all said and done, when the final bullet was fired, it's Optic Gaming who complete the 3-peat.
Truly an unbelievable run from this team, and we knew that FaZe would be a threat, and a threat they were. But in the end, it's Optic Gaming that stands tall as the champions here in Charlotte.
Well, that's going to do it all from Bravo and myself on set. It's been a pleasure and a privilege, but as you can see, Optic are on the stage. They've got another trophy to add to the collection, and Blaze has got an interview.
Thank you so much, on set and Bravo. Charlotte, give it up for your champions, Optic Gaming, as they complete the 3-peat. And man, I know they are feeling fantastic here. I got Formal next to me, and I'm gonna come to you first, Matt. This was one of the wildest series I saw. You come to winning it by 1 kill. You go for a 3-peat. I can't remember the last time you 3-peated, man. How do you feel right now getting this one in?
I mean, that was like the craziest series we played as a team. Like, that's a really good team. So like to win like that is just like amazing. Thank you guys so much again. You guys are awesome. And glad we got the 3-peat.
Hey,
got the three-peat. Coach Lunchbox, okay, you got the mic in your hand. You know, this was a tight series, and it got kind of scary, especially after you guys let that strongholds go past. What was the nerves like, and how did you guys get this one locked in?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any nerves. You know, these guys are world champions. They know how to handle that pressure, so they weren't ready to let their reign go down yet.
Now tell me, how do you feel as a coach coming away with this dub, though?
I mean, it feels great. This is kind of my job as a coach to try and prepare these guys as best I can, and they make me look good, that's for sure.
Nice, nice. Pass the mic on over to APG. Brad, what a fantastic event. We've been watching you play Halo for years, come away with dubs. What does this win mean for you, especially with your family in the crowd?
Dude, I'm speechless. Every single time we come to an event, it reminds me why I started playing. I mean, this officially marks my 17th year competing, so I'm
17 years!
I'm just extremely grateful to still have the opportunity to do what I love for so long. So thank you to you guys, the fans, our family, girlfriends, everybody. Thank you guys for supporting us. It really makes a huge difference when we hear you guys chanting Optic in the crowd, so thank you guys.
Man, 17 years is a long career. Very few people have gotten that far. Now, pass the mic on over to Trippy real quick. Trippy, talk about a tournament, man. Everything in which you have done here helped come to this win. How does this feel for you?
It feels fantastic. Like, we dug so deep that series, and we all played amazing, and I'm just so happy.
Yo, I know you're feeling it, right? I know you're feeling it. Lucid, pass the trophy on over to Forum. I'm pretty sure he wants to hold it a little bit. Yeah. All right, grab the mic right there. All right, we gave you a commendation as the best main Slayer of this event, and it did not fall short in this grand finals. Talk to me about what you had to do to come away with this win, and how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as a team, like you said, we dug deep. We had to really dig deep. We could tell that these guys were still on fire. They're playing pretty well, and we just had to play our own game. We kind of have to start picking up the habits. It's not going to be easy. Make them climb the mountain is how we tried to phrase it, and I think that's what we made sure to do the entire series.
I think that's exactly what y'all did. Hand me the mic, Informal. Any last words you want to say to the Green Wall fans out there that's been supporting you at home, the watch parties, and in the venue?
I mean, as always, you guys are amazing. This is my first time in Charlotte, and you guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much.
One more time, Charlotte. Give it up for your champions, Optic Gaming.
A huge congratulations to Optic Gaming, three-peating here at Charlotte at the first major that we have of this second year of Halo Infinite. And what a way to do it, my goodness me. That might have been the best grand finals I've ever witnessed here, being here on Halo. I mean, that was just incredible. I felt like the entire series was filled with clutch moments, but not just from one team. It was several times from both teams in each of these maps. I mean, look at how ridiculous this series layout is, Clutch. Give me just some thoughts and feelings that you had that was running through your mind watching this entire thing play out.
I mean, this is the most electric series of Halo I think I've ever seen. The talent on the stage, I don't know if there's ever been that much talent on one stage. It was absolutely incredible to watch, and for Optic Gaming to figure out a way to get the job done against what I would say is a God Squad and FaZe to continue their three-peat, that's one of the most ridiculous runs I've seen in Halo, like, in the history, and I've been here for a while. So, shout out to everybody on that Green Wall squad. I mean, they had to, like they said, dig so deep in so many of those games, but they figured out a way to do it, and that's what world champions do 3 times in a row. There's nothing I can say about it.
DVT APG right here with his dad, just going through, I'm sure, what was just such a grueling series for him, getting that job done. And Gaskin, let's talk about a couple of other teammates as well, because Trippy, there were certain moments where he was so game-changing for this Optic roster at so many different times, but he seemed to go off several times with every weapon in his hands as well. He can do it all, alongside other Slayers here, but talk to me about what this guy was dealing.
I mean, the amount of times we saw Trippy with a camouflage making a play in some way or another was insane, and I think that he was always going to be possibly the best player on this roster with the amount of practice he's been putting in, but I think everyone on Optic can step up when they need to, but when you have responsibilities like this with power-ups, you have to make plays in these big games, in these big moments, otherwise your team will falter, because there is little mistakes made in such high-stake games like this.
This is Trippy's best tournament yet, and he's had a long career, but this was some of the most impressive stuff I've ever seen. The decision-making, just the calmness about his gameplay, always making the right decisions, always hitting the shots he needed to hit. If he doesn't show up and play this good, Optic don't win this tournament.
Somebody else who shows up when it matters most is Lucid, and he certainly was showing up here on Live Fire Slayer. You know, put a snipe in this guy's hands and it's pretty much GG's, like move on to the next, because he just wasn't stopping at all. And Gaskin, Lucid has so much to give in terms of clutch moments. Remember what happened with the flag grapple on Argyle? My goodness me, I've never seen anything like it.
That was one of the most insane things that I've seen, and it's what I've been waiting for ever since the grapple was added into Halo Infinite, right? When we saw how much tech there was going to be in this game, we wanted to see something like that. As there you can see the top 5 KD as well. Renegade does lead it just ahead of Lucid, but what a tournament this has been.
Yeah, a mix of the top 3 teams here from Charlotte. And you can see, yeah, I mean, the comparison between what we saw in the grand finals there, the 2 main Slayers on the board as well. Very, very small margin separating the 2.
The run that Lucid's on right now, I mean, there's like the list of GOATs in Halo as far as like Ogre 2, Pistola, I know Frosty had his stint, Snipedown had his stint. Lucid, for as consistent as he has been for over a year, and now the first event, the kickoff in 2023, he's starting to put his name in conversations that I never dreamed of. So Lucid, I mean, there's not enough we can say about this guy. The hands down best player in the game. He takes over games in grand finals. And Optic Gaming is sure glad to have him on their side.
And it was almost poetic with how it all finished as well, with 1 kill, with a few seconds. How many times throughout this tournament have Optic Gaming used that clock to their advantage, whether it be on a flag game, whether it's King of the Hill, now even in Slayer as well. With Empyrean and Argyle coming into the equation, it was always going to be about managing time, and they have just done it so successfully throughout this tournament, and they did it on Street Slayer as well.
Yeah, they certainly have. We've seen such a progression of the strategy behind time-based objective work that's also come through as we've progressed through Halo Infinite, and it's incredible to see the smarts coming across the board here for all of the players and all of the teams that we do have in Halo Infinite, and that is only going to progress further with Season 3 around the corner as well. Let's take a look at the bracket though and see Optic Gaming's run. The winners bracket was where they stood, it was where they began, it was where they finished, and 4-3, we went that full game 7 for the grand final. No bracket reset, and that's exactly what they wanted, and they were right. They had to dig deep. It was a mountain to climb, but my goodness me, they had their climbing gear in their bag, and it's good that they did, because FaZe Clan, they were out for blood, but they could not be bested. Optic Gaming coming across strong. First place for them gives them $100,000, the lion's share here, and of course the 25,000 HCS points. FaZe Clan will take home 60K, and Space Station Gaming $30,000 as well. You can see the list goes on. So there's so much to look forward to this season, especially in prizing as well across Halo Infinite. But my goodness me, what an amazing weekend it has really been.
What a tournament we've
had.
Unbelievable.
Launch back into the season, year number 2. We've got Season 3 around the corner as well for the game. What more could you ask for? And, oh, sorry, a 3-peat on the main stage with a best of 7 going all the way. It's like a story.
Couldn't have wrote it myself better, that is. And if this is how we kick off the season, we got a long season ahead of us. I can't wait to see these teams clashing up against each other, to see what rosters make changes in order to try and get up in that grand finals. And we know SSG sitting there from the elimination bracket finals wanting more, and we got so much talent in the league. I cannot wait for the next LAN to get these guys back on stage and have them go at it again.
I think that's it. You know, there's so much more to look forward to. You look at the story of Native White, how well they did. Imagine them with a little bit more practice. What do SSG do now they go back to the drawing board? We never got to see Quadrant at their full roster, but they still were able to have that success. There's so many teams now, they're going to try and make it work, hopefully stick together rather than having roster mania, but inevitably it's Halo. It's going to happen. We are going to see changes, right? But I do think it's going to be bigger. It's going to be better when we get to the next event, and I can't wait.
This is just a taster of what is to come this season, and I hope it's left you wanting more. And good job, we have a roadmap to cover all of that for you guys. We of course do have the 2 online tournaments yet to come, but we do have plenty of LAN tournaments as well. We have all of our majors coming up, lots in Texas, so make sure if you are around Texas, get your tickets in when those are on sale and get on over here to the arena as well. And of course, finishing things off in Seattle, Washington for the World Championships as well. It's going to do it from us at the desk. It's been a phenomenal weekend. I just want to say a massive thank you to you guys for being here. Clutch, my absolute duo all weekend long, and you guys, of course, for tuning in as well. Thank you so much for watching the Halo Championship Series Kickoff Major, and a huge congratulations to Optic Gaming. The three-peat happens here at Charlotte. It's a goodbye from us, and we'll see you guys again real soon.